Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I got stuck in an airport terminal overnight. The gates board flights to nowhere is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing that went wrong was small enough that I almost blamed myself for noticing it. Gate B18's monitor flickered from DELAYED to boarding, but the destination field didn't say Denver anymore. It didn't say anything I recognized, just 3 blocky letters, pale green against black. NUL. The woman sitting across from me looked up from her paper cup of tea and squinted. "That's not right," she said. Before I could answer, the monitor blinked again. Denver, DELAYED, normal. Boring. Annoying, even. Woman went back to her tea like she'd decided the airport had earned one mistake. I tried to do the same. I lowered my eyes to my phone, but the letters had already hooked themselves somewhere behind my ribs. Not fear exactly. More like when you hear someone say your name from another room and realize, after a second, no one did. My name is Mark Ellison. I was 34 then, flying home to Colorado after 3 days in Boston for a corporate training I didn't want and didn't need. I work in insurance compliance, which means my job is mostly reading documents written by people terrified of being sued, then writing documents to make them less terrified. It's stable work, dry work, the kind of work that lets you tell yourself you're a practical person. That night, I was in Logan Airport Terminal B with a dead laptop, a half-charged phone, and a carry-on full of wrinkled shirts. My flight had already been delayed twice because of thunderstorms stacking up over the Midwest, and I'd spent the previous hour pretending I wasn't bothered by the thought of missing my connection, even though Denver was home and there was no connection. I do that when I'm stressed. I make the problem more complicated in my head so I can hate myself for not solving it. The terminal had that late-night airport texture. Carpet worn flat in trails where rolling luggage had polished it smooth. Ceiling panels stained faintly yellow near the vents. Rows of seats with metal arms designed by someone who hated sleep. The coffee kiosk near B16 was closed, but the old smell of burnt espresso still hung around it, mixed with floor cleaner and the faint rubbery scent of raincoats drying on people's backs. Every few minutes, somewhere far down the concourse, a suitcase wheel hit a bad tile and made a hard plastic clack that echoed longer than it should have. Most of the restaurants had pulled their gates down. A Hudson News still glowed at the far end, its magazine racks lit like a tiny city after everyone had left. There were maybe 30 of us scattered around the B gates, all of us forming temporary little camps. Jackets folded into pillows, backpacks looped around ankles, parents speaking in low voices to keep children from tipping into full exhaustion. The woman with the tea was the first person I actually talked to. Her name was Elaine Porter, 61, female, a retired school librarian from Portland, Maine, trying to get to Boise to meet her first grandchild. She wore a navy cardigan over a blouse with tiny white flowers and kept her boarding pass tucked into the back of a paperback mystery like a bookmark. She introduced herself after she caught me looking at the monitor again. "You saw that too," she said. "I saw something," I said. "That's what people say when they don't want to sound dramatic." "I don't want to sound dramatic." "Then you're already doing better than most men in airports." I laughed because I was tired, and because she said it with such calm precision that it felt less like a joke than a professional assessment. 2 rows behind Elaine, a man in a rumpled gray suit was pacing between charging posts with one AirPod in. Daniel Kessler, 42, male, worked in medical device sales out of Chicago and had been bumped from an earlier flight after, according to him. A gate agent with the moral flexibility of a raccoon gave away his seat. He had the polished impatience of someone used to problems becoming other people's emergencies. Every time his call dropped, he stared at his phone like he could shame it back into service. Near the windows, stretched out under a Red Sox hoodie, was Nina Alvarez, 26, female, a freelance photographer from Madrid who lived in Brooklyn and was trying to fly to Salt Lake City for a national parks assignment. She had 2 cameras, 3 lens cases, and the restless watchfulness of someone who trusted observation more than conversation. She kept photographing reflections in the dark glass, even though there was nothing outside but rain, runway lights, and the smeared yellow shape of our own terminal behind us. The last of our little group gathered by accident. Owen Briggs, 19, male, a college sophomore from Vermont with a narrow face and nervous hands, came over because the charging station near us still had one working outlet. He was trying to get to Phoenix to visit his father after what he called a not great phone call, then said nothing else about it. He wore a canvas backpack with a broken zipper and kept checking his messages even after his phone showed 1%. None of us belonged together. That was the point of airports. Sit close enough to smell someone's gum and hear their family arguments, but you aren't responsible for them. You don't ask why they're sweating through a suit jacket or why their hands shake when they try to open pretzels. You share outlets and irritated looks at the flight board. Then the plane comes, and everyone dissolves back into their separate lives. At 11:42 p.m., an announcement crackled overhead. "Attention passengers in Terminal B," the speakers popped, then hummed. Elaine raised a finger. "Here we go. Please be advised that due to continuing weather conditions, several departures remain delayed. We appreciate your patience and ask that you remain near your assigned gate for further updates." The voice was artificial, but not fully. A recorded woman's tone, stitched together from phrases. The kind airports use because human patience costs money after midnight. Daniel stopped pacing. Several departures. Very helpful. Nina lifted her camera and took a photo of the departure board. "Why?" I asked. She lowered it. "Because the board changed before the announcement." "What changed?" She turned the camera screen toward me. The photo showed the long departures display over the center of the concourse. Most of the flights were exactly what you'd expect: Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, Seattle, with red delay notices beside them. But near the bottom, 3 entries sat in a cluster. B21, 1203, NUL boarding B22, 1207 hollow ON time B23, 1212 mercy final call. I stared. That's an old exposure, I said, though I could see the timestamp. 11:39 p.m. Nina gave me a flat look. I just took it. Behind us, Owen leaned in so quickly his backpack slid off one shoulder. Hollow, he said. Like hollow, what Ohio? Daniel came over too, irritated first, curious second. There's no airport code hollow. No, Elaine said softly. There is not. The main board above us flickered once. The strange entries disappeared. Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, Seattle. Daniel huffed through his nose. System glitch. I wanted him to be right. I really did. Airports are basically giant machines made of smaller machines that barely tolerate each other. Airline software, TSA systems, weather feeds, crew scheduling, baggage routing, gate displays that get patched in emergencies by someone's cousin from it. A board glitch made sense. A bad data feed, placeholder text, maybe training mode pushed live by mistake. But it was late enough that explanations did not settle cleanly. The rain pressed harder against the windows. Not heavy, persistent. 1,000 fingertip taps on glass. Out on the tarmac, a service vehicle moved slowly between cones, its orange beacon circling in the wet dark. Every time the light swung around, it briefly caught the underside of a parked jet and made the belly look dented. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from my sister, Laura, still stuck. I typed, delayed. Weather should board soon. Then I erased soon. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want to promise something I couldn't control, even in a text. I sent, delayed, weather. She replied with a thumbs down emoji and call me when you land. Mom's asking. That was the private not under everything for me. My mother had fallen in March, cracked her hip, and moved in with Laura while she recovered. I had been telling myself I was doing my part by sending money, handling paperwork, calling doctors. Practical things. But I'd skipped 2 visits because work was insane, which was true in the way excuses are true when they wear a tie. The Boston trip had been voluntary. Good visibility, my boss said, career momentum. Now I was sitting in a half-empty airport, trying to get home, and the thought of Laura changing Mom's sheets while I argued with a departures board made my throat feel tight. Hey, Owen said. He wasn't looking at the board anymore. He was looking down the concourse toward B21. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Just more seating, a dim service hallway, the gray roll-down shutters of a closed bar, and the brighter rectangle of a gate desk. Then the small sign over B21 changed. Not the big flight monitor. The physical digital gate sign above the doorway. B21, NUL under it, in smaller letters. Boarding Group C, there were no passengers lined up. No gate agent. No plane visible through the window. Daniel made a noise halfway between a laugh and a cough. Okay, that's a little sloppy. Sloppy, Elaine said. Software, some kind of test environment bleeding into the live displays. You say that like it explains why it's asking people to board. It does explain it. Then why do you sound annoyed? Because I am annoyed. Nina had already stood up. She slung one camera across her chest and picked up her rolling bag with the other hand. "You're not going over there," I said. She glanced at me. "It's 20 yards. That's how people in documentaries get described as last seen walking towards something." She smiled a little. "You watch bad documentaries. I watch realistic ones." Owen unplugged his phone and stood too. "Maybe there's a staff person." "There isn't," Daniel said, but he followed anyway. I looked at Elaine. She took a careful sip of tea, found it empty, and set the cup under her seat. "Well," she said, "I'm not leaving my bag with strangers." We moved together without officially deciding to. That embarrassed me a little, how easily curiosity dressed itself up as responsibility. I told myself we were just checking whether an unattended gate was malfunctioning, that maybe someone elderly or confused might see boarding and walk into a restricted area, that there could be a security issue. All of that was reasonable. Still, as we walked past B19 and B20, I noticed the sounds of the terminal changing. Behind us, the little clusters of stranded passengers still murmured and shifted, but ahead, the air felt flatter. The PA hum was louder near the ceiling. A vending machine compressor kicked on with a low rattle, ran for 5 seconds, and stopped. Somewhere behind the gate desk, a printer clicked once, as if waking from sleep. B21's desk was empty. The rolling chair sat pushed back at an angle. A blue lanyard lay coiled beside the keyboard. The monitor faced away from us, but its glow lit the edge of the counter. The jet bridge door was closed. The card reader beside it showed a steady green light. "That should be red, right?" Owen asked. Daniel leaned over the counter. "Don't touch anything." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I was looking at it." Elaine stepped closer to the gate monitor. "There's no airline logo." She was right. The screen showed only Flight 0 destination, NUL status, boarding please proceed. Nina photographed it. The flash fired by accident. All of us flinched. The sound cracked against the closed shops and came back sharp, like something snapping in another hallway. Nina lowered the camera immediately. "Sorry," she said. For a second, nobody moved. Then a man behind us said, "You folks need help." I turned too fast and bumped my hip into the metal queue post. A uniformed airport custodian stood near the trash bins, holding a long-handled dustpan. Pete Mallory, 58, male from Revere, Massachusetts, had a thick white mustache and the tired, amused eyes of someone who had seen people at their worst under fluorescent lighting. His shirt had a Massport patch on the sleeve, and one of his gloves was tucked through his belt. He looked less alarmed by the screen than by 5 passengers gathering around an empty gate after midnight. Daniel straightened. "This gate display is malfunctioning." Pete looked at it. His expression changed, but only a little. The amusement left first. "Huh," he said. "You've seen that before?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He set the dustpan upright and pressed a radio clipped to his shoulder. "Base, this is Pete by B21. You got somebody playing with gate signage tonight," the radio hissed. No reply. He tried again. Base, more hiss. A faint burst of another voice, too garbled to catch. Pete frowned. "Radios are garbage in this corner." "Is there a gate agent?" Elaine asked. Not this late unless they're working a delay. We are a delay, Daniel said. Pete ignored him in the professional way service workers learn. He moved behind the desk and tapped the keyboard. The monitor didn't change. He bent down, checked something below the counter, then looked toward the jet bridge door. "Don't love that green light," he said. That did it. The casual way he said it. Not fear, not panic. Just a maintenance man naming a thing that was not in the condition it should be. "What does that mean?" Owen asked. "Means the access reader thinks someone with clearance opened it. Could be logged," Nina asked. Pete looked at her camera, then at her face. "Everything's logged. Whether anyone reads the logs tonight is another question." Daniel pulled out his phone. "I'm calling the airline." "There's no airline on the display," Elaine said. "My ticket has an airline." His call didn't go through. He moved 2 steps left, lifted the phone, then moved back again. "No service. I've got 1 bar," Owen said. "I've got Wi-Fi," Nina said. "But it's not loading. I checked mine." The airport network showed connected, full strength. Nothing refreshed. That was the moment when the night stopped being irritating and became something with edges. Not danger. Not yet. Just the sense that normal systems were beginning to fail in ways that could still be explained separately, but not comfortably together. Pete stepped away from the desk. "I'm going to find a supervisor." "We should go back to our gate," Elaine said. "Yes," I said too quickly. Nina was still looking at the jet bridge door. "What if someone's in there?" Pete followed her gaze. "There shouldn't be, but what if there is? Then they're somewhere they're not supposed to be." The green light on the card reader blinked once. Inside the jet bridge, behind the closed door, something thumped. One sound, heavy, dull, like a suitcase dropped from knee height. Owen whispered, "Nope." Daniel took a step back and hit the cue belt, which wobbled and clicked. Pete raised one hand, palm out. "Everybody stay here." "Are you opening it?" Elaine asked. "I'm checking if it's latched." "That sounds like opening it." "No, ma'am. Opening it sounds worse." He reached for the handle. The gate monitor changed before he touched it. "Final call, no destination now." No flight number, just those 2 words. Below them, a new line appeared in smaller text. "Last passengers must decide." Pete's hand stopped an inch from the handle. For a moment, all I could hear was the rain ticking against the glass, the vending machine breathing behind us, and Daniel's phone repeating a failed call tone against his palm. Then the overhead speakers clicked on. "Passengers for B-21, the recorded voice said, soft and cheerful and badly timed. "Please proceed to the gate." Nobody moved. Pete lowered his hand. "We're walking away," he said. But the printer behind the gate desk started up. It chattered once, paused, then spat out a single boarding pass. It slid forward just far enough for the end to curl over the lip of the tray. Nina raised her camera again, slower this time. Elaine said, "Don't," Daniel said. "That could tell us what's happening." Owen said, "Or it could be bait." I hated that he used that word because it made the thing feel intentional. The boarding pass sat there, white and flimsy under the desk light, moving slightly in the recycled air. Pete looked toward the main concourse, toward our real gate, toward the remaining passengers who had not noticed us yet. Then he looked at me, maybe because I had been the one saying we should leave, or maybe because I was closest. "You all can go back," he said. "I'm calling this in from the service phone." The service phone was mounted beside the jet bridge door, past the green reader, beside the handle. We had a choice then. It seemed simple in the moment, which is how bad choices often get inside you. Go back to be 18, sit under the tired fluorescent lights, and pretend the printed pass and the thump behind the door belonged to someone else's night. Or stay with Pete long enough to see what the airport's own systems thought they were boarding at B-21. Elaine picked up her purse strap. Nina shifted her grip on the camera. Daniel stared at the curling slip of paper like it had personally offended him. Owen swallowed, hard enough that I heard it. And me, I stepped toward the desk, not because I was brave, because I have always hated not knowing whether I failed by leaving too early. The boarding pass had my name on it, not exactly at first glance. That was what made it worse. If it had said Mark Ellison in clean black letters, I think I would have laughed, because a joke that direct gives you somewhere to put your anger. Instead, it printed like a damaged receipt from a gas pump. ML Sunby 21 Flight 0 Seat, 14A Destination, NUL boarding. Now the barcode had smeared into a dark ladder of ink. The paper was warm from the printer. Daniel leaned over my shoulder before I could move it out of sight. Is that you? No. It's almost you. I said no. I heard how sharp I sounded and hated myself for it, because everybody heard it too. Elaine's face changed from curiosity to concern. Owen took half a step back like the paper might be contagious. Nina lifted her camera, but didn't take a photo this time. Pete, still standing near the jet bridge door, stared at the boarding pass with his jaw working slowly under his mustache. "Give me that," he said. I didn't. Not right away. It was a stupid, childish instinct. The pass had come out of the machine with my almost name on it, so some part of me felt like it belonged to me, even though every practical part of my brain knew that was the exact reason I should hand it over. Pete softened his voice. "Mark, right. I'm not trying to take your property. I'm trying to stop this from becoming a police report with missing information." That did it. Missing information. The phrase found the same bruise it always did. I handed him the pass. He held it by the corner, read it, and then looked at the empty gate desk. "Okay," he said. "We're done touching things." Daniel gave a dry little laugh. "Now we're done." Pete ignored him and reached for the service phone beside the jet bridge door. The receiver was beige plastic, the kind you only notice in buildings that have plans for emergencies. He lifted it. Nothing. He clicked the hook switch twice. Still nothing. "No dial tone?" Elaine asked. Pete pressed the receiver harder against his ear, as if force might produce a signal. "No tone. That's bad," Owen said. "That's inconvenient," Pete corrected, but he said it too quickly. The gate monitor blinked again. "Boarding Group A then, boarding Group B then, boarding Group C." The words cycled every few seconds, mechanical and cheerful and wrong. The jet bridge door stayed closed. The green light on the reader stayed green. Behind that door, something scraped. Not a thump this time. A drag. Metal on textured flooring. Slow enough that all of us had time to understand we were hearing it, then wish we were. Nina whispered, "There is someone in there." Pete put the dead receiver back into its cradle. "Could be equipment shifting," Daniel said. Elaine looked at him. Inside a closed jet bridge. I don't know. I'm not a jet bridge scientist. You don't need to be one to know when you're making excuses. Daniel's mouth tightened. He looked away first. I wanted to leave then. I wanted to walk back to be 18, sit under the monitors, and call whatever emergency number airport websites tell you to call when the normal world starts slipping out of alignment. But my phone showed no bars now. The Wi-Fi symbol still looked strong, which was almost insulting, but nothing loaded. Messages hung unsent. The airport network had become a painted door. Pete reached for his radio again. Base, this is Pete at B-21. Possible unauthorized access to jet bridge. Service phone dead. Need airport ops or state police. Static, then under it a voice. Not clear, not close. It sounded like someone talking through water in another room. B-21, Pete straightened. Say again, static. Do not. The radio popped hard enough to make Owen flinch. Then nothing. Pete lowered it slowly. What was that? Nina asked. Bad reception. You heard words. I heard garbage. No, Elaine said. You heard do not. Pete looked at her, and for the first time he seemed irritated. Not at her, at the situation, at the fact that passengers were standing in front of him, hearing things he would rather they didn't. Everybody back up, he said. We did, a little. He pulled out his phone, then swore under his breath. I'm walking to the operations desk. I thought you said we should stay here, Daniel said. I said everybody stay here before the phone was dead. And leave a possibly unauthorized person in a jet bridge. That's not your problem. The monitor changed. Please clear gate area for security sweep. We all stared at it. That's new, Owen said. Pete's eyes moved from the monitor to the ceiling camera above the gate desk. It was one of those black half-dome cameras set into the tile. Impossible to tell where it was looking. I hadn't noticed it before. Now I couldn't stop seeing it. It caught the gate lights on its curved plastic and reflected them as small white dots. Pete followed my gaze. Airport security sees this area, he said, more to himself than us. They should already be calling it in. Unless the cameras are down too, Nina said. Daniel turned on her. Do you enjoy making everything worse? I enjoy saying what's happening. You're guessing. So are you. Elaine stepped between them just by moving slightly, the way a teacher ends an argument without raising her voice. People argue when they're afraid. Let's do something useful. That made Daniel shut his mouth. A sharp sound came from farther down the concourse. A child crying, not near us, back by B-17 or B-18. One of those tired, breathless airport cries, the kind that means a parent has run out of snacks, patience, and lies about how much longer it will be. The cry jolted me because it belonged to the ordinary world. It reminded me we weren't alone. Not really. There were still families back there, people sleeping with backpacks under their knees, elderly passengers trusting the screens because that was what you did in airports. If B-21 was glitching, it could confuse someone. If the access system was compromised, that was worse. Then a new announcement came overhead. Attention passengers. Terminal B will undergo a temporary security hold. Please remain in your current gate areas. Do not enter service corridors or restricted access points. The voice was the same artificial woman, but this time it came from only the speakers near us, not the whole terminal. I could tell because the child kept crying in the distance, and nobody back there reacted. Pete heard it too. His face went flat. "That is not how terminal announcements work," he said. Daniel's confidence lost another layer. "Could be zoned audio." "It is," Pete said, "but passengers don't get custom security holds from one gate speaker." The gate desk printer clicked again. Pete held up a hand. "No one touches it." The printer fed another pass into the tray, then another, thin white strips sliding out one after the other, curling and stacking like tongues. Nina moved closer, careful not to touch the counter. "They have names," she said. "Don't read them," Pete snapped. Too late. She read anyway, quietly. Elaine Porter, Daniel Kessler, Owen Briggs, Nina Alvarez. The machine chattered once more. A fifth pass slid out. I didn't need her to say it. Daniel stepped forward despite Pete's warning and snatched his own pass from the tray. "This is insane. How does it have our names?" "Passenger data feed," I said. Everyone looked at me. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like burnt coffee and old air. Airlines share passenger manifests with airport systems. Gate displays pull data. Boarding scanners, rebooking systems, all that. If someone has access, maybe they can print passes. "Someone," Owen said. I hated how small his voice sounded. "Or something automated," I added. "Something automated doesn't pick the 5 idiots standing at the desk," Daniel said. Elaine gave him a look. "Sorry," he said. "The 5 concerned citizens." Nina took a photo of the stack without touching it. Her camera made a soft digital chirp. Pete pointed toward the concourse. "We are leaving now." He didn't wait for agreement. He started walking fast toward B18, his dustpan abandoned near the trash bins. Elaine followed first. Owen came right behind her. Daniel hesitated just long enough to shove his printed pass into his suit pocket, which Pete either didn't notice or chose not to fight about. Nina kept her camera up as she backed away, filming the gate, the monitor, the green reader, the closed jet bridge door. I was last. That was when I saw the blue lanyard on the gate desk move. Not by much. A slight tug. The plastic ID badge attached to it had been hanging over the edge, turned face down. Now it slid another inch, scraping softly against the laminate. I stopped. The lanyard tightened. It was caught in the narrow seam under the jet bridge door. Someone on the other side was pulling it. "Pete," I said. He turned. The badge jerked, then slipped free and snapped under the door. Gone. For a moment, nobody spoke. Pete came back slower than he had walked away. "No," Elaine said. "You said we were leaving." "I know what I said." "Then keep saying it while moving." But Pete had his eyes on the bottom of the door. There was a gap there, maybe half an inch, black except where terminal light cut a thin, bright line across the floor. He crouched, knees cracking audibly, and leaned sideways. "Don't put your face near it," Nina said. He stopped just short. "Good man." "Hello," he called. No answer. "Massport operations. Identify yourself." That was a lie, but it sounded official enough to make my shoulders loosen for half a second. The answer came as a whisper from the other side. "Help." Owen made a sound like he'd been hit. Elaine grabbed his sleeve. Pete stayed crouched. "Who is that?" A pause, then, "Please, It was a woman's voice. Young, maybe. Hard to tell through the door and the metal tube beyond it. Pete stood. Okay, that changes things. Daniel shook his head. No, absolutely not. That could be anybody. That's the idea, Pete said. I mean, it could be a trap. Pete looked at him. This isn't a movie. Stop acting like the guy who opens the door in one. The words landed badly. Daniel knew it too. He looked away, jaw tight. Pete exhaled through his nose. There may be an injured person in a restricted area with no working service phone and bad radio reception. That is a concrete problem. I'm not asking you to help. I'm telling you to move back while I check the door. Check the door how? I asked. He pulled his ID card from his belt clip. Elaine said, Pete. He didn't swipe it. Not yet. Another sound came from the concourse behind us. A rolling shutter rattling down. All of us turned. At the far end near B15, the metal security grille between our gate cluster and the main terminal entrance was lowering. Slowly, with a steady motorized buzz. For a few seconds, my mind refused to process it. I had seen those grills in shopping malls, at food courts, in airports late at night. They came down after closing. They went up in the morning. They were not supposed to come down around stranded passengers. Pete started running. Hey, he shouted. Hold that. We ran after him because there was nothing else to do. The grill was 10 feet above the floor when we started. 8 by the time Pete reached B17. 6 by the time Daniel sprinted past me, his polished shoes slapping hard on the tile. A man sleeping under a coat near B16 sat up, startled. The crying child stopped mid-wail. Move. Daniel yelled, not at us exactly, but at the grill, the airport, the whole stupid night. He reached it at maybe 4 feet and dropped to his knees, trying to slide under. Pete grabbed the back of his suit jacket and yanked him away. Don't. A second later, the grill hit the floor with a metallic slam that rolled through the concourse and into my teeth. Daniel spun on Pete. What the hell? Those things can crush you if the safety sensor's off. I almost had it. You almost lost your head. Behind the grill, the rest of Terminal B looked unchanged. Lights on, signs glowing. A cleaning cart parked near a wall, but now it was separated from us by steel mesh. Beyond it, maybe 50 yards away, I could see a security checkpoint area through glass, dark and empty. A woman with 2 children approached from B18. She was pale and furious in the exhausted way parents get when panic has to wait behind logistics. What's happening? She asked. Pete held up both hands. Ma'am, stay back from the gate. We're figuring it out. Figuring what out? Our flight's delayed and now we're locked in. We're going to contact airport operations. How? Pete didn't answer quickly enough. The woman looked at all of us then, searching for the adult in the group and finding only different versions of uncertainty. My phone buzzed. I nearly dropped it. 1 bar had appeared. A text from Laura finally pushed through. Mom fell again. Not bad, but call me. The timestamp read 11:58, though it had arrived at 12:13. I tried calling immediately. Failed. I tried again. Failed. The private knot became a hand around my throat. Not because I could fix anything from an airport. I couldn't. That was the truth I kept dodging. But I could have been home. I could have been there for once instead of sending messages and money and practical solutions from a distance. Elaine saw my face. Family, my mom. Is she okay? I don't know. She nodded and didn't offer the kind of comfort people use when they want to stop feeling awkward. I appreciated that. Pete was at a wall panel beside the lowered grill, opening a small metal cover with a key from his ring. Inside was an emergency phone. He lifted it, listened. His shoulders dropped. Daniel laughed once, humorless. Let me guess. No line, Pete said. Nina pointed back toward B21. The monitor at B21 was visible from where we stood, small but readable in the long perspective of the concourse. It had changed again. Passengers may exit through jet bridge below it. Time remaining. 0700 then. 06:59:06. 58, Owen whispered. It's counting down. The woman with the children began asking Pete questions faster than he could answer. Other passengers drifted over now, confused and angry. Anne in a patriot's cap shook the grill and was rewarded with a hard clatter and nothing else. Someone said they were calling 911. Someone else said their phone didn't work. A teenager laughed too loudly and then stopped when nobody joined in. Pete turned to us, not to the crowd. His face had gone gray under the fluorescent lights. There's an emergency exit path through some jet bridges, he said quietly. Usually to the ramp, not public space. It's not for passengers unless directed. Is B21 one of them? Nina asked. I don't know without the map. But the sign says exit, Daniel said. The sign also says you're going to NUL. Elaine folded her arms. So we do not trust the sign. No, Pete said. The countdown kept ticking. A fire alarm chirped once overhead. Not the full alarm. Just a single electronic peep, like a smoke detector with a dying battery. Then another, farther away. People heard that. The crowd shifted. Is there a fire? The mother asked. Pete looked up at the ceiling vents. I did too. At first, nothing. Then I smelled it. Hot plastic. Faint, but real. Not smoke exactly. More like an overheated charger or a computer fan clogged with dust, or wiring behind a wall getting warm enough to complain. Pete moved fast. He sniffed near the wall panel, touched the metal cover with the back of his fingers, then looked toward the closed shops. Could be electrical, he said. Could be what? Daniel demanded. Could be electrical. The fire alarm chirped again. This time 2 speakers down. 05:27. The countdown at B21 kept going. The problem became horribly simple. We were trapped inside a sealed gate cluster with a group of delayed passengers, at least 2 children, unreliable phones, dead emergency lines, a possible electrical fault, and 1 displayed exit route that led through a jet bridge where someone had whispered for help. Pete looked at the crowd, then at us. I need to get to an ops phone or a fire pole that's live, he said. There was a pole station by B21, Nina said. Inside the gate area, Pete said, near the bridge. Of course it is, Daniel muttered. Elaine looked at the passengers behind us. If there's smoke, we can't just stand here arguing. The mother with the children had begun crying quietly now, trying to hide it from them and failing. Pete made the decision before any of us did. We go back to B21, he said. I check the pull station. I do not open the jet bridge unless there is no other choice. The rest of you keep people away from the door." "Why us?" Daniel asked. "Because you already know more than they do, and that makes you useful." I wanted to refuse. I wanted to say my mother had fallen, that my sister needed me, that I was not the man you put between a crowd and a bad door. But the smell of hot plastic was getting stronger, and the children were looking at us like we had answers. My phone buzzed again. "Laura, please call." The message sat there, impossible and useless. The countdown reached 0444. Then every monitor in our sealed section switched at once. B16, B17, B18, B19, B20, B21. All of them showed the same thing. Exit available at B21. The lights over the concourse dimmed, then steadied at half brightness. Somewhere behind the ceiling, a fan shut off with a tired metallic whine. And at B21, the jet bridge door clicked. Not open, unlocked. Pete closed his eyes for half a second. Then he said, "Nobody touches that handle unless I say." But the crowd had already seen the word exit, and scared people read signs faster than they listened to warnings. The crowd moved before Pete could stop them, not as one big stampede. That might have been easier to fight. It started with two people drifting toward B21 with their phones held up. Then the mother with the children taking 3 frightened steps after them. Then the man in the Patriot's cap saying, "If that's an exit, I'm using it," loud enough for everyone else to borrow his courage. Pete planted himself halfway between B19 and B20, arms out. "Back up," he said. "Everybody back up from the door." The monitors above us kept repeating the same phrase in clean white letters. "Exit available at B21 behind the signs." The terminal lights buzzed at half strength. Every closed restaurant gate threw striped shadows across the floor. We were trapped in a narrow section of Terminal B now. B16 and B17 near the lowered security grill. B18, where most of our bags and sleeping passengers had been. B19 and B20 in the middle. And B21 at the far end with its empty desk. And the unlocked jet bridge door. Past B21, the concourse narrowed toward a service corridor blocked by a staff-only door. Behind us, the steel grille cut us off from the rest of the airport. To our left were the dark windows looking out over the rain-slick ramp. To our right were closed shops, service alcoves, and restrooms with tile floors that smelled faintly of bleach. It should have felt open. Airports are designed to feel open, even when they're controlling every step you take. Instead, that stretch of terminal had become a hallway with too many people inside it. Daniel shoved his way toward Pete. "You need to make a decision." "I made one," Pete said. "Nobody opens B21. The sign says exit. The sign is compromised. You don't know that." Pete turned on him. A gate printer made boarding passes for people standing near it. A security grill dropped with passengers inside. My radio barely works. The phones are dead. And a voice is behind a locked jet bridge door. I know enough. The mother with the children spoke from behind me. "Then, what are we supposed to do?" Her name, I learned in that moment, was Sarah Whitcomb, 37, female. a nurse from Connecticut traveling with her sons, 9-year-old Miles and 6-year-old Theo, after visiting her sister in Boston. She had the tired, squared-off stance of someone used to staying functional while other people fell apart. But her younger boy had both arms wrapped around her waist, and each time the alarm chirped overhead, his fingers dug into her jacket. Pete looked at her kids, and something in his face folded. "We find another exit," he said. "That became our first attempt." It sounded simple. Airports have exits everywhere if you know where to look. Emergency doors, employee corridors, stairwells, ramp access points. Pete knew enough of the building to give us a map out loud while we moved. B16 to B21 is the sealed section, he said. Main exit is behind that grill. Restrooms by B19. Service corridor past B21. Ramp access through the jet bridges, but that puts us outside near active equipment, and I am not sending passengers onto the ramp in a storm unless fire is licking the carpet. Comforting, Owen muttered. Elaine stayed beside Sarah and the boys, talking to them in a low voice about nothing important. Books, snacks, Boise. Anything that gave the children something other than the signs to listen to. Nina walked ahead with her camera recording, not like a tourist now, but like someone gathering proof before proof disappeared. Daniel kept checking his phone, holding it at different angles, as if a better signal might be hiding above his shoulder. I stayed near Pete because I didn't trust myself alone with my phone. Laura's message sat on the screen every time I checked it. Please call. It had become less like a request and more like a verdict. We tried the service corridor past B21 first because it didn't require opening the jet bridge. The staff-only door sat at the far end of the concourse, beyond the gate desk, in a recessed alcove between a locked storage room and a wall-mounted AED cabinet. A small sign read "Authorized personnel only." Beneath the handle was a card reader with no light at all. Pete swiped his badge. Nothing. He swiped again, slower. Still nothing. Power issue? Nina asked. Could be, Pete said. Daniel came up beside him. Can you force it? Pete gave him a look. It's a secure door, not a stubborn jar. There has to be an emergency release. On the other side, usually. Sarah's older boy, Miles, pointed toward the AED cabinet. Can you break the glass? It's plastic, Owen said, then immediately looked embarrassed for correcting a child. Pete opened the AED cabinet anyway. The alarm that should have screamed when the door opened did nothing. Inside was the defibrillator, sealed and useless for our problem, plus a laminated emergency instruction card. Pete checked behind it, under it, around the cabinet frame. No key, no phone, no miracle. The hot plastic smell drifted stronger near the wall. Pete put the back of his hand against the service door. Not hot. That's good, Elaine said. It's not bad, he corrected. Behind us, the monitors changed again. Not all of them this time. Only B21. Boarding door open, the jet bridge door was still shut. The handle sat horizontal. Unlocked. Someone in the crowd near B18 shouted, "It says open." Pete cursed and jogged back. That was the first failure. The service door was dead. The AED cabinet gave us nothing, and the sign at B21 had just made the crowd harder to control. The second attempt was the grill. Pete said there was usually a manual override panel somewhere near the security barrier. If we could raise it even 3 feet, the kids and older passengers could get through. Then someone could run for help. The grill was back by B16, so we moved the crowd away from B21 in a slow, messy cluster, telling people we were checking a safer exit. This took longer than it should have. Fear makes people sticky. They want to stand where they are and argue because arguing feels like participation. Daniel became useful for exactly 9 minutes because he had the voice of a man used to moving airport lines. "Everyone behind the blue carpet seam," he said, pointing. "Parents first. Give him room. If you crowd the panel, he can't work." "Are you airport staff?" someone asked. "No," Daniel said. "I'm impatient and loud. Use what God gave me." Elaine actually smiled at that. Rill had come down between B15 and B16, cutting across the concourse just beyond a closed seating area. On our side, the carpet met a strip of tile. On the far side, the main terminal stretched away under brighter lights, empty enough to look staged. The metal mesh was thick, with a bottom rail locked into floor brackets. At waist height was a small panel with a keyhole and a recessed switch. Pete tried his key ring. One key fit halfway and stopped. He tried another. No. Another. No, sweat had started shining along his hairline. The terminal was cool, but stress makes its own weather. His fingers slipped once, and the keys clattered against the panel. "Let me," Daniel said. Pete didn't move. "No, you're shaking. I'm aware." "Then let someone with steadier hands try." Pete turned his head slowly. "Do you have a passport key I don't know about?" Daniel backed off, but not far. Nina crouched and photographed the panel. "There's a number here." "What number?" I asked. "Panel ID, BSG14. Pete nodded. "Security grill 14. Can we call that in?" "With what phone?" Daniel said. Owen, who had been quiet near the wall, lifted his phone. "I got emergency call only." Everybody turned. His screen showed one thin bar and the words SOS. "Call 911, Sarah said. Owen did. We all listened to the phone ring once, then twice, then a click. 911, what's the address of your emergency? A small sound went through the crowd. Relief, almost. Owen looked terrified to be the one holding it. Boston Logan Airport, Terminal B, near Gate B16. We're trapped behind a security grill, and there might be an electrical fire. Sir, can you repeat the location? Terminal B, Boston Logan. Gates B16 to B21. The dispatcher's voice thinned, broke, came back. Are you in a vehicle? No, inside the airport. What city? Boston, Owen said louder. Massachusetts. Static crawled over the line. The dispatcher said something about transferring to airport police. Then the call made a flat electronic tone and died. Owen stared at the screen. Call back, Daniel said. I'm trying. No service. The little bar disappeared as if embarrassed. That was our second partial success and second failure at the same time. We had reached 911, but not long enough to know if anyone understood us. The grill stayed down. Pete's keys didn't work. The crowd had tasted hope and lost it, which made the air worse. Then came the misdirection. The lights at B18 flickered hard. Not dimmed, flickered. 3 sharp cuts, black, white, and then a sound ripped out of the closed bar beside B17. A scream. High, sudden, human. People surged away from it. Someone knocked into the trash can. Sarah pulled both boys against her and turned her body around them. Owen stumbled backward into a row of seats and went down hard, his elbow striking the metal armrest with a dull crack. He cried out and clutched his arm. Nina swung her camera toward the bar. Elaine said, "Stay away from the shutter." The scream came again. It was worse the second time because we were ready for it and still couldn't explain it. Thin and rising, trapped behind the metal grill of the closed bar, as if someone were locked inside. Pete grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. Everybody back. He approached the bar shutter slowly. The sign above it said local tavern, one of those airport places pretending to be neighborhood friendly while charging $14 for fries. Its metal gate was down, padlocked at the bottom. Inside, chairs were stacked upside down on tables. Bottles glinted behind the counter. The scream came a third time, shorter, then a hard, fluttering sound. Nina lowered her camera first. Wait. Something slammed against the inside of the shutter near the floor. A bird, a pigeon, soaked and frantic, battered itself against the metal mesh from inside the closed bar. It must have gotten in before closing, or through some gap near the ceiling. Its wings slapped the shutter with wet little impacts. Its throat made that awful, strangled cry again, not human now that we could see it, but close enough in the dark to turn the whole crowd brittle. Pete let out a long breath and lowered the extinguisher. "Jesus," Daniel said, pressing a hand to his chest. "A pigeon." Owen laughed once from the floor, then winced in pain. Elaine crouched beside him. "Let me see. I'm fine. You are 19, which means you are almost certainly not fine." His elbow had already begun to swell under the sleeve. No blood, but when he tried to bend it, his face went pale. "Can you move your fingers?" Elaine asked. He wiggled them. "Good. Keep it close to your body." Nina pulled a scarf from her bag. "Use this as a sling." Owen let her tie it, jaw clenched. Eyes wet with pain, he was trying to swallow. He looked younger than 19 then. Or maybe I had just forgotten how young 19 is when no one is pretending. The pigeon kept fluttering behind the bar gate, exhausted now, making soft scraping sounds against the floor. "That thing nearly caused a riot," Daniel said. "No," Elaine said. "Fear did. The bird just helped." The alarm chirped again. This time it didn't stop after one beep. A second chirp followed. Then a third. Not a full building evacuation alarm, but a pattern beginning to form. Pete's radio suddenly came alive. "B sector, respond smoke report." He snatched it up. "This is Pete Mallory, B Gates, trapped inside B16 to B21 with passengers. Security, grill 14 down. Emergency phones dead. Possible electrical fire." Static swallowed the reply. He walked 3 steps left toward the windows, holding the radio high. "Repeat, trapped with passengers. Need airport police and fire response." A voice broke through, male this time, clipped and distant. "Stay away from B21, Pete froze. "Say again." "Do not use bridge." Then the radio squealed so loudly several people covered their ears. Pete turned it down, but the message was gone. Nina looked at me. I looked at Elaine. Daniel stared toward B21. The monitors still said, "Exit available at B21." The countdown had vanished, but the instruction remained. That new fact tightened the trap worse than the locked door had. Someone outside, or somewhere in the airport system, knew enough to warn us away from the jet bridge. The signs inside were directing us toward it anyway. Pete spoke quietly. "Nobody goes near B21. The ceiling lights dimmed again. A vent above B19 gave a rattling cough, and a thread of gray smoke pushed out. Not much, not dramatic. A thin ribbon at first, visible only because it crossed under a light and smeared it. Then another vent did the same. The crowd saw it. Panic changed shape instantly. Before, people had been scared and angry. Now they were counting breaths. Sarah said, "We can't keep the kids here." "I know," Pete said. "Then where?" He looked from the grill to the service door to B21. There were no good options left. Daniel grabbed his suitcase handle. "We use B21. Pete stepped into his path. "No, you heard the radio. Great. I heard the smoke alarm. We do not know what's in that bridge. We know what's out here." Elaine's voice cut through them. "Stop, both of you. We need air, the windows." For a second, all of us looked at them like idiots discovering glass. Floor-to-ceiling panes ran along the left side of the concourse, overlooking the ramp. They were sealed, of course. Airport windows don't open. But at B20, there was an emergency exit door set into the glass wall, leading to an exterior stair down to the tarmac. A red sign above it read "Emergency, exit only, alarm WILL sound." We had ignored it because alarms felt irrelevant when alarms were already failing. Pete ran to it. The push bar was covered by a clear plastic guard. He lifted the guard and shoved. The door moved half an inch and stopped. He shoved again. Metal groaned. "Locked?" I asked. "Mag lock," he said. "Should release on alarm." "Should." He looked up at the smoke, then at the red pull station mounted beside the door. "This one may still be live." He pulled it. For one beautiful second, nothing happened. Then the alarm exploded overhead. Not a chirp now. A full, pulsing blast that filled the concourse and shook the air in my teeth. White strobes flashed along the ceiling. The children screamed. The pigeon battered itself against the bar shutter again. Far beyond the steel grille, I saw lights begin to flash near the checkpoint. The emergency exit door clicked. Pete shoved the bar. It opened 2 inches. Then a gust of wet wind hit from outside, and the door slammed back against something. Not a lock, a chain. A heavy maintenance chain looped through the exterior handle and railing outside, holding the door mostly shut. Pete stared through the gap. "Who chains an emergency exit?" Nina shouted over the alarm. "No one who wants to keep their job," Pete shouted back. Rain blew through the narrow opening, cold and smelling of jet fuel and wet concrete. Pete wedged his shoulder against the door. "I need something to cut it." Daniel held up his hands. "With what?" "Bolt cutters, fire axe, anything." "There was a maintenance closet near B19, Owen said, grimacing through pain. "By the restrooms." Pete pointed at me and Nina. "With me?" I didn't ask why me. Maybe because I was there. Maybe because I had stepped toward the desk before and marked myself as someone who would move when he hated moving. We ran to the restrooms near B19. The smoke was thicker there, still not choking, but visible now in layers under the ceiling. My lungs began to feel lined with dust. The alarm strobes turned the concourse into fragments. White flash, dark aisle, white flash, closed shop, white flash, Nina's camera banging against her chest. The maintenance closet was beside the men's restroom, beige door, keypad lock. Pete swiped his badge. The reader blinked red. He punched in a code. Red again. Power S on this one, Nina said. Wrong kind of power, Pete said. He tried another code. Red. Behind us, people were coughing. A monitor above B20 changed. Return to gate B21. I read it once and looked away. Pete took the fire extinguisher from me. I hadn't realized I de-grabbed it after the pigeon incident until it was in his hands. He swung the base into the keypad. Once. Plastic cracked. Twice. The casing broke open. Third time, sparks snapped from the wall, bright orange in the dimness. Pete jerked back, cursing, and the extinguisher slipped from his hand onto his foot. He made a sound through clenched teeth and grabbed the doorframe. You okay? I asked. No. His shoe was scuffed white where the extinguisher had landed. He tried to put weight on it and nearly buckled. Nina caught his arm. Sit down. No, Pete. No. He reached into the broken keypad housing and pulled 2 wires apart with his gloved hand. The lock clicked. The closet opened. Inside were mop buckets, paper towels, cleaning solution, spare trash bags, a ladder too tall to remove quickly, and a red-handled set of bolt cutters hanging on the back wall. Nina grabbed them. A sound came from B21. Not over the alarm, under it. A rush of voices. The crowd had broken. By the time we got back to B20, the emergency exit was still chained. Elaine and Sarah were keeping the boys low near the seats. Daniel was arguing with 3 passengers, and the man in the Patriot's cap had reached B21. He had one hand on the jet bridge handle. Pete shouted, "Do not open that door." The man either didn't hear him over the alarm or chose not to. He pulled. The door swung inward. Cold, damp air rolled out, carrying the smell of rain, oil, and something like old carpet soaked too many times. The jet bridge beyond was dark except for small floor lights along the baseboards, leading downward and slightly left toward where a plane should have been. There was no plane, just an empty jet bridge descending into black. The monitor above B21 changed. Boarding complete at the same moment, the steel grille behind us, back at B16, began to rise. People turned toward it. Hope again, brutal and immediate. Then it stopped at knee height. The smoke thickened. The emergency exit door at B20 rattled in the wind, still chained. B21 stood open, and from somewhere inside the jet bridge, a woman screamed, "Please hurry." Sarah's younger son broke free and ran, not toward B21, but away from the smoke, straight into the confusion between gates. I moved without thinking. So did everyone else. And in that second, Pete injured. The crowd split between the half-open grille, the chained emergency door, and the dark jet bridge. With the alarm hammering and smoke lowering toward our heads, the choice disappeared. Retreat was gone. The terminal had become a maze. and every exit now required us to enter the part we'd been warned not to touch. Theo disappeared behind a row of seats near B19. For 1 second, Sarah couldn't move. Her hands stayed out in front of her, fingers spread, as if she could pull him back by the shape of him. Then she screamed his name. Theo. The alarm swallowed half of it. The smoke wasn't thick enough to blind us yet, but it was getting lower, curling under the ceiling lights and spreading in ugly sheets from the vents. The strobes carved everything into pieces. People became snapshots. A man coughing into his sleeve. Elaine dragging Owen by the good arm away from the flow of bodies. Daniel standing at B21 with his suitcase in one hand and panic in his face. Pete braced against the B20 emergency door, one foot useless under him, bolt cutters clamped in both hands. And B21 stood open. Dark jet bridge. No plane. A woman crying for help from somewhere inside. A child missing in the middle. That was when my fear stopped being abstract. It stopped being about systems failing and signs lying and calls not connecting. It became a 6-year-old boy in a red hoodie vanishing under airport smoke, while his mother made the sound people make when the world suddenly asks too much of them. I dropped to my knees. Not courage, visibility. Theo, I shouted, coughing immediately. Theo, stay low, say something. Sarah tried to run past me, but Elaine caught her around the shoulders. Wait, Elaine said, let him listen. He's my son. I know, that's why you need to breathe. Sarah fought her for half a second, then folded, not giving up but focusing. She got down too. Theo, baby, call out. A small voice came from under the alarm. Mom, it was close. Thank God, it was close. I crawled between 2 rows of seats, scraping my palm against a metal bracket. The carpet was gritty with spilled pretzel salt and the small, hard crumbs that live forever in airport floors. Smoke tasted different down there. Less hot plastic, more dust. But it still scratched at the back of my throat. Theo, I said, trying not to scare him, keep talking. I'm here. Where S here? I don't know. His voice came from the far side of the seats near the shuttered bar, where the pigeon was still beating itself weakly against the metal grill. I crawled around a trash can knocked on its side and found him wedged between a support column and a row of connected chairs, both hands over his ears, face shiny with tears. He saw me and pulled away. No, hey, I said. I'm with your mom, I'm Mark. Your mom's right there. I can't hear. I know, it's loud. We're going to crawl, okay? He shook his head hard. Flash of anger went through me, not at him, at the whole stupid arrangement of adults and machines and signs that had made a child responsible for choosing a direction. So I did what I should have done with my mother more often. I stopped talking like a man solving a problem and talked like someone staying. Okay, I said, we won't move yet. We'll count to 5. Then we move together. The light strobed. 1, alarm blast. 2, cough. 3, a sharp clang from B20. 4, someone shouted, the chain. 5, Theo grabbed my sleeve. We crawled back together. Sarah reached for him and made a sound that hurt to hear. She pulled him flat against her chest, one hand cupping the back of his head, then looked at me through watering eyes. Thank you, I wanted to say, "It's fine," but it wasn't, and the words wouldn't fit. At B20, Pete had cut one side of the chain. The bolt cutters had done it, but not cleanly. The chain still looped through the exterior handle and railing, twisted under tension by the wind. Pete's injured foot dragged behind him every time he shifted. Nina stood beside him, holding the door open as far as it would go, rain blowing across her camera and hair. Daniel was there too now, one hand braced against the doorframe, the other holding the chain steady with his jacket wrapped around his palm. Again, Daniel shouted. Pete reset the bolt cutters. His face had gone a color I didn't like. Gray-green, slick with sweat. He squeezed. Nothing. "Come on," Nina said. Pete squeezed harder, teeth bared. The chain bit into the cutter jaws but didn't snap. "Let me try," Daniel said. Pete shook his head. "Pete, I've got it, you don't." That could have turned into another argument, but Elaine arrived with Owen beside her, his injured arm pinned in the scarf. She looked at Pete once and said, "Sit down before you collapse." "I'm fine." "You are not fine. You are useful. Stay useful." Maybe it was the librarian voice. Maybe it was exhaustion. Pete let Daniel take the bolt cutters. Daniel set his jaw, planted one shoe against the doorframe, and squeezed with everything in him. For a second, nothing happened. Then the chain snapped. The sound was small under the alarm, just a hard metallic tick, but everyone near B20 felt it like a bell. The emergency door blew open into the storm, slamming against its stop. Wet air rushed into the terminal, cold enough to cut through the smoke. People surged toward it. "Stop," Pete shouted. "Stop." Stairs, single file, outside, the emergency stair dropped from the terminal wall down toward the ramp. It was metal, slick with rain, lit by one yellow fixture that flickered under the overhang. Beyond it were service lanes, baggage carts, blue taxiway lights, and the black shape of the airport at night. Not safety exactly, but air, space, a way out. Then a vehicle horn blared below. A baggage tug shot past the bottom of the stairs, driver leaning forward under a rain hood, completely unaware a door above it opened. Wind shoved rain through the doorway, and the metal landing trembled under it. Pete grabbed the doorframe. "Nobody goes down until we know ramp traffic sees us." "Are you joking?" Daniel said. "There's smoke in here, and jet engines outside. There's no plane at the gate. There are active service roads." A woman behind us yelled, "Move." The crowd pressed harder. Sarah had both boys now. Theo was coughing. Miles was trying not to cry and failing quietly, which somehow hurt worse. Pete lifted his radio again. "Ramp control, emergency egress at B20. Passengers at ramp stairs. Stop traffic. Static. Ramp control, nothing." Nina leaned out the door, camera strap whipping in the wind. "There's a flashing light down there. Maybe a call box." Pete looked. "There's an emergency ramp phone at the bottom landing." "Great," Daniel said. "We go down." "One person goes down," Pete said. "They stop traffic and call up." "I'll go," Daniel said immediately. No one expected that. Even he seemed surprised after saying it. Pete stared at him. "You sure?" "No," Daniel threw his suitcase aside. "But I'm already wet." He stepped onto the landing. The wind grabbed him. The stair was slick. He took 3 steps down, one hand on the railing, shoes skidding. Halfway down, the yellow light flickered out, came back, then died subside completely. Daniel became a dark shape against runway glow. "Slow," Pete yelled. Daniel kept moving. A service cart horn blasted from somewhere left. Daniel froze. "Stay where you are," Pete shouted. Below, headlights swung around a corner. Another baggage tug came too fast through the rain, towing 3 empty carts that fishtailed behind it. Daniel was on the stairs, not the road, but the bottom landing jutted close enough that one loose cart could clip the rail. He pressed himself flat against the stair railing. The tug passed. The last cart bounced in a puddle and slammed against the base of the stairs. The whole staircase jolted. People screamed. Daniel slipped. He caught the railing with both hands and dropped to one knee hard. Even over the alarm, I heard him curse in pain, but he didn't fall. He got up limping and reached the bottom. He staggered to a red emergency box mounted beside the stair supports and yanked it open. For the first time that night, something worked. A blue strobe flashed outside the box. A siren whooped once below us, different from the terminal alarm. Daniel lifted the phone. He shouted into it. We couldn't hear words, but we saw his hand cutting through the air toward the stairs, toward the terminal, toward the smoke behind us. Then he looked up and gave one sharp thumbs up. Relief hit the crowd too fast. People pushed. Pete and I both stepped in front of the doorway. "Children first," Pete yelled. "Anyone who pushes waits." The mother with the 2 kids went first, guided by Nina, who had looped her camera strap around her wrist and put the camera away at last. Elaine helped Owen toward the doorway, but he pulled back. "Get older people first," he said. Elaine blinked at him. "I'm serious. You can barely stand. I can stand." Elaine's mouth tightened with something like pride and annoyance mixed together. "Fine, but you stay where I can see you." Passengers began going out slowly, crouched against rain and smoke, Pete calling rhythm over the alarm. 1 on the landing. 1 on the stairs. Hold the rail. Keep moving. It might have worked. It almost worked. Then B-21's jet bridge alarm sounded. A different sound, lower, mechanical, from the open darkness at the end of the concourse. The jet bridge began to retract, not from a plane, from the building. The open tunnel shifted with a groan, its wheels or mechanisms somewhere outside grinding against wet concrete. The base floor trembled. The door frame at B-21 shuddered. From inside came the woman's voice. "No, no, please." Everyone stopped. Even the passengers on the stair looked back. Pete's face twisted. Damn it. A figure appeared in the jet bridge darkness. A woman crawling toward the terminal. She was maybe 30, blonde hair stuck to her face, wearing a Navy airline vest over a white shirt. Her knee left a dark smear on the floor behind her. She dragged one leg like it belonged to someone else. Around her neck hung the missing blue lanyard from the gate desk. Nina whispered, "She's staff." The woman reached the threshold and collapsed half in, half out of the jet bridge. "My name's Claire," she gasped. "Don't let him close it." Claire Donnelly, 32, female, an airline operations agent from Providence, had been working an overnight irregular operations shift when, according to what little she could say between coughs, she went to B-21 after the gate showed an unauthorized open. Someone struck her in the jet bridge, access badge, radio, and tablet. She had been trapped inside while the door cycled, locked and unlocked from the gate system. That was our answer, or the first piece of it. Someone human was doing this. Then a man stepped out behind her. He wore a high-visibility rain jacket over dark clothes, with a hood pulled tight and a black mask covering the lower half of his face. For one insane second, my mind tried to make him airport staff. He had the jacket. He had gloves. He had posture that looked official if you were scared enough to need official. But in his right hand was a pry bar. In his left was Claire's tablet. Pete saw the tablet and said, "That's how he's doing the signs." The man looked at the evacuation at B-20, at Daniel below on the phone, at the passengers still inside, and then at us. He didn't shout. He didn't perform. He moved fast. He grabbed Claire by the back of her vest and hauled her backward into the jet bridge. She screamed. I ran, again, not courage. A decision too quick to argue with. Nina ran beside me. Pete tried to follow and nearly fell. Elaine shouted my name. The smoke dragged at my throat. The strobes made the open, jet bridge seem to lurch closer and farther away with each flash. The man lifted the pry bar. I slowed. That probably saved my skull. He swung at head height. The bar passed close enough that I felt air move by my cheek. It smashed into the gate podium instead, cracking plastic from the scanner mount. Nina hit him from the side with the bolt cutters. Not the sharp end. The handles. A desperate, ugly swing into his ribs. He grunted and stumbled, but didn't go down. I grabbed Claire under both arms and pulled. She screamed again, this time from pain. Her injured leg caught on the threshold. Blood had soaked through her trouser knee. "Sorry," I said, though the word was useless. The man recovered and lunged at Nina. She tried to back away, slipped on rainwater tracked in from the open emergency door, and went down hard on one hip. Her camera hit the floor with a crack. The man raised the pry bar. Daniel came out of nowhere. He had run back up from the stairs. His limp made him uneven, but momentum carried him into the man's side. They crashed into the gate desk together. The monitor tipped, hit the counter, and went black. The tablet skidded across the floor toward the cue posts. Pete shouted, "Get the tablet." Owen moved before anyone else did. Injured arm held tight against his chest. He kicked the tablet with his shoe, sliding it under a row of seats near B-20. The man saw it go and shoved Daniel off him. Then he pulled something from his jacket. Not a gun, a box cutter. Small, silver, real. That was worse in a way. It made him less cinematic and more likely. Everyone froze except Claire, who kept trying to crawl away. The man pointed the blade at Daniel, then at me. His voice came muffled through the mask. "Back off." Pete stood between him and the remaining passengers. His face was wet with sweat and rain. He had no weapon. One foot barely held him. "You're done," Pete said. The man laughed once. "No, I'm not." Below, outside, another siren began. Faint but approaching. Maybe airport police. Maybe fire. Maybe just ramp response. The man heard it. His eyes shifted toward B-21. The jet bridge was still retracting slowly, pulling away from the terminal mechanism by mechanism. If he got back into it, maybe he could climb down to the ramp. exit. Maybe he had planned this as a theft, a data breach, a way to trap staff while he accessed restricted systems and passenger information. I didn't know. I only knew he was between us and the truth of the night, holding a blade. Claire, still on the floor, whispered, "He locked the exits. He said smoke would move people." Nina, breathing hard beside me, looked at the broken camera in her hands. Then she smiled. Not happy, not sane exactly, practical. "My flash still works," she said. The man turned his head. She raised the camera and fired the flash straight into his face. White light burst in the dim terminal. He flinched hard, one hand going to his eyes. Pete moved. So did Daniel. So did I. It was not clean. Nobody tackled like a hero. Pete hit the man high and collapsed with him because his bad foot gave way. Daniel grabbed the knife hand and got cut across the palm. He shouted and held on. I grabbed the pry bar because it was closest, and because I was afraid if I reached for the man's body, he'd cut me too. The man thrashed. Elaine appeared with one of the cue belts. She had unhooked it from the post and brought the heavy stanchion strap like a leash. She looped it around his forearm while Daniel forced his wrist down. Nina kicked the box cutter away. It skittered under the gate desk. Owen, pale and shaking, put his foot on it. The man drove his elbow backward into my mouth. Pain exploded along my teeth. I tasted blood. My grip slipped. He nearly got free. Then Sarah hit him with the fire extinguisher. Not in the head, in the shoulder. A hard, controlled blow from someone who understood bodies and damage better than the rest of us. He dropped. Pete rolled on top of him, gasping. "Belt," Pete said. Elaine tightened the cue strap around the man's wrists. Daniel, bleeding badly from his palm now, wrapped his tie around the bindings and pulled until the man cursed into the carpet. Outside, voices shouted up the stairs. "Airport police, stay where you are." For the first time all night, that command sounded beautiful. The remaining passengers began moving again, guided by ramp personnel below and a firefighter coming up the stairs in a helmet slick with rain. The smoke inside was still spreading, but the open emergency door and storm air thinned it enough to breathe. Theo clung to Sarah's leg. Owen sat on the floor with his back against a seat, shaking from pain and adrenaline. Nina held her cracked camera like an injured animal. Elaine's cardigan sleeve was torn. Pete lay on his side, one hand on the restrained man's back, eyes closed but open enough to answer when the firefighter asked his name. Claire was lifted onto a backboard at B21. She grabbed my sleeve as they passed. "The gates," she said. "I know." "No," her fingers tightened. "Not just B21. He had others cued." "What does that mean?" But the paramedic told her not to talk, and her grip slipped away. Behind us, the monitors were dead where we had smashed or disconnected them. B21's screen hung black. The printer had stopped. The jet bridge had retracted halfway into the dark and sat there at an angle, rain blowing through its open end. Airport police cuffed the man properly and cut away Elaine's improvised strap. One officer read him rights over the alarm and coughing and rain. The man said nothing now. Without motion, without the pry bar, he looked smaller. Not harmless, never harmless, but human in the ugliest possible way. Daniel sat on the carpet near me, his bleeding hand wrapped in paper towels from the maintenance closet. "You okay?" he asked. My mouth hurt too much to answer normally, so I nodded. He looked toward B21. For the record, I was right that it was a person. I spat blood into a napkin and said thickly, "You were wrong about opening the door." He considered that, then gave one short nod. Fair. Outside, passengers descended the stairs one by one into rain and flashing ramp lights. Firefighters moved into the concourse with thermal cameras and extinguishers. Somewhere behind the grill at B16, another team was cutting through or overriding the barrier. The alarm still pulsed, but now it belonged to people who knew what to do with it. The conflict had resolved in the only way real things resolve: messily, with injuries, with questions still standing in the corners. I looked at my phone. One bar. A message from Laura came through. "Mom is okay. Wrist sprain. Where are you?" I tried to type, but my hands were shaking too badly. Blood from my split lip dotted the screen. Nina sat beside me on the carpet, rainwater in her hair, smoke on her face, and said, "You should call her." "I can't. Because of service." I looked at the cracked black monitor at B21, at the boarding passes scattered near the printer, at the open jet bridge that had led nowhere anyone should have gone. "No," I said. This time the failure was mine, and it had a signal. They took us out through the rain. Not dramatically. Not in a line of survivors walking away from fire, while sirens painted our faces red and blue. Real evacuations have too many pauses for that. They have people asking if they should bring their roller bags. They have a firefighter telling a grown man, "Sir, leave the suitcase," 3 times before finally taking it from his hand and setting it aside. They have children crying because they lost a stuffed animal, and adults crying because they almost lost a child. We went down the B20 stairs one at a time, hands tight on the wet rail. The metal steps shook under each foot. Rain blew sideways under the terminal overhang, cold enough to make my split lip sting. Down on the ramp, the world looked wrong from ground level. Planes were no longer sleek things seen through glass. They were huge, dented-looking bodies parked under sodium lights, with hoses and carts and orange cones clustered around them like medical equipment around a hospital bed. Ramp workers in reflective jackets formed a path for us with their bodies. Airport police kept shouting for people to keep moving toward a bus parked near a service lane. Firefighters went up as we came down, masks hanging from their necks, thermal cameras in hand. One of them glanced at the blood on my mouth and said, "You need EMS." I nodded because nodding was easier than speaking. Behind me, Daniel came down with his injured hand wrapped in a towel already soaked through. He kept looking at the stair treads like he expected them to drop away. Nina followed, one arm around Claire's tablet, in an evidence bag an officer had handed her after realizing she had seen where it slid. Her camera hung against her chest with a cracked casing and a dangling battery door. She touched it once, almost apologetically. Pete did not walk down the stairs. They carried him. He argued about it until the paramedic told him, "You can either be carried now or fall halfway down and make my paperwork worse. That shut him up. Elaine came with Owen, who insisted he could walk, then nearly fainted halfway to the bus. His elbow had swollen into a shape elbows are not supposed to make. Elaine kept one hand on his back and one hand on the rail, steady as a bridge cable. Sarah had both boys pressed to her sides. Theo's red hoodie was smeared black at the sleeves from the carpet under the seats. Miles kept asking whether the pigeon was going to die in the bar. Sarah answered him honestly. "I don't know, honey." That was when I understood she was a nurse before anyone told me. Not because she used medical words, because she didn't hand out fake certainty just because a child wanted it. They loaded us into a shuttle bus with the heat turned too high. The windows fogged almost immediately. Through the blurred glass, I watched the terminal wall recede behind us. B-20's emergency door stood open above the stairs, flashing white from strobes inside. B-21's jet bridge sat crooked and half retracted, its dark mouth angled toward the ramp with no aircraft attached. A police SUV stopped beside it. 2 officers moved toward the jet bridge with flashlights raised. The bus turned before I could see inside. At a service building near the edge of the ramp, they separated us into groups. Injured passengers to the left, families with children to the right. Anyone who had physically interacted with the attacker was asked to stay available for statements. Nobody liked that phrase, "stay available," as if we had somewhere else to go. Inside, the service building smelled like wet uniforms, coffee, printer toner, and the rubber mats people had been tracking rain across for years. It had fluorescent lights and beige walls, and a vending machine with a handwritten note taped over the card reader. "Cash only, sorry." That note nearly broke me. After the signs and fake boarding calls and dead phones, something about a normal broken vending machine felt obscene. Like the world had switched back to ordinary without asking permission. A paramedic cleaned my lip with something that burned. "Any loose teeth?" "No. Bite feel normal." "Nothing feels normal." She looked at me for half a second, then wrote something on a clipboard. "Fair." Daniel sat 2 chairs over while another medic wrapped his palm. The cut was long but shallow enough to avoid surgery, according to the woman treating him. He kept asking if there would be a scar, then acting like he didn't care about the answer. When the medic said probably, he nodded once and stared at his shoes. "Could have been worse," he said. Nobody disagreed. Nina sat on the floor instead of a chair, back against the wall, knees drawn up, broken camera in her lap. An airport police detective asked if the memory card was intact. She looked at him like he had asked about a family member. "It should be," she said. "We'll need it. I know. You'll get a receipt." She gave a tiny laugh. "Great. That fixes it." The detective, to his credit, did not argue. Owen's elbow turned out not to be broken, but the ligaments were badly sprained, and the medic told him he would need imaging after he got home. He took that news quietly until someone mentioned calling his emergency contact. Then his face changed. "My dad's in Phoenix," he said. "We can call him." Owen nodded, but his eyes went glossy. Elaine, sitting beside him with her torn cardigan sleeve folded into her lap, said, "Would "Would you like me to stay while you call?" He nodded again. She did stay. That was Elaine. She had been trying to get to Boise to meet a baby, and instead she spent 3 hours under fluorescent lights, helping a stranger's son tell his father he was scared. Pete's foot was fractured. 2 small bones, one paramedic said, after a portable X-ray unit arrived from an airport medical station. Pete swore more at that diagnosis than he had at the attacker. "I've worked 21 years without breaking a foot," he said. Paramedic said, "You also fought a man with a pry bar tonight, so your streak had competition." Pete looked over at us. "I didn't fight him, I fell on him." "Still counts," Daniel said. Pete pointed at him. "You're concussed." "I'm not." "You ran back up wet stairs to tackle a criminal." Daniel looked down at his bandaged hand. "That doesn't prove concussion." For the first time since B-21, some of us laughed. Not much, not cleanly, but enough that the room loosened by 1 notch. The legal part started before sunrise. 2 detectives from Massachusetts State Police took statements, then a Massport police lieutenant, then someone from the airline's corporate security team who wore a suit over a polo shirt and kept saying incident like it was a container big enough to hold everything. We told the story in pieces because that is how memory works after fear. Nobody remembered the same minute the same way. Nina's photos filled gaps. The flickering gate displays, the printed passes, the service door, the chained emergency exit, the attacker's tablet on the floor before Owen kicked it, Claire crawling out of the bridge, the man's face half lit by the camera flash, one eye squeezed shut, pry bar raised. When they showed me that image on a tablet, I had to look away. "Do you recognize him?" the detective asked. "No," he paused. "His name is Andrew Voss, 44, former subcontractor for a maintenance systems vendor. Badge revoked 8 months ago after termination dispute. That was almost worse than not knowing. A ghost might have stayed a ghost. A former contractor had an address, a payroll history, an expired access profile, and enough knowledge of airport systems to make ordinary things behave badly. "Was he trying to hurt us?" I asked. The detective did not answer right away. "We're still determining motive." "That means yes, but you can't say." "It means we're still determining motive." Later, from scraps of conversation and one news alert that hit our phones before anyone officially briefed us, we learned the outline. Voss had used stolen credentials and a still active vendor maintenance route to enter a service area before midnight. He had accessed a gate management terminal, manipulated signage, and triggered or exploited a series of security and facility failures. The smoke came from an overloaded power module in a ceiling equipment cabinet near B-19. Whether he caused that overload deliberately or simply used it when it happened remained unclear. The chained B-20 exit was deliberate. So was Claire. He had attacked her when she responded to B-21, stolen her tablet and lanyard, and used her access to make the terminal speak in a voice passengers would obey. Not perfectly, not magically, just enough. A wrong sign here, a locked gate there, a message that looked official when everyone was tired and scared and trained from birth to follow airport instructions. The destinations were not mystical either. NUL had been a system placeholder. Hollow and Mercy were test labels in a maintenance environment, apparently old ones, names some developer or contractor had typed years earlier and forgotten. That explanation made sense. It also didn't help much. The words had still appeared above us at midnight, while a man used them to move bodies through space. Claire survived. Her knee was badly damaged, and she had a concussion. I only saw her once more that morning, being wheeled past us toward an ambulance bay with a blanket over her shoulders. She looked smaller in daylight, which had started to turn the service lot gray through the high windows. She saw Pete and lifted 2 fingers. He lifted 2 back. No speech, no big moment. They were too tired for that. At 5:18 a.m., I finally called Laura. She answered on the first ring. "Where the hell have you been?" That was my sister. Fear first, then anger, then love buried under both. I tried to explain. The airport, the lockdown, the smoke, the man, the evacuation, the police. The words came out swollen because of my lip, and halfway through, Laura stopped interrupting. "Mark," she said quietly, "are you hurt? A little. How little? Stitches maybe. Jesus. How's Mom?" She sprained her wrist. "She's okay. She's sleeping." I sat down on a plastic chair beside a vending machine that only took cash and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry," I said, "for being trapped in an airport, for not being there." Laura exhaled. I could hear kitchen sounds on her end, a cabinet closing softly, the hum of the refrigerator, a normal house at a horrible hour. "You can't be everywhere," she said. "I haven't been anywhere useful." That sat between us. Then she said, "Come home. Start there." So I did. Not immediately. Airports do not reward trauma with efficiency. We were kept until statements were complete, medical checks finished, and police decided who needed follow-up interviews. Flights were canceled and rebooked. Some passengers went to hotels. Some refused to fly at all. Sarah rented a car and drove back to Connecticut with both boys sleeping in the back seat before the sun was fully up. Daniel, his hand bandaged and suit ruined, offered to pay for their rental upgrade and pretended it was because he had points to burn. Elaine missed the first day with her grandchild. She told me, while airport staff handed out meal vouchers that felt like an insult and a kindness at the same time, that the baby would not remember. "I will," she added. Owen's airline put him on a later flight to Phoenix with assistance. Elaine waited with him until boarding, even though her own rebooking was at another terminal. Nina gave her memory card to police and then sat staring at the empty camera body, as if part of her had been checked into evidence too. Pete was taken to the hospital and suspended from work pending review, which made him laugh in a way I didn't like. "Review," he said from the stretcher. "I'll put that on my cast." He was cleared weeks later, commended eventually, but not before forms, interviews, and one local news segment that called him a hero custodian, which he told me later made him want to disappear into a floor buffer. The attacker's name appeared in articles by evening. Andrew Voss, former vendor technician, facing charges that seemed both severe and too tidy: assault, unlawful entry, reckless endangerment, interference with airport operations, tampering with safety systems, and more I can't remember. reporters described a security incident and a localized evacuation. They did not describe the smell of hot plastic getting lower over your head. They did not describe the way a false exit sign can make decent people shove one another. They did not describe Theo under the seats, counting to 5 with his hands over his ears. That part stayed with me. So did B21. I got home 31 hours after I was supposed to. My mother cried when she saw my lip, and then told me I looked terrible, which meant she was scared and loved me and wanted control over the conversation. Her wrist was wrapped. Her hair was thinner than I remembered. Laura watched us from the doorway with crossed arms, exhausted enough that irritation had become part of her skeleton. I stayed a week, not because I became a better person overnight. People don't. But because something in Terminal B had stripped away the nice lie I had been using. That responsibility is the same as proximity if you send enough money and answer enough emails. Sometimes you have to be in the room. Sometimes all you can do is sit there while someone else hurts, but sitting there matters. The airport reopened the B gates the next day. That bothered me too. I knew it had to. Planes move. People work. Systems fail and get patched. A terminal cannot become a monument because 30 strangers had the worst night of their lives inside it. The world has no patience for private hauntings. But a month later, when I had to fly again for work, I changed my route to avoid Boston. 6 months later, I stopped pretending that was temporary. I still fly. I don't love it, but I do it. I watch the gate boards more than I should. I check where the emergency exits are. I read the little names on staff badges without meaning to. If a monitor flickers, my body notices before my mind does. Once, in Minneapolis, a gate display changed from boarding to closed and back again. A normal glitch. The gate agent rolled her eyes and tapped the monitor with 2 fingers. "Systems having a morning," she said. Everyone laughed. I didn't. The last official letter I received about the case said Voss had likely acted alone. That was the phrase, likely acted alone. It listed evidence, access logs, interviews, device records. It explained that the strange destination labels were harmless test data, that the false instructions were manually triggered, that the dead phones were partly caused by a localized equipment failure, and partly by storm interference. It was thorough. It was reasonable. I keep it in a drawer with my damaged boarding pass from that night. The paper has faded now. The ink was never good to begin with. You can barely read in UL unless you angle it toward a lamp. My name, the broken version of it, has almost disappeared. But there is one thing the reports never explained. Nina sent me a copy of her recovered photos after the investigation ended. Most were exactly what I remembered. B21, the printer, the green reader, the smoke under the lights, Claire's lanyard, the attacker turning from the flash. The last image in the folder was time stamped 12:46 a.m. after the attacker had been restrained and the monitors near B21 had gone black. It showed the departures board over B18. Everyone in the photo was looking away from it. Police, firefighters, passengers, me with blood on my mouth, Daniel holding his wrapped hand. The board should have been dead. Instead, one line glowed at the bottom. No gate number, no time, just a destination field. Mercy, canceled. I have tried to explain that one too. Reflection, cached display, corrupted data, a photo artifact from the cracked camera. Something ordinary caught at the wrong angle, at the wrong time, by a machine that had already been through too much. That is the explanation I use. It works most days, not all of them. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is: a spam email accurately predicted the exact time my power would go out. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. At 9:17 p.m., my laptop screen dimmed by itself. Not off, not asleep, just dimmed, like someone had gently lowered a hand over the glass. The apartment around me kept humming along the way apartments do when you're alone at night. The refrigerator clicked and settled. The baseboard heater gave off its dry, dusty smell. Somewhere above me, in the old plaster bones of the building, a pipe knocked 3 times and then quit. I looked from the screen to the lamp beside my couch, expecting the bulb to flicker or the whole room to sag into darkness, but nothing else changed. Then the email notification slid in from the corner of my screen. Subject: your power will fail 89:23 p.m. I stared at it for a second, more irritated than afraid, because that's what spam does first. It annoys you. It interrupts whatever normal little thing you were trying to finish and makes the world feel cheap. I almost deleted it without opening it. My name is Nathan Bell. I'm 32, and at the time I lived on the 3rd floor of a converted brick mill building in Lowell, Massachusetts, a place with tall windows, uneven floors, and radiators that clanged like someone dropping tools in the walls. I worked from home doing customer support for a payroll software company, which meant I spent most nights apologizing to strangers because a time card didn't sync or a direct deposit had taken 1 business day longer than promised. I was good at sounding calm. That was the thing people noticed about me. Calm voice, calm emails, calm little jokes when a system crashed. The truth was uglier than that. I hated not knowing what was coming next. Not in a poetic way. I mean, I checked locks twice. I saved receipts. I kept a flashlight in the kitchen drawer and another in the nightstand, both loaded with fresh batteries. I had a cheap emergency radio I'd bought after a winter storm knocked power out on my block for 9 hours the year before. I had a habit of reading outage maps when the lights flickered, even if the weather outside was clear. So when an email told me the exact time my power would fail, the reasonable part of my mind said, "Spam filter missed one." The other part quietly looked at the clock. 9:18. I clicked it, The message body was mostly blank white space, with one line of text in a plain black font. At 9:23 p.m., Unit 3B will lose power. Do not use the stairs after. Below that, there was an unsubscribe link that looked fake, a footer full of broken characters, and a sender name pretending to be my electric utility. The address was wrong by a mile. Some string of letters at a domain I'd never heard of. I laughed once through my nose. "Nice try," I said to nobody. My own voice sounded thin in the room. The apartment was otherwise comfortable in that half-messy, post-work way that makes a place feel lived in rather than dirty. A mug with old tea sat on the coffee table. A fleece blanket had slid halfway off the couch. My dinner plate, still smelling faintly of garlic and red pepper flakes, was balanced on a stack of unopened mail. Outside the window, the Merrimack River was a dark strip behind the mill parking lot, and the streetlights made long orange ladders across the wet pavement. It had rained earlier, not hard, just enough to turn every passing car into a whisper and a hiss. I checked the email headers because that's the kind of person I am. Not an expert, just stubborn. The message had bounced through a few servers, or looked like it had. There was no attachment, no obvious link besides the fake unsubscribe. It had landed in my main inbox, not spam. That bothered me more than the words did. My phone buzzed against the cushion beside me. It was Jess. Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, lived one floor below me in 2B, and had become my closest friend in the building through the slow, accidental process of shared package theft complaints, hallway chats, and one long evening when her kitchen sink backed up, and I helped her bail gray water into a storage bin until maintenance arrived. Jess was a paramedic with Lowell General, practical in a way that made other people seem decorative. She had short brown hair she cut herself and a habit of saying exactly what she meant. She also knew I could spiral if given enough empty space and a weird enough detail. Her text read, "Did your lights just do anything weird?" I sat forward. The couch springs gave a soft metallic creak. I typed back, my laptop dimmed. "Why?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. Lamp flickered twice. Probably nothing. Then, after another second, building wiring is held together with chewing gum and landlord optimism that should have settled me. Jess was right. The building was old. The wiring had quirks. The hallway lights sometimes buzzed if someone ran the dryer in the basement laundry. Once, my microwave had tripped a breaker because I'd had the space heater on in the bedroom. I looked back at the email. 9:19. 4 minutes. I took a screenshot because evidence made me feel better, even when it didn't help. Then I forwarded the message to Jess with the caption, "Since we're enjoying electrical omens tonight." She called instead of texting. "What the hell is this?" she said when I picked up. "No hello, Nathan. It's spam. It says Unit 3B. I know. That's your unit. I also know that." There was a pause, and in it I heard the background of her apartment. Water running, a cabinet closing, the low tinny murmur of a television she wasn't watching. "You put your unit number on anything sketchy lately?" she asked. "No, Tenant portal maintenance request. Sure, but that's not sketchy. That's how I beg a man named Dan to fix the bathroom fan. Dan is sketchy. He has a neck tattoo of a wrench. That's commitment to the brand. Jess didn't laugh. I leaned back, then didn't like having my back to the window and sat forward again. Look, I said, the email probably scraped my info from some data broker thing. Name, address, apartment number. Then it throws a scary time in there, so I click a link. Did you click a link? No, Nate. I opened the email. I didn't click anything inside it. The use of Nate meant she was worried, but trying not to sound worried, which somehow made it worse. A soft thump came from the hallway. I turned my head. It was the kind of sound old buildings make all the time. A door closing somewhere. A delivery bag set down. A neighbor's boot hitting a loose stair tread. Still, my apartment seemed to tighten around it. The lamp on the side table had a beige shade that turned everything yellow at the edges. The corners of the room looked farther away than usual. You hear that? I asked. Hear what? Nothing. Hallway. Do you want me to come up? No, I said too fast. That was another flaw of mine, though I wouldn't have called it that then. I hated needing help almost as much as I hated uncertainty. Need made you visible. Need meant someone could later remember you as the guy who panicked over a spam email. I'm fine, I added. Sure, Jess said. You sound deeply fine. I checked the clock. 9:20, 3 minutes. On my laptop, the cursor blinked at the end of the email like it was waiting for a reply. Maybe I should flip the breaker myself at 9:22 and prove it wrong, I said. That is possibly the dumbest controlled experiment I've heard today. You hear a lot of dumb experiments. I work with men who stand on wet roofs holding aluminum ladders. Fair. Another sound came from the hallway. This one was more distinct. A scrape, metal on painted wood. I stood up before deciding to. My phone stayed pressed to my ear. Floorboards flexed cold under my socks as I crossed the living room toward the door. Nathan, Jess said, someone S outside. Don't open it. I'm not opening it. Then why are you whispering? I hadn't noticed I was. The apartment door had a peephole, but the peephole was old and scratched, turning everyone into a cloudy oval. I approached it slowly, annoyed at myself for moving slowly, annoyed at the building for having narrow hallways and bad lighting and doors that didn't fit tight in their frames. When I looked through, I saw the hall, empty. The third floor corridor ran left toward the stairs and right toward the elevator, though elevator was generous. It was an old freight-style lift with a gate and a temperament. The hallway carpet was the color of oatmeal and smelled faintly of damp wool. One overhead fixture worked. The other had been out for 2 weeks, leaving a dim patch near my door. On the floor outside, partly blocking my threshold, was a folded piece of white paper. I stepped back. What? Jess asked. There's something outside my door. Like what? Paper. Do not open the door. I need to see what it is. No, you absolutely do not. That is the opposite of need. It might be from management. At 9:20 at night, Dan keeps weird hours. Dan texts in all caps and smells like cigarettes. He doesn't leave Victorian calling cards. She was right again. I hated that. I looked through the peephole a second time, pressing my hand flat against the door to steady myself. Nothing moved. The hallway had that institutional quiet that never fully becomes silence. Somewhere, maybe downstairs, a dog gave one sharp bark. A radiator ticked behind the wall. The paper didn't move. "What exactly does the email say?" Jess asked. I repeated it. She went quiet. The call filled with a faint hiss. "Jess, do not use the stairs after," she said. "Yeah, after the power goes out, I assume." That's oddly specific. That's the part you find odd. Specific is worse than weird, she said. Weird can be random. Specific means someone has a plan. That sentence lodged itself somewhere under my ribs. I looked at the clock. 9:21, 2 minutes. My laptop made a notification sound. Not the bright little chime for email. Something duller. A system alert. I turned around and saw the battery icon flash even though it was plugged in. Power source, battery. The lamp stayed on. The room stayed yellow. Laptop apparently had stopped receiving power. I crossed back and checked the charger. It was seated in the wall. The little brick on the cord was warm. The outlet strip showed a red switch glowing steadily. I unplugged the charger and plugged it back in. "Nothing. Nathan," Jess said, "talk to me. My outlet just died." "Only the outlet, seems like it." I plugged the laptop charger into the outlet beside the couch. It connected with a tiny, cheerful tone. "Power source, adapter." "Okay," I said. "Different outlet works. Breaker issue, maybe, or your charger was loose." I checked it. "Okay." She was using her work voice now. Calm, clean, stripped of drama. I imagined her standing in her kitchen with one hand on the counter, already looking toward her door. From above, there came a sudden burst of laughter. Male, loud, drunk, or pretending to be. It cut through the ceiling, followed by a heavy footstep and something rolling across a floor. My upstairs neighbor, probably. The normal explanation arrived right on time, as if embarrassed to be late. I exhaled. "See," I said, though I wasn't sure what I meant. The apartment light flickered, once. Not dramatic, not movie-like, just a tiny shiver in the bulb, enough to make the room blink and return. The refrigerator motor coughed, caught itself, and kept running. In the wall, something gave a low electrical buzz that rose and fell like a trapped insect. My phone vibrated against my cheek with another incoming call. I pulled it away to look. Mom, of course. My mother, Linda Bell, 59, female, lived in Worcester and had the timing of a smoke detector. She called whenever I was driving in bad weather, cooking with a dull knife, or trying not to worry about something. She was loving in a way that often felt like being wrapped in a blanket someone kept tightening. I let it ring through. I couldn't handle her voice layered over Jess's, and the email, and the clock. 9:22. 1 minute. "Nathan," Jess said, "come downstairs." I thought I wasn't supposed to use the stairs after. It's not after. That made me look toward the door again. The paper was still there outside. I could picture it exactly, even through the door. A single folded rectangle under the bad hallway light. Maybe nothing. Maybe a takeout menu. Maybe a notice about pest control. Maybe one of the upstairs guy's receipts slipped from his pocket. Maybe not. "I don't like this," I said. "I know. That doesn't happen often. You admitting you don't like something, me saying it out loud, then come downstairs." The practical part of me began stacking reasons. If the power did go out, the elevator would stop working. The stairwell had emergency lights, at least in theory. Jess was a paramedic. Being with another person was better than standing alone in my apartment, watching a clock like an idiot. Another part resisted. Leaving meant accepting that the email had changed my behavior. Leaving meant the person or bot or whatever had gotten exactly what spam wants, a reaction. The laptop clock turned to 9:23. For one clean second, nothing happened. I almost smiled. Then the apartment went black. Not just the lamp, everything. The refrigerator stopped mid-hum. The heater clicked dead. The Wi-Fi router on the bookshelf lost its row of blue lights, one after another, so quickly they seemed to be swallowed. Outside my window, the streetlights in the parking lot stayed on. Across the river, the mill offices glowed. The outage was not the city, not the block, just us. In the dark, my laptop screen became the brightest thing in the room. Its battery glow lit the couch, the mug, my own hands, and the open email with its one stupid line. The hallway outside my door made a soft mechanical sound, a click, then another, like someone testing a lock. "Nathan," Jess said very quietly. "I'm here. My power's out too." I didn't answer. The paper outside my door slid inward. Not all the way. Just enough for the edge to appear under the bottom gap, white against the dark floorboards. I watched it move, slowly, deliberately. Then it stopped. On the phone, Jess said, "Do you come down or do I come up?" I stood barefoot in the dark with my laptop open behind me, my dead apartment around me, and a folded note halfway under my door. And for the first time all night, neither choice felt safe. The note lay there like it had been pushed in by a careful hand. Just the corner of it at first, bright in the laptop glow, then another inch, then enough that I could see it had been folded twice. Whoever was on the other side of my door didn't shove it. They fed it through slowly, giving me time to understand that there was a person in the hallway, close enough to kneel outside my apartment, close enough to hear me breathing if I made too much noise. I kept the phone against my ear. Jess said, "Nathan." I didn't answer right away. My throat had tightened in a stupid, physical way, like I'd swallowed something too big. The paper stopped moving. From the hallway came one tiny sound, a fingernail tapping once against the bottom of the door. Not a knock, not enough to announce themselves, just enough to say, "I'm here." "Someone's outside," I whispered. Jess inhaled sharply, then forced herself steady. "Lock check, chain, deadbolt and chain. Do not open it. I'm not." Look through the peephole again. The thought of putting my eye to that little scratched circle made my stomach clench. I imagined someone standing on the other side, face pressed close, waiting to meet me through the glass. "I can't see without the hall light," I said. "Try anyway." The laptop screen was my only light. Its glow stopped at the rug and left the door in a flat block of shadow. I moved carefully, not because I thought floorboards could betray me, but because every sound had become too large. The old building had changed personalities in the dark. The radiator was dead. The refrigerator was dead. Without their ordinary hums, I could hear small things I'd never noticed before. Water ticking in pipes, wind pushing against the old window frames, the distant hiss of tires on wet pavement outside. When I reached the door, I looked through the peephole. Nothing. Not darkness exactly. A dirty gray blur. The emergency lights in the hallway had not come on. That was wrong. The building had emergency lights. Battery packs mounted near the stairwell doors, ugly beige boxes with twin lamps like bug eyes. Dan from maintenance had tested them after the last storm. I knew because he'd set one off while I was bringing groceries up, and the hallway had turned hard white for 10 minutes while he stood there smoking outside the rear exit, pretending it had happened on purpose. Now there was no light at all. Hall's dark, I told Jess. Emergency lights. Dead. Okay, she said. That's a problem. Hearing her name, it made it worse. I backed away from the door and nearly stepped on the note. I crouched, then hesitated. Jess heard the shift in my breathing. What are you doing, reading it, Nathan? It's already inside. That doesn't make it safe. It's paper, Jess. So was anthrax mail. Helpful. I'm serious. So am I. That came out sharper than I meant. Fear made me defensive. It always had. When I didn't know what to do, I became allergic to being told what not to do. I picked up the folded paper by one corner. It was ordinary printer paper. Dry. No smell except the faint, dusty odor of the hallway carpet. I unfolded it with one hand while keeping the phone wedged between my cheek and shoulder. There was a line printed in the center. Basement panel room. 9:41 p.m. If the backup battery fails, your mother does not get the call. For a few seconds, my brain refused to assemble that into anything meaningful. What does it say? Jess asked. I read it to her. She was quiet long enough that I checked the call hadn't dropped. Then she said, What backup battery? I don't know. Your mother called you. I didn't answer. Call her back. I switched to speaker with shaking fingers and tried. The phone took too long after I tapped her name, showing nothing but her contact photo. An old picture from a Christmas dinner where she was laughing with her eyes half shut. The call failed. No ring, no voicemail, just a cold little message. Call failed. I tried again. Same thing. Cell network's bad in a power outage, Jess said, but she didn't sound convinced. The towers still work. Sometimes buildings become dead zones when internal boosters go down. We don't have a booster. You don't know that. I know the landlord won't fix a bathroom fan. He didn't install a cell booster. Outside, down in the street, a truck passed with a wet rush. Its headlights slid across my ceiling for half a second, bars of pale light through the blinds, then disappeared. My phone vibrated. Not a call, a voicemail notification from Mom. The timestamp said 9:22 p.m. My thumb hovered over it. Nate, Jess said. I played it. At first, there was only breath and background noise. A television somewhere in her house. The faint beep of a microwave. Then my mother's voice came through, low and rushed. Nathan, honey, I just got the strangest email, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but it said not to call you after the lights go out. It had your address. It said if I called, I'd make it worse. I'm sorry. I called anyway, because of course I called anyway. Call me back when you get this, okay? I'm sure it's a scam, but a loud clatter cut across the message, like she dropped the phone or knocked it against the counter. Then, muffled and farther away, she said, Who are you? The voicemail ended. I didn't move. The laptop fan began to spin louder, working on battery for no reason I could understand. Jess spoke first. Nathan, listen to me. She said, Who are you? I heard, she's in Worcester. I heard, that's 40 minutes away. I know, the distance should have made it less immediate. It did the opposite. The threat had stretched somehow from my dark apartment in Lowell to my mother's kitchen in Worcester, through email and phone lines, and whatever cheap personal information had been scraped off the internet. My whole careful little system of locks and flashlights and backup plans suddenly looked like a child's fort made of couch cushions. I tried calling 911. The call failed. This time Jess swore. You too? I asked. My cell S showing 1 bar and no data. I'm trying from mine now. A few seconds passed. Mine won't connect either, she said. Great, don't start. What would you like me to do? I would like you to breathe and not make dumb choices because you're scared. That landed because it was exactly what I was doing. I looked at the note again. Basement panel room. 9:41 p.m. It was 9:27. 14 minutes. The concrete problem finally emerged from the fog. The building had lost power. The emergency lights had failed. Cell service was unreliable. My mother had received a connected threat, and someone wanted me in the basement panel room before 9:41. The smart answer was not to go. The smart answer was also not to sit alone in the dark while a person outside my door knew my mother's number. Jess, I said, is your landline working? I don't have a landline. Who has a landline? Mrs. Alvarez. Mrs. Alvarez was Alina Alvarez, 74, female, who lived in 1A near the front entrance and had been in the building longer than the exposed brick. She was from Rhode Island originally, spoke with the clipped patience of someone who had raised 4 kids and buried 1 husband, and kept an actual corded phone on a little table by her kitchen because, as she liked to say, when the fancy things quit, copper still talks. She also had bad knees, a sharp tongue, and a habit of knowing more than the landlord thought she did. Jess said, if her phone works, we can call police and your mother. We need to get to 1A, not through the stairs if the note warned about them. Maybe the warning is bait. Maybe all of it is bait. Exactly. That is not exactly reassuring. A sound came from below us, not in the hallway, lower, through the floor. A metallic slam, then a drawn-out scraping noise, like something heavy dragged across concrete. The basement. I knew the sound of the basement doors. The building had 2, one interior door at the bottom of the main stairwell, and 1 exterior bulkhead around back where maintenance brought in salt bags and furnace parts. The scrape sounded like the bulkhead. Jess heard it too. Was that downstairs? Yeah. Panel room is in the basement, right, behind the laundry. Locked door with the gray sign. You've been in there. Once. Dan left it open when the washers flooded. Can you restore power from there? I don't know. There are breakers, main panels, stuff labeled badly. Could be a real electrical problem, Jess said. Could be someone tripped the main and killed the emergency lights too. Can emergency lights be killed from the panel? If they're badly maintained or wired wrong, maybe. Or batteries are dead. The grounded explanations kept arriving, each one practical, each one somehow worse. A person didn't need ghosts to make a building dangerous. They needed a panel key, a little timing, and enough private information to make you obey. My phone buzzed again. An email. Same fake utility sender. Subject. Do not waste the battery. I didn't open it. Jess said, "What happened? New email, read it." I thought we weren't obeying the scary emails. Information is not obedience. I opened it. This one had more text. At 9:41 p.m., the basement backup fails. After that, phones in 1A and 2B stop routing outbound calls. Unit 3B must reset the red transfer switch. Do not bring the paramedic. She will slow you down. Below that, your mother has 11 minutes. My hand went numb around the phone. Jess said, "Nathan, what does it say?" I didn't answer. "Nathan." I read everything except the last line. I couldn't make myself say it. She filled the silence. It mentioned me. Yes, by name. No, paramedic. Okay. That's not okay. No, but it means whoever wrote it knows something about us. Not necessarily everything. My job isn't hard to find. I'm in uniform half the time. It says not to bring you. Then I'm coming up. That's literally what it says not to do. It also says you need to go to the basement alone. That's not happening. A faint noise came from the hallway again. Footsteps this time, slow. Not drunk upstairs, neighbor heavy. Not Jess's quick, purposeful steps. These were measured and soft, passing my door and continuing toward the stairwell. I held my breath. The stairwell door opened with a squeal, then closed. No emergency light, no voice, no hurry. "Someone just went into the stairs," I whispered. Jess's voice dropped. "From your floor?" "Yes." "Did they come from the elevator side?" I couldn't see. "Stay away from your door." I stepped back until my calves touched the couch. The laptop battery read 77%. The clock read 9:31. 10 minutes. Jess said, "We need Mrs. Alvarez's phone. We need a working call. That matters more than whatever the note wants. And if someone is waiting in the stairwell, then we don't use the main stairs. There are no other stairs. There's the rear fire escape." I looked toward the kitchen window. The rear fire escape was one of those old metal zigzags bolted to the brick above the alley. Never used it except once when the fire alarm malfunctioned, and everyone had to stand outside in February while firefighters checked the building. It was legal, probably. Rusted, definitely. The drop from the 3rd floor to the 2nd landing was not something I liked thinking about. "It's raining," I said. It stopped. "The metal will be wet." Better than a dark stairwell with someone in it. This was Jess's psychology under pressure. Triage the danger. Choose the survivable bad option move. Mine was to keep wanting more information until the choice made itself. That flaw had helped me at work. It helped me find billing errors and explain broken software. It did not help in a blackout with 10 minutes on the clock. A hard bang sounded from downstairs. Then another. A woman screamed. Not long, not theatrical. One startled cry that cut off fast. "Jess," I said, "I heard it. Was that 1st floor?" "I think so. Mrs. Alvarez." "I don't know." My phone lit up with another failed call attempt from Mom. Incoming, then gone. No ring. Just her name flashing and vanishing. The battery on my phone was at 18%. I'd forgotten to charge it after work. Of course I had. My private fear sharpened into something painfully specific. Not death. Not darkness. Missing the one call that mattered because I had let my phone die. Because I had ignored my mother. Because I'd chosen pride over picking up when she tried to reach me. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer. It worked. a hard white beam that made the counters look staged and unfamiliar. I grabbed the second one from my nightstand too, stuffing it in my hoodie pocket. Then I unplugged the laptop, hesitated, and left it open on the coffee table. Too bulky, too bright, too much to carry. "Nathan," Jess said, "I'm coming down." "No, I'm coming up to you first." "We don't have time." "Exactly. Don't make me chase you." Mrs. Alvarez might have screamed. "And you rushing alone into the dark helps her how?" There it was, the small disagreement, but it wasn't small anymore. It was a crack between two bad instincts. Jess wanted control through proximity. I wanted control through action. "I'm going to the fire escape," I said. "Nathan, wait for me at least. You're on the second floor. Meet me on the second landing." "That landing barely holds one person." "Then open your kitchen window." "My kitchen window is painted shut." "Of course it is." Another sound rolled through the building. A low electrical thud, followed by a smell that reached me a second later. Hot plastic. Not smoke exactly. More like a power strip overheating, that sour chemical tang that makes every nerve in your body look for the source. "Do you smell that?" I asked. Jess said, "Yes." From below her, someone shouted, "Hey, lights are out," a male voice. Older, angry, not afraid yet. Then a door opened somewhere and hit a wall. The building was waking up. That should have helped. More people meant witnesses, phones, noise. Instead, it made everything messier. Panicked neighbors in dark halls. Bad knees on stairs. Someone possibly messing with electrical panels in the basement. A warning about stairs that might be true, bait, or both. I went to the kitchen window and unlocked it. The wood stuck, swollen from rain and age. I shoved upward. Nothing. I set the phone on the counter, put the flashlight under my arm, and drove both palms against the sash. Gave with a shriek loud enough to make me flinch. Cool, wet air entered the kitchen, carrying the smell of brick, river mud, and trash bins from the alley. The fire escape was a black shape outside the window, slick with rainwater. Somewhere below, metal rattled. Jess shouted through the phone, distant now on the counter. "Nathan, what was that? Window." "Don't go out yet." I picked up the phone. "You said fire escape." "I said it was an option, not that you should launch yourself onto wet metal in socks." I looked down. Socks. A ridiculous detail, and somehow the thing that almost broke me. I pictured slipping on the fire escape, going down hard, my ankle twisting between metal slats while my phone skidded into the alley. A plausible injury. Stupid, permanent enough. I shoved my feet into sneakers without tying them. At 9:35, my phone buzzed again. This time it was not an email, a text from an unknown number. "Your mother is trying to be brave. You should hurry." Attached was a photo. I opened it before I could stop myself. It showed my mother's kitchen table in Worcester, her blue ceramic fruit bowl, the yellow dish towel she always hung over the oven handle. The angle was low, like the photo had been taken from waist height by someone standing near her back door. No face, no person, just enough to prove the sender had been there. I made a sound I didn't recognize. Jess said, "What?" I sent her the photo. She saw it and said nothing for 2 seconds. Then, "We need police. Now." Mrs. Alvarez's phone. "Move." The shift in her voice decided it. I climbed onto the counter and swung one leg through the window. The metal platform outside groaned under my sneaker when I tested it. Cold air wet my face. My hand found the brick wall, rough and gritty, and I pulled myself through carefully, flashlight clenched between my teeth for a moment because I needed both hands. Below me, the alley was dark except for a security light behind the neighboring building. The fire escape stairs descended in narrow flights, slick and rust speckled. I had one foot outside and one still in my kitchen when a heavy impact hit my apartment door. Not a knock, a shoulder. The chain snapped tight with a bright metallic crack. I froze halfway through the window. Another impact. The door frame groaned. Jess shouted through the phone on the counter, "Nathan." I lunged the rest of the way onto the fire escape, scraping my forearm against the brick. Skin tore. Pain came hot and immediate, which was almost a relief because it was simple and real. Inside my apartment, the door hit again. The deadbolt held, for now. I grabbed my phone from the counter through the open window, nearly dropped it, and turned toward the fire escape stairs. At the same moment, from below, a flashlight beam swept upward from the alley. Not Jess's. Too low. Outside. It passed over the underside of the fire escape, paused on my legs, and held there. A man's voice from below said, calm and close enough to hear clearly, "Nathan, don't make this harder." Behind me, my apartment door cracked under another hit. Below me, the beam stayed fixed, and the only way to reach Jess, Mrs. Alvarez's phone, or the basement panel room was down. The flashlight beam from the alley held on my shins. For one irrational second, I thought if I stood perfectly still, the man below might decide I was part of the fire escape. Just wet metal and shadow. Nothing worth chasing. Then my apartment door hit its frame again behind me, hard enough that I felt it through the brick wall. I moved. The fire escape stairs dropped from my third-floor platform to a second-floor landing outside Jess's kitchen window, then zigzagged again toward the alley, where a final ladder folded down to the pavement. The whole thing was bolted to the rear wall of the building, above the dumpsters, and the narrow strip of cracked asphalt we all pretended was a service lane. On a normal day, it was ugly but manageable. In the dark, slick with rain and rust, it felt like a piece of farm equipment hung 3 stories in the air. "Nathan," the man below called. "Stop." His voice wasn't angry. That was worse. He sounded like someone trying not to wake a baby. I kept one hand on the rail and took the first step down. My sneaker slipped. My body dropped sideways, hip banging the railing, my scraped forearm skidding across wet iron. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I caught myself with my left hand and felt something in my wrist pull wrong. Not broken, not cleanly, just a hot, nauseating twist that made my fingers buzz. Behind me, from inside my apartment, the door gave another wooden crack. The man below said, "You're going to fall." "I'll risk it," I said, though it came out breathless and stupid. My phone was wedged in my hoodie pocket, still connected to Jess on speaker. Her voice burst through the fabric. "Where is he?" "Alley," I said, "below me." "Can you see his face?" "No, don't go to street level. Come to my window." "I'm trying." Her kitchen window was 1 flight down and about 6 feet to my left across the second-floor landing. I could see it now as I descended, a dark rectangle with with a little white curtain pressed against the glass. Jess was behind it, moving fast. A pale blur, a hand. Then the window rattled. "Painted shut," she grunted. The man's flashlight beam climbed the stairs after me. I crouched low, using the railing as a shield, and forced my legs to keep moving. Each step gave a wet, metallic chirp. My breath came too loud. I could hear myself over everything else. The rasp in my throat, the squeak of my soles, the thin rattle of the fire escape taking my weight. Then something crashed below. The beam vanished. I froze. A shape lunged out from behind the dumpsters with a deep, snarling sound. The man shouted and stumbled backward. His flashlight spun across the alley, its beam whipping up the brick wall, catching my face, then the fire escape, then the wet black pavement. I heard claws skittering. Teeth clicked. For half a second, my mind made it into something impossible, something released, something waiting in the alley because the email had planned even this. Then the shape barked, a dog, a big one, black and tan, with a red leash dragging behind it. "Rufus," a woman yelled from somewhere near the rear gate. "Rufus, come here." The dog barked again, more confused than vicious, and the man below kicked at it, not connecting. The dog backed away, hackles high. Misdirection. Ordinary and stupid and beautiful. Mrs. Keene from the building next door had a German Shepherd mix she let out through the rear gate when she smoked. Rufus hated umbrellas, bicycles, Dan, and apparently unidentified men standing in alleys during blackouts. I used the distraction. I dropped the last 3 steps to the second floor landing, slammed my shoulder against Jess's kitchen window, and nearly went through it when she shoved from the inside at the same time. "Again," she shouted. I hit it with the heel of my good hand. The old paint seal tore with a long, sticky rip. The sash jumped upward 6 inches. Jess's face appeared in the gap, lit from below by her phone. "Can you fit?" "No." "Then break it." "With what?" She disappeared, then came back holding a small cast iron skillet. "Move your face." She hit the lower pane from inside. Once, twice. On the 3rd strike, the glass cracked but didn't fall. Safety film, maybe. Old wire mesh. Something held it together in a glittering sag. Down in the alley, the man yelled, "Hey," not at me, at the dog. Rufus barked again, farther away now. The neighbor was cursing, calling him back through the gate. Jess hit the glass again. This time a piece fell outward and exploded on the landing near my shoes. I flinched, too slow. A shard skipped up and nicked my ankle through my sock. I felt the cut before I saw it, a bright line of pain, then warmth spreading into the fabric. "Careful," Jess said, which was absurd considering she had just taken a skillet to a window. She cleared the jagged bottom edge with a dish towel and reached for me. I passed one leg through first, then my shoulder, then got stuck at the hips because old apartments have decorative trim designed by people who never imagined panicked men crawling through windows. "Exhale," Jess said. "I am exhaling. Exhale more. I'm not inflatable." She grabbed my hoodie and pulled. The broken glass edge caught my sleeve and tore it open. I spilled into her kitchen on my hands and knees, bringing rainwater, rust flakes, and a few crumbs of old window paint with me. Jess slammed the window as far down as it would go. It stopped crooked, broken, pain gaping, cold air pouring through. Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, paramedic, was still in the navy t-shirt and black work pants she wore under her uniform jacket, though now she had a gray sweatshirt over it and one boot unlaced. Her expression was all business until she saw my forearm. "That's bleeding. It's a scrape. It's a lot of scrape." Later, she looked like she wanted to argue, but downstairs another shout cut through the floor. A man from the first floor yelled, "What the hell is going on?" Then a woman answered, voice shaking, "The phones are dead." Jess and I looked at each other. Attempt one had been simple: get from my apartment to Jess. It had worked, technically, but it had cost us time, my arm, her kitchen window, and the realization that the man outside wasn't alone or afraid to be seen. The clock on my phone said 9:38. 3 minutes until 9:41. "We go to Alvarez," Jess said. "Her apartment is front left, first floor. Down one flight, through the front hall. If her phone works, we call police and your mother. And the stairs, we use them carefully, together." The main stairwell was just outside Jess's apartment door. From her kitchen, you went through a narrow living room, past a couch with a folded EMT jacket thrown over the back, then into the little entry hall. Her front door opened to the second floor corridor. Left was my stairwell up to the third floor and down to the lobby. Right was the elevator, useless now, its old gate probably sitting dark and open like a cage. Jess grabbed a trauma kit from beside her shoes. "You're bringing that. I'm a paramedic. The email said you'd slow me down. The email can file a complaint." She handed me a roll of gauze. "Wrap your arm while we move. I need my hand. You need blood inside your body." I wrapped badly. She fixed it in 3 fast motions, tight enough to sting. Then she opened her apartment door. The second floor hallway smelled like wet carpet, hot plastic, and the strange stale air of a building with no fans running. My flashlight cut a tunnel through it. The oatmeal-colored carpet looked darker now, almost brown. Doors had opened along the corridor. A man in boxer shorts and a Red Sox hoodie stood half out of 2C, holding a candle in a jar. Mark Feld, 46, male, lived across from Jess and drove for a medical courier service. I knew him mostly as a guy who smoked by the front steps and complained about parking. His face looked pale and annoyed in the flashlight beam. "You people got lights?" he asked. "No," Jess said. "Stay inside and lock your door." "Why? Is it a fire? Do you smell smoke?" "I smell something." "Then stay inside." He looked at my bleeding arm. "Jesus, what happened to you?" "Window," I said. "That answers nothing." Jess was already moving toward the stairs. The stairwell door was propped open. It should not have been. It was a heavy fire door with a spring hinge, the kind that closed on you if you carried laundry too slowly. Now someone had wedged a red rubber doorstop under it. My flashlight beam found it. Jess stopped so abruptly I bumped into her. "Was that there before?" she asked. "No." From below came a faint beeping. Not a smoke alarm, slower, electronic. Once every 3 seconds, beep, beep, beep. "Emergency light battery," I whispered. "Maybe. Or something else. Everything is something else tonight." She crouched and looked down the stairwell. Concrete steps dropped in a square spiral. Second floor to first, first to lobby, lobby to basement. The The railing was painted black, chipped silver where hands had worn it down. No emergency lighting, no exit sign, only our flashlights and the dim gray rectangle of a small window between floors. "Alvarez first," Jess said. We descended. Every step seemed designed to report us. Rubber soles on grit, metal railing ticking when my sleeve brushed it. Jess's breath controlled, and mine not even pretending. Halfway down, my flashlight caught something stretched across the stairs at shin height. "Stop," I said. Jess froze. A cable ran from the railing to the wall, dark and thin. At first, I thought it was wire. Then Jess touched it lightly with 2 fingers. "Fishing line," she said. There was a paint can tied to the far end, hidden behind the railing. If one of us had hit the line, the can would have fallen down the stairwell. Loud, maybe enough to startle us into a fall. Maybe just an alarm, human, cheap, effective. Jess unhooked it carefully. Attempt 2 shifted shape right there. This wasn't only about reaching a phone. Someone had prepared the routes. "We should go back," I whispered. "To where? Your broken door or my broken window?" She had a point. We stepped over the line and continued. At the first floor landing, a door opened below us. Light spilled upward. Real light, warm and yellow. For one impossible, hopeful second, I thought the power had come back. Then I saw it was a lantern. Mrs. Alvarez stood at the lobby entrance in a long burgundy robe, one hand gripping a battery lantern, the other holding the doorframe. Elena Alvarez, 74, female, was small but not fragile, with silver hair pinned up and eyes that had no patience left in them. Behind her, deeper in her apartment, I could see shelves of framed family photos and the little table where her corded phone sat. "Nathan," she said. "Jessica, what are you doing on the stairs?" "Mrs. Alvarez," Jess said, "we need your phone." "Phone S not working." My chest sank. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean I pick it up and it's dead. No tone, nothing." "What time?" She looked at me like I'd asked what flavor the moon was. 2 minutes ago. 9:40. The email had said phones in 1A and 2B would stop routing after the basement backup failed at 9:41. It had been early, or the sender had been guessing, or someone had already done whatever they needed to do. A door banged in the lobby. Mrs. Alvarez flinched. "That was my door," she said. "Someone tried the knob. Then they ran." "Did you scream?" Jess asked. I shouted, "I'm old, not decorative." That explained the scream, at least partly. Not a body, not an attack. Frightened neighbor with a lantern and a dead phone. A relief, but only a thin one. Mark's voice called from above. "Hey, the stairs are blocked up here," Jess turned. "Mark, stay in your apartment." "I'm just saying." Then a crash came from the 2nd floor, a paint can falling. It hit one railing, bounced, hit another, then smashed open somewhere below with a wet metallic slap. Paint smell burst into the stairwell. White liquid spread across the steps below us, glossy in the flashlight beam. "Mark swore," Jess said. "He tripped the line." "He said blocked up here," I said. Before she could answer, a door slammed above. Then another. Someone was in the stairwell over us. Fast, Jess grabbed my sleeve and pulled me toward Mrs. Alvarez's doorway. Inside, Mrs. Alvarez moved aside. We crowded into her apartment, and she pushed the door shut. Jess locked the knob, and slid the chain into place. The apartment was warmer than the hall and smelled of lavender soap, old paper, and the soup Mrs. Alvarez always seemed to be making. Her lantern threw big shadows across the walls. The corded phone sat exactly where I remembered, beige plastic receiver in its cradle. I picked it up anyway. Dead. No hiss. No click. Nothing. I pressed the switch hook several times like an idiot, as if persistence could manufacture a dial tone. "Come on," I whispered. Jess had moved to the front window overlooking the street. "There are lights outside. Other buildings have power." Mrs. Alvarez said, "I told you, this building only." I saw a man at the side door before the lights went. Thought it was maintenance. "What man?" Jess asked. "Cap, work jacket, carrying a tool bag." "Dan?" I asked. "No, younger, taller." A new fact, and the trap tightened again. Not just emails, not just some distant scammer. Someone had physically entered the building before the outage, dressed like maintenance. My phone buzzed. 9:41. The screen lit with a text. "Too late for the phone. Basement now." Then, a second later, "Or Worcester loses the backup plan too." Attached, a short audio file. I played it before Jess could stop me. My mother's voice came through, trembling now. "Nathan, there's a man outside the back porch. I'm in the bathroom with the door locked. I called police, but I don't know if they understood me. Please don't come here. Please." Just a thump, her breathing sharpened. Then another voice, male and muffled by distance. "Linda, open the door. Your son is making this complicated." The file ended. Mrs. Alvarez crossed herself silently. Jess's face had gone flat, not calm, past calm. "Forward it to me," she said. "My data's dead. Bluetooth. That takes pairing. AirDrop. We're not in an Apple commercial." She gave me a look. Under other circumstances, I might have laughed. Under these, it just hurt. Outside Mrs. Alvarez's door, footsteps passed in the lobby. Slow, then stopped. The knob turned. The chain held. Mrs. Alvarez lifted the lantern higher and said loudly, "I have a gun." I looked at her. She mouthed, "No, I don't." The knob stopped turning. From the other side, a man said, "No one needs to get hurt." I recognized the voice. Not personally, but it was the man from the alley. Jess angled herself between the door and Mrs. Alvarez. She held the cast iron skillet in one hand and her trauma shears in the other, which would have been funny if her knuckles weren't white. "What do you want?" she called. "Nathan needs to reset the transfer switch." "Why?" "Because he's the one they'll believe." That answer made no sense, and too much sense at the same time. "Who's they?" I asked. No answer. Then a small electronic chirp came from the doorframe. Jess lunged forward, but too late. A thin tube slid under the door and spat a burst of white vapor into the apartment. Pepper spray. It hit the floor and bloomed upward. Mrs. Alvarez coughed first, a raw tearing sound. Jess cursed and yanked her backward. My eyes burned before I understood what had happened. My nose flooded. The room dissolved into water and fire. "Bathroom," Jess choked. "Wet towels." We stumbled through Mrs. Alvarez's living room, past the photos and the dead phone, and the little side table stacked with church bulletins. Geography collapsed into furniture edges and pain. My shin hit something low. Mrs. Alvarez gasped. Jess kept one arm around her. Behind us, the apartment door kicked once. The chain snapped, not fully. One screw tore from the frame. "Back way," Mrs. Alvarez rasped. "Kitchen, service hall." Of course. First floor units had rear service exits toward the laundry corridor, old mill building leftovers from when deliveries came through the back. I'd forgotten, or never paid attention. We moved blind through her kitchen. Jess soaked a dish towel at the sink out of habit, even though the water pressure had weakened to a trembling trickle. She shoved it into Mrs. Alvarez's hands. The rear door opened onto a narrow service hall behind the first floor apartments. Left led to the laundry room. Beyond that, the basement stairs and panel room. Right led to the rear side door and alley. Retreat was right. Basement was left. Police was impossible. Phones dead. My mother locked in a bathroom 40 miles away with someone using her name like bait. The man in the lobby was coming through Mrs. Alvarez's door. The stairs above were trapped. The fire escape had a man below it. Jess's window was broken. My apartment door was failing. We had failed to get a working call. Had failed to gather neighbors safely. We had learned the building routes were compromised. And now the only remaining direction was the one the messages had wanted from the beginning. The service hall smelled of bleach, old dryer lint, and pepper spray leaking after us. A red exit sign at the end glowed weakly, then flickered once and died. Jess wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Tears streamed down her face. Mine too. "This is stupid," I said, coughing. "This is exactly where they want us." "I know," she said. But Mrs. Alvarez was bent double, wheezing. Behind us, her front door crashed inward. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was practical. A 74-year-old woman could not outrun a man through a dark building while choking on pepper spray. Jess could not carry her up trapped stairs. I could not go back to my apartment. The alley was watched. The phone was dead. So we went left, toward the laundry room, toward the basement panel room, toward the red transfer switch. Behind us, the service hall door slammed open, and the man's footsteps entered the corridor at a run. We ran left because every other direction had been taken from us. The rear service hall was barely wide enough for 2 people. Jess had one arm around Mrs. Alvarez's waist, half guiding her, half dragging her, while I stumbled ahead with the flashlight shaking in my good hand. The beam jumped over scuffed baseboards, old conduit, a mop bucket, a wall-mounted fire extinguisher with a cracked inspection tag. Behind us, the man's shoes slapped the floor. Fast, too fast for Mrs. Alvarez. "Laundry," she wheezed, "door on the left." "I know," I said, even though I only sort of knew. The hallway turned sharply. I almost missed the laundry room because the sign was just black plastic letters screwed to a beige door. My fingers slipped on the knob. For one horrible second, it didn't turn. Locked. "No," I said. Jess shoved Mrs. Alvarez against the wall and reached past me. "Move." She slammed her shoulder into the door. Nothing. The footsteps behind us rounded the corner. A flashlight beam struck the wall beside my head. "Nathan," the man said, breathing harder now. "Stop running." Jess hit the door again. The frame cracked. The man was 15 feet away. I swung my flashlight at him before I had time to think. Not a brave swing, a frightened, ugly, overhand motion. The aluminum body caught him on the forearm as he reached for me, and the beam went spinning across the floor. He grunted, more surprised than hurt. I saw him clearly for the first time in the rolling light. White male, maybe late 30s, black baseball cap, navy work jacket, gray gloves, clean shaven face with a flat, irritated focus, like we were making him late. Not a monster, a person. That made him worse. Jess hit the door a third time, and it burst inward, throwing her to one knee. Mrs. Alvarez cried out as Jess pulled her through. I grabbed the flashlight off the floor and backed after them. The man lunged. His hand closed around my hoodie. I twisted out of it. The zipper scraped my chin. The fabric tore half off one shoulder, and for a second, we were close enough that I smelled him. Rain, sweat, and the sour bite of pepper spray trapped in his jacket. He said almost gently, "You don't understand what you're stopping." I kicked backward and connected with his shin. He let go. I fell through the laundry room doorway. Jess slammed the door shut in his face. There was no lock. "Hold it," she shouted. I threw myself against it as the man hit from the other side. The laundry room was a long basement-level space disguised as first-floor utility because the old mill sat unevenly against the hill. One end opened to the rear service hall, the other led down 3 concrete steps to the actual basement corridor where the panel room was. 4 washers lined the left wall, 4 dryers on the right. Detergent smell hung under the chemical burn of pepper spray. The machines were dead, their round glass doors reflecting our lantern and flashlight in warped circles. Mrs. Alvarez leaned over a folding table, coughing into the wet dish towel. Jess pulled a metal laundry cart against the door. "Nathan, help." We wedged the cart under the knob, then shoved a dryer lint bin behind it. The door banged again. The cart screamed across the tile an inch. "Won't hold," Jess said. "I know." The clock on my phone read 9:44, past the deadline, past whatever was supposed to fail. My phone battery was at 9%. It buzzed anyway. A text from the unknown number, final chance. Red transfer switch. Turn it on. Stand in front of the panel camera. Say your full name. I stared at the words. Panel camera. They didn't just want the switch. They wanted me recorded doing it. That was what the man had meant. "He's the one they'll believe," I showed Jess. Her eyes, red and streaming from the pepper spray, narrowed. "Insurance, arson, or sabotage. They make you look like the guy who caused it." Mrs. Alvarez rasped, "Panel camera is real." We turned to her. She pointed with a shaking hand toward the basement corridor. "Dan showed me. After copper thefts. Little camera above the panel room door. Landlord put it in cheap, saves to some box. So they need footage," Jess said. "Of me," I said. My voice sounded far away. The door slammed again. The cart shifted. Jess grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the basement corridor. "Panel room, now. That's what they want. They want you alone and compliant. We are neither." We went down the 3 steps. The basement corridor ran beneath the building, low-ceilinged and damp, with exposed pipes overhead and flaking white paint on the brick. To the right was storage cages, and the rear bulkhead. To the left, 20 feet away, was the gray metal door marked electrical panel room, authorized personnel only. Above it, nearly hidden behind conduit, a small black security camera pointed down. Its tiny red indicator light was on. The building had no lights, no phones, no emergency batteries, but that little camera still had power. Of course it did. Separate backup, Jess muttered. The electrical room door was closed with a keypad lock. I tried the handle. Locked. Behind us, the laundry room door cracked loud enough to make Mrs. Alvarez moan. Jess said, "Code." How would I know? Mrs. Alvarez wiped her eyes. Dan used 4 digits. Building number. What building number? Mail address. 1732, I said. I punched it in. Red light. Wrong. The cart in the laundry room scraped again. Jess pushed me aside and tried 1732, then 32B, then 0. Red, red, red. Stop, I said. Too many wrong tries might lock it. It's already locked. My phone buzzed. Say your name, turn the switch. Door opens when you agree. My skin prickled under the sweat. They can control the lock, Jess said. From where? Nearby. Wi-Fi, relay, Bluetooth, whatever. Or someone inside. The last possibility made the corridor shrink. Inside the panel room, something clicked. Then the keypad light turned green. The door unlocked. Nobody moved. The man in the laundry room hit the door again. This time would split. Jess whispered, "We do not stand in front of the camera and say your name." What if my mother, Nathan, her voice sharpened. Look at me. I looked. Her eyes were swollen and wet. A bead of blood ran from a cut across one cheek where the broken window must have caught her. She was scared, not pretending otherwise, but she was still thinking. They already got to your mother. They want you to do something on camera. If you do exactly what they want, you do not save her. You give them the next thing. I hated that she was right. I hated that being right did not tell us what to do. The laundry room door finally gave with a splintering crack. Mrs. Alvarez said, "Inside." We pulled open the panel room door and rushed in. It was narrow, hot, and loud in a way the rest of the building no longer was. Not machine loud, electrical loud. A deep transformer hum behind the walls, a faint buzzing from metal boxes, the small frantic beep of a backup unit somewhere near the floor. The smell of hot plastic was stronger here. Gray panels covered the walls, each labeled in faded marker. 3A3B, hall, laundry, ELEV, M-light, transfer. And there it was. A red handle on a gray box at chest height. Manual transfer switch. Beside it, taped to the wall, was a printed instruction sheet in a plastic sleeve. Half the tape had peeled loose. Jess swept her flashlight over it. "Generator?" I asked. "No generator," Mrs. Alvarez said. "Battery backup for fire system and phones." Landlord bragged, said it kept inspectors happy. The backup unit on the floor beeped again. A black cable had been unplugged from it and coiled neatly beside the wall. A second cable ran from the unit into a small device with 2 antennas and a power bank taped to it. Jess crouched. "This is not building equipment." "Don't touch it," I said. "I'm not licking it." The door behind us started to swing shut on its own. I caught it before it latched. Too late. The man stepped into view outside. Jess slammed her shoulder into the door, but he shoved back. Mrs. Alvarez, still coughing, grabbed the metal laundry cart's loose wheel brace from the floor where it must have broken off and jammed it between the door and frame. The door stayed open 3 inches. The man pushed. The brace bent. "Nathan," he shouted through the gap. "Turn the switch and say your name, that's it." Why, no answer. Jess looked at the red transfer switch, then at the unplugged cable, then at the device with antennas. "They're backfeeding something," she said, "or faking a reset." In English, if you throw that switch while their device is connected, it could fry the system, start a fire, maybe kill the remaining backups. And the camera sees you doing it. The man heard her. His tone changed. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Jess laughed once, hoarse and furious. "That's usually what men say right before I cut their pants off in an ambulance." He slammed the door. The brace slipped. Mrs. Alvarez cried out as the door edge hit her shoulder. She staggered back, and for a terrifying second, I thought she'd broken something. Jess caught her, but that left the door free. The man came in. Everything happened too fast and too slowly. He reached for me first, because I was the target. I backed into a panel and felt metal bite my shoulder blades. Jess hit him from the side with the cast iron skillet. The sound was ugly. Not a clean movie clang. A dull, meaty crack against his upper arm. He shouted and swung blindly, catching Jess across the mouth with his elbow. She went down hard, hitting her hip on the concrete. I moved then, not well, not heroically. I grabbed the instruction sheet from the wall, plastic sleeve and all, and flung it into his face. He jerked back by instinct. I drove my shoulder into his stomach, and we both crashed into the panel boxes. Alarms began beeping. Not fire alarms, electrical alarms, UPS alarms, panel alarms. Too many small warning sounds layered together. He was stronger than me. Much. He got one hand around my throat and shoved me against the wall hard enough that my teeth clicked. His gloves smelled like rubber and pepper spray. "Say your name," he said. I clawed at his wrist. No air. My flashlight lay on the floor, beam aimed at the ceiling. In its hard white spill, I saw Jess trying to get up and failing. Blood ran from her lip onto her shirt. Mrs. Alvarez had one hand braced on the wall, her face gray with pain, but her eyes were locked on the red handle. The man pushed me toward it. My back hit the transfer box. "Say it." I couldn't breathe. The phone in my pocket buzzed one more time. Battery dying. Mom, email, didn't matter. My hand found something on the wall beside the switch. A laminated breaker schedule held by a metal clip. I ripped the clip free and stabbed downward into the man's gloved hand. He yelled and loosened his grip. Air came back in one tearing gulp. Jess moved from the floor. She didn't get up. She rolled, grabbed her trauma shears, and cut the zip tie holding the strange antenna device to the power bank. Then she yanked the device cable from the backup unit. The room changed. The hum dropped. The little red light on the panel camera blinked once, went out. The man saw it. His face finally broke, not anger, panic. "No," he said. Mrs. Alvarez grabbed the unplugged building cable with both hands. "Where?" she gasped. Jess pointed. "There." Mrs. Alvarez shoved it toward the backup unit port, but her hands were shaking too hard. I lunged toward her. The man caught my hoodie again. This time I let him. I dropped out of it completely, leaving the torn sweatshirt in his grip, and slammed my palm against the transfer box to keep myself upright. Jess, still on the floor, kicked the back of his knee. He went down on one leg. Mrs. Alvarez got the cable seated. Click. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the emergency light in the panel room flickered on. Weak, yellow-white, beautiful. A second later, from beyond the door, another light came on in the laundry room. Then the hallway. The building exhaled in pieces. The man surged upward. I grabbed the red transfer switch. Jess screamed, "Don't." I didn't turn it on. I pulled it down halfway and let it spring back hard. Metal handle snapped against its housing with a sharp crack right beside his head. He flinched. That was all I needed. I drove my forehead into his nose. It hurt more than I expected. A bright explosion across my skull. His nose broke with a wet crunch. He reeled backward, hands to his face. Jess pulled a roll of medical tape from her kit and threw it to me. "Tape his wrists. With tape, use a lot." He stumbled toward the door. Mrs. Alvarez stuck out her foot. It was not graceful. It was not strong. It was an old woman's slippered foot placed exactly where a panicking man expected open floor. He tripped. His head struck the doorframe. He went down on his side, groaning. Jess crawled to him, and with a sound like she was tearing herself in half, pinned one of his arms under her knee. I dropped beside her and wrapped tape around his wrists until the roll ran out. Not enough to hold him forever. Enough to slow him. Jess added gauze, then used her trauma shears to cut a length of cord from the illegal device and loop it around the tape. "Don't you dare move," she told him. He spat blood onto the concrete. "You don't know who you just helped," he said. "Buddy," Jess said, wiping blood from her lip, "I barely know who I just hurt." My phone rang. Actually rang. The sound was so normal it almost knocked me flat. "Mom," I answered with both hands. "Mom." "Nathan," her voice cracked. "Nathan, police are here." I'm okay. I slid down the wall. "What happened?" He ran when the sirens came. I locked myself in the bathroom. I got through to 911 before the call cut out. I told them everything. I told them your address. I couldn't speak. The room blurred. Pepper spray, sweat, tears. All of it. Jess leaned her head back against the wall and closed her eyes. Blood had dried under her nose. Mrs. Alvarez sat on the concrete with her bad legs stretched out, breathing in shallow bursts. In the hallway outside, neighbors began shouting. Real voices now, confused, angry, alive. Mark's voice above the others. "There's paint all over the damn stairs." Sirens approached in the distance. Low at first, then closer. The man on the floor laughed once, wet and broken. "You think that fixes it," he said. I looked at the dead little device on the floor. The unplugged power bank. The red transfer switch. The camera with no light. The labels on the panels. The building slowly waking around us because Mrs. Alvarez had seated one cable and Jess had cut another. It didn't fix Worcester. It didn't explain the emails. It didn't tell me why they needed my face on camera, or who had sent the exact predictions, or how many people were involved. But for that moment, the immediate conflict had a shape I could understand. A man had tried to force me into doing something on video. We had stopped him. My mother was alive. The lights were coming back in ugly strips, and none of us had come through clean. When the first police officers reached the laundry room with weapons drawn, I was sitting on the panel room floor, one hand pressed to my throat, the other holding my phone so tightly my fingers cramped. Jess was still bleeding from the mouth. Mrs. Alvarez's shoulder was swelling under her robe. The unidentified man lay taped and cursing beside the transfer switch he had wanted me to touch. The officer shouted for everyone to show their hands. I raised mine slowly. My right hand shook. It did not stop. The first officer who reached us kept yelling even after it was obvious nobody in that panel room had enough left to fight him. Hands where I can see them. Mine were up. Jess's were up. The one shook badly, and the other was pressed against her mouth. Mrs. Alvarez tried to raise both of hers, winced, and left the injured arm cradled against her chest. The man on the floor didn't raise anything. He was half on his side, wrists wrapped in tape, gauze, and the stripped cord from the little antenna device. Blood from his broken nose had run into the corner of his mouth. He blinked under the officer's flashlight and said, with impressive bitterness, "They attacked me." Jess spat blood onto the concrete and said, "He pepper sprayed a 74-year-old woman." The officer looked at Mrs. Alvarez, then at the busted device, then at me sitting there in a torn t-shirt with my throat marked red from the man's glove. "Everybody stop talking," he said. That was the first instruction all night I was happy to follow. More officers came in behind him. Their radios filled the room with clipped voices and static. The building, waking back up in pieces, sounded wrong around them. Emergency lights buzzing overhead, neighbors shouting through the laundry room, pipes clicking as systems restarted. Someone upstairs kept asking if they could use the elevator. Someone else yelled that the stairs were covered in paint. A female officer guided me out of the panel room and sat me on a washer. She had me keep my hands visible while another officer cut the tape off the attacker and replaced it with cuffs. Jess protested when they made her sit too. "I'm fine," she said through swollen lips. "You are bleeding from your mouth," the officer told her. "I've worked with worse, I'm sure. Sit." Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, still managed to look offended while doing exactly what she was told. That was Jess in a crisis, furious at being treated like a patient, even when she very clearly was one. Mrs. Alvarez was worse off than she wanted to admit. Her right shoulder had already begun swelling under the robe, and every breath came with a little hitch she tried to hide by scowling. When the paramedics arrived, two people Jess knew. Because of course she did, she immediately started giving them information instead of accepting care. "Alina Alvarez, 74, she said. "No blood thinners. Bad knees. Shoulder took a hit from the door. Pepper spray exposure." The paramedics, a blonde man in his 40s named Tim, looked at Jess and said, "You coaching patients now?" Jess dabbed at her split lip with gauze. "She's efficient. She's concussed," he asked. "I am not concussed," Mrs. Alvarez snapped. That was the first time I almost laughed. Almost. Then my phone buzzed in my hand, and I flinched so hard the officer beside me put one hand on her holster. "Sorry," I said. "Sorry, it's my mom." The screen showed a text from her. "Police are still here." "I'm okay. Are you hurt?" I typed 3 different answers and deleted all of them. Finally, I wrote a little. "I'm with police. I'll call when they let me." It felt too small for what had happened, but everything did. The man they cuffed in the panel room eventually gave a name: Peter Voss, 38, male, from Manchester, New Hampshire. At least, that was the name on his driver's license. He asked for a lawyer before the officers got much more from him. "Smart," one of them muttered. "Annoying, but smart." They found a tool bag in the basement corridor near the bulkhead. Inside were gloves, a pry bar, 2 cheap prepaid phones, a cloned building access fob, zip ties, a canister of pepper spray, a screwdriver set, and a printed maintenance work order with our building address on it. The work order looked real until Dan arrived 40 minutes later in sweatpants, work boots, and a Bruins jacket, blinking like someone had dragged him out of a dream. Daniel Dan Rourke, 44, male, building maintenance contractor, had the wrench tattoo and cigarette smell exactly as advertised. He kept saying, "I didn't write that," while staring at the work order. Then he said it again to a detective. Then again to the landlord on the phone, louder each time. "I didn't give anyone a fob," Dan said. "I lost one last month, but I told Marty." Marty was the landlord. Nobody looked surprised. That became one of the neat answers later. A lost fob, a cheap camera system, a panel room with a keypad code written in a maintenance spreadsheet that had been emailed around to too many people. The building was not a fortress. It was a tired old mill full of shortcuts, bad habits, and people who trusted that nobody would put in the effort to abuse them. Someone had put in the effort. The police separated us for statements. A young officer took mine in the lobby, while EMTs checked my throat and wrapped my forearm properly. The lobby lights were back on, but dim, and the old tile floor was smeared with white paint from the stairwell trap. Neighbors stood around in slippers and coats, whispering in little clusters. Mark Feld kept telling anyone who would listen that he had nearly broken his damn neck, which was true enough, even if he left out the part where Jess had told him to stay inside. When I told the officer about the emails, he asked to see my phone. I handed it over like it weighed 20 pounds. He photographed everything. The first message predicting the outage, the warning about the stairs, the note, the texts, the picture of my mother's kitchen, the audio file. He didn't say much. He just kept his eyebrows drawn together, which was somehow more frightening than disbelief. "You know this man?" he asked, nodding toward where they had taken Voss. "No, any disputes with your landlord. Everyone has disputes with Marty. That's not the same as this. Money trouble? No. Workplace issues. I reset passwords for payroll admins. They get mad, but not basement panel room mad." He wrote that down, which I regretted immediately. The bigger picture arrived in fragments over the next 2 days, never as complete as I wanted. Voss had been hired by someone through an encrypted messaging app to assist with a building systems audit. That was what his lawyer called it. The prepaid phones contained some messages, but most had been wiped remotely before police got them into evidence bags. The antenna device in the panel room was described to me by a detective as a crude cellular jammer and relay setup, though he warned me not to repeat that like I understood it. It had interfered with calls inside the building and helped route some messages locally. The building's backup battery had been unplugged, not failed. The emergency lights had died because they hadn't been maintained properly, and because part of the backup system had been deliberately bypassed. The power outage itself came from the main building disconnect in the basement. Human hands, a schedule, a stolen fob, no ghosts, no curse, nothing impossible, just planning. The part involving my mother was both simpler and harder to live with. A second man had gone to her house in Worcester, but he ran when police arrived. They had footage from a neighbor's doorbell camera, dark jacket, hood up, face turned away, moving fast across the driveway. He had not gotten inside. The photo of her kitchen had been taken through the back door window earlier that evening. That meant he'd been close enough to her house to frame the shot, close enough to watch her, close enough to hear the television through the glass. My mother, Linda Bell, 59, female, became very calm afterward in a way that scared me more than if she had cried. On the phone from her sister's guest room, where she stayed for a week, she asked about my arm, my throat, whether I had eaten, whether just needed flowers. Then she said, I should have replaced that back porch light. Mom, I kept meaning to. Mom, that's not why. I know, she said, but she didn't, not fully. Or maybe she did and needed something small enough to blame. I understood that. I blamed my uncharged phone. I blamed myself for not answering her first call. I blamed the way I froze at the door, the way I clicked the email, the way I left my laptop open, the way I didn't know the building's layout well enough to remember Mrs. Alvarez's rear service hall until she was choking on pepper spray. None of those things caused it. All of them stayed. Jess got 6 stitches inside her lip and a deep bruise across her hip. She refused transport at first. Then Tim told her he would call her supervisor and describe her as combative with visible facial trauma. So she went to the hospital out of spite. Mrs. Alvarez had a dislocated shoulder and chemical irritation in her lungs. She spent one night under observation, complained about the pudding, and came home to find 3 casseroles at her door. I had a sprained wrist, a scraped forearm bruising around my throat, and a small cut on my ankle that got infected because I ignored it for 2 days like an idiot. The doctor gave me antibiotics and a look over his glasses that felt more judgmental than medical. The legal aftermath stretched longer than the injuries. Voss was charged with assault, burglary, unlawful restraint, interference with emergency communications, and a list of other things that sounded both severe and insufficient. The unknown man in Worcester was not caught. The person who hired them was not identified, at least not in any way the police would tell me. The landlord was fined for the emergency lighting and backup system failures. Marty sent a building-wide email about resident safety improvements and unfortunate recent events, which Mrs. Alvarez printed out, wrote "Coward" across in red marker, and taped to the lobby bulletin board. that stayed up for 3 days. Nobody removed it. I moved out 6 weeks later. Not right away. Right away felt like letting the building spit me out. Or maybe I was too tired to pack. For a while, I stayed in Unit 3B with a new doorframe, a new deadbolt, and a peephole camera I hated but checked constantly. The hallway lights were replaced with bright LED fixtures that made the carpet look even worse. The fire escape was inspected. The laundry room door got a real lock. The panel room keypad was changed, though Dan told me the new code by accident while explaining how secure it was. I did not use the elevator again. That sounds dramatic. It was. I just took the stairs in daylight and avoided the basement entirely. At night, I slept badly. Every refrigerator click woke me. Every laptop notification made my shoulders tighten. When my screen dimmed to save power, I changed the setting so it never did that again. Jess came upstairs one evening in late spring with takeout noodles and a split lip that had healed into a faint pale line. "You look terrible," she said. "You brought food to insult me. It's called community care." We sat on my floor because I had already sold the couch. Boxes lined the wall. Rain tapped the tall windows softly, and outside, the Merrimack moved dark and steady behind the parking lot. I asked her, "Do you ever think about what he said?" She didn't ask which part. "You don't know who you just helped." She twirled noodles around a plastic fork. "Yes, and I think he wanted us uncertain. Still does. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." Jess had gone back to work by then. Of course she had. She said being in an ambulance was easier than sitting at home listening to her apartment creak. But she checked locks now. I noticed. She also kept a small flashlight clipped to her keys and no longer teased me about having two. Mrs. Alvarez recovered slower, though she pretended otherwise. Her daughter convinced her to move to assisted living near Providence, which she called a hotel with nurses and worse coffee. Before she left, she gave me her corded phone. "For your next place," she said, "I don't have a landline. Then get one." I kept it anyway. My new apartment was in Salem, on the second floor of a newer building with ugly siding, good locks, and emergency lights that actually turned on during monthly tests. My mother visited once before I'd unpacked everything. She stood in my kitchen for a long time, looking at the back door, then at the windows, then at the phone charging on the counter. "You answer when I call now," she said. "I do, even if you're busy, especially then." She nodded, satisfied and not satisfied. Life returned, which is not the same as life healing. I went back to work. I answered payroll tickets. I bought groceries. I laughed at dumb videos. I paid too much for renter's insurance. The ordinary world reassembled itself around the cracks. Sometimes that was comforting. Sometimes it made the cracks easier to see. The police returned my laptop 3 months later. They had found no malware on it, no remote access, nothing that explained why the first email had landed in my main inbox instead of spam. The sender domain had vanished. The prepaid phones were useless. The photo of my mother's kitchen traced back to a phone that had crossed 3 states before going dark. One thing did not fit neatly: the timestamp on the first email. According to my inbox logs, it had been received at 9:16:42 p.m. according to the mail server record my company's security friend helped me read. It had been queued for delivery at 8:03 p.m., more than an hour before the outage. That was not supernatural. I told myself that. It meant planning. It meant someone knew the schedule, had access, had patience. It meant the prediction was not magic, but logistics. That should have been better. It was. Because one night in the new apartment, months later, my screen dimmed while I was paying bills. I had disabled that setting. I knew I had. I sat very still, listening to the refrigerator hum, the upstairs neighbor's shower, the clean electric buzz of the building. No email came. No lights went out. After a while, I got up and checked the breaker panel anyway. Then I checked the lock. Then I called my mother. She answered on the second ring. "Everything okay?" she asked. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window, my phone pressed to my ear, the old corded phone from Mrs. Alvarez sitting uselessly on the counter like a relic from a safer kind of danger. "Yeah," I said, "just wanted to hear your voice." Behind me, the laptop brightened again on its own. I did not turn around right away. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I rode the subway to the end of the line. The station isn't on Earth. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that went wrong was the map. Not the whole map. Not some dramatic blackout or a cracked screen spelling out a warning. Just one small thing, easy to blame on old equipment or bad reception, or the kind of transit glitch everyone in New York learns to accept before they can afford anything else. The electronic strip above the subway doors changed from Canarsie, ROCKAWAY, PKWY to last stop, not in service, while the train was still moving. Then it changed back. 3 seconds, maybe 4. Long enough for the woman across from me to stop chewing her gum. Long enough for the kid with the skateboard to lower one earbud. Long enough for me to look up from my phone and realize I had missed my stop by at least 6 stations. My name is Owen Vale, 32 years old, male, born in Pittsburgh, and currently renting a room in Ridgewood because temporarily downsizing sounded better than my freelance audio work dried up, and I was too proud to ask my sister for help. That night, I was on the L train heading east, carrying a backpack full of borrowed recording gear and a paper bag with 2 bodega sandwiches sweating through the bottom. I'd spent 12 hours in a windowless studio in Chelsea cleaning up dialogue for a corporate safety video about forklift batteries, which is exactly as thrilling as it sounds. I was tired in a way that made the world feel slightly misaligned. Not drunk, not sick, just hollowed out. The car rocked hard between stations, wheels grinding against the rail in that long metallic scream the L makes when it takes a curve too fast. A warm air vent rattled above my head. Someone's takeout leaked a sour garlic smell into the car. Under it all was the usual underground dampness, that wet concrete odor that clings to your clothes even after you come home and hang them over a chair. I looked at my phone. 11:48 p.m., no service. That was normal too. I had meant to get off at Myrtle Wyckoff. I had meant to stop at the 24-hour grocery, buy coffee, and make myself answer the email from my landlord before it turned into another thing I avoided until it grew teeth. Instead, I'd sunk into my seat, thumb resting on an audio waveform, listening to the same forklift warning beep loop in my earbuds until it folded into the real train sounds around me. "Yo," the skateboard kid said. "Did that just say not in service?" The woman with the gum didn't answer. She watched the sign as if staring could make it behave. The characters present in this section are introduced as they appear. Owen Vale, 32, male, the narrator, a freelance audio editor from Pittsburgh living in New York, exhausted and privately ashamed of how badly he has been managing his life. Marcus Reed, 19, male, a Brooklyn-born college student with a chipped skateboard and a habit of joking first when he is nervous. Alina Fisher, 41, female, a German architect visiting New York for a conference, controlled and observant in a way that made panic look like bad manners. And Denise Harper, 58, female, an MTA train operator from Queens nearing retirement, whose voice we first hear through the train speakers before we see her. At the time, I didn't know any of their names. Marcus was just the skateboard kid in a red hoodie, one foot propped against his board to stop it rolling. Alina was the woman with the gum, though later I learned she hated gum and was chewing nicotine replacement because she'd promised her daughter she'd quit smoking before flying home to Munich. Denise was only a voice overhead, flat and tired, the way transit workers sound when they've spent years translating chaos into short announcements. "Ladies and gentlemen," Denise said through the speaker, "we're being held momentarily due to signal traffic ahead. Please remain on board." The train was not being held. We were moving fast enough that the tunnel lights smeared into yellow dashes. Marcus gave a short laugh. "That's new." The man at the far end of the car, wrapped in a black puffer jacket, didn't look up. He had his hood pulled low and both hands tucked under his arms. Could have been asleep, could have been ignoring us, which on the subway is practically a civic duty. I took out one earbud. The forklift beep kept going in the other, faint and ridiculous. "Maybe she means after the next stop," I said. Marcus looked at me like I had volunteered to be the responsible adult, and he wasn't sure I was qualified. "What stop is next?" he asked. I glanced at the route display. The red dot was blinking at Broadway Junction, 3 stops behind where it should have been if my half-asleep mental math was right. Then it jumped to Livonia Avenue without passing the stations in between. Alina leaned forward and tapped the glass beside the strip. Not hard, just a practical little knock. The dot flickered. "All of it is wrong," she said. Her accent was precise, faintly German, but softened by fluent English. "We passed no platform." Marcus pulled his phone up. "GPS is bugging too." "Underground," I said. "Yeah, man, I know we're underground." He turned the screen toward me anyway. The blue location dot floated somewhere near the water, then snapped to East New York, then vanished into a gray circle. But usually, it at least guesses. That was when I felt the first real shift in the car. Not movement, mood. Everyone still had their city armor on, that practiced deadpan you wear around strangers, but the seams had opened. The puffer jacket man lifted his head enough to show a gray beard. A young woman near the doors took out both earbuds. A delivery rider by the opposite pole squeezed the brakes on his electric bike, even though it was wedged sideways and could not roll anywhere. The train lights dimmed. Only a fraction. A tired blink. Then they came back in a colder shade. I don't know how to explain that without making it sound like a movie, but subway lighting has a color you get used to. It is harsh, yellow-white, designed to flatten everyone equally. This was different. It gave the metal poles a bluish edge and made the advertisements above the windows look waterlogged. A dermatologist smiled down at us from a poster promising a new face by spring. Her teeth looked gray. The train took another curve. My paper bag slid off my lap. I caught it before the sandwiches hit the floor, which should have been the most important thing happening because I hadn't eaten since noon. But my body had started listening past ordinary sounds, past the wheels, past the ventilation. There was a second rhythm under the train, a faint, spaced-out thump, not on the tracks, behind the wall maybe, like machinery turning somewhere too deep. Marcus heard it too. I saw him hold still, eyebrows pulling together. "You work MTA?" he asked me. I almost laughed. "Do I look like I work MTA? You got cables in your bag, audio gear, so you know sounds." That landed closer than I wanted. I did no sounds. I knew the click of a bad edit, the digital smear of noise reduction pushed too hard, the difference between a room tone and a hiss you should have removed before the client noticed. I knew when a sound repeated unnaturally. The thump came again, then again, 8 seconds apart, maybe 9. I told myself it was a pump room, a work train, some maintenance rig on a parallel track. New York is full of hidden systems doing ugly, important things under your feet. You hear a noise. Somebody built a reason for it 40 years before you were born. The speaker crackled. "Passengers, we apologize for the delay." Denise's voice had changed. Not fear, not yet, but the announcement clipped off at the end, as if someone had taken the microphone from her before she finished breathing. The train finally slowed. That should have made everyone relax. It did the opposite. The brakes gave off a hot, iron smell. The wheels shrieked, and the car leaned forward in little jerks. Marcus grabbed the pole. Alina braced one hand against the seat beside her. I watched the windows for tile, platform lights, the dirty white edge of a station wall. The tunnel outside opened, not into a station, into another tunnel, wider than the first. For one confused second, the black glass reflected our own car back at us. All of us doubled and pale, riding beside ourselves. Then the reflection broke, and I saw concrete columns passing close on the right, too close, marked with stenciled numbers I couldn't read because we were still moving. The walls were raw and unfinished in patches, plastic sheeting stapled over sections like bandages. Cables looped overhead in thick black ropes. "Is this a bypass?" Alina asked. "No Nobody answered. I had ridden enough late-night trains to know sometimes they skip stops, reroute, crawl through stretches of track that make no sense to anyone without a radio and a vest. Still, the L line is not magic. It runs where it runs. Manhattan to Brooklyn, 8th Avenue to Canarsie. Steel, switches, schedules, delays. A closed system with public maps and angry commuters documenting every failure in real time. But we had been moving too long since the last platform. I checked my phone again. 11:49 p.m. still. The minute had not changed. That was not impossible. Phones lag, screens freeze. My battery was at 12%, and I dropped it on concrete twice that month. I pressed the side button. The display went dark, pressed again. 11:49 p.m. Marcus said. Mine says 11:49. Alina looked down at hers. Also, nobody liked that. The puffer jacket man stood up. His name, I later learned, was Graham Ellis, 67 male, a retired postal worker from Brighton Beach with arthritis in both knees and the stubborn patience of someone who had spent decades waiting in government buildings. In that moment, he was just an older guy grimacing as the train swayed. "I'm going to the front," he said. "You can't pass between cars," Alina said automatically. Graham pointed at the end door. "I'm not passing. I'm knocking." Marcus grinned, but it was thin. "Yeah, ask the driver if we're in Narnia." "Narnia has trees," Alina said. The joke helped for half a second. It gave us a place to put our hands. Then the train lights snapped off. Not dimmed, off. The car plunged into the dark of a sealed metal box underground. Somebody cursed. A woman made a small animal sound and then swallowed it. The wheels kept moving beneath us, louder now without the lights. The whole car roaring and clattering like it had come loose from the idea of a schedule. I smelled hot brakes, old rainwater, Marcus's weed, sweet hoodie, my own stale shirt. My private fear, the one I do not bring up at parties because nobody asks, and because it sounds childish from a grown man, is being stuck where no one knows to look. Not being trapped exactly. Not elevators, not locked doors. It is the administrative version that gets me. A missing form, a dead phone, a name left off a list. The world continuing normally while you sit 3 feet away behind the wrong wall, unrecorded and increasingly difficult to explain. When the lights came back, they were emergency strips along the floor. Red, everyone's shoes appeared first. White sneakers, work boots, Alina's black flats. Graham's polished brown loafers planted wide for balance. Then faces rose out of shadow, cheekbones and eye sockets cut weird by the low glow. The train was still slowing. At the far end, Graham knocked on the operator door. "Hey," he called, "you all right in there?" No answer. He knocked again, harder. The speaker popped so loudly that the young woman by the doors flinched and dropped her phone. It clattered across the floor and stopped against my shoe. "Please remain calm," Denise said. This time we heard something behind her. A second voice, lower, muffled by distance or equipment. Denise continued, "We are experiencing a routing error. Do not attempt to exit the train between stations." Marcus whispered, "Routing error." Graham leaned closer to the door. "Operator, you need assistance." The train shuddered. A long scrape ran along the right side of the car, Metal against concrete, or something close enough to make no difference. People grabbed poles. My shoulder hit the partition. The paper bag tore. One sandwich slid halfway out, leaving mustard across my jeans. The train stopped. No station announcement. No chime. Just the heavy exhale of air brakes, and then the smaller noises of people realizing they had been holding themselves too tight. Fabric rustled. Someone sniffed. A phone vibrated once and gave up. Through the windows, there was a platform, not a normal one. At first glance, it had enough familiar pieces to calm you. Tiled wall, yellow tactile strip, square columns, overhead lights. But none of it matched. The tiles were the wrong size, larger and matte. A dull off-white with hairline cracks that ran in branching patterns. The platform edge sat too low, nearly level with the train floor instead of below it. The columns were concrete, unpainted, and each one had a black number stenciled chest high. No advertisements, no station name, no exit signs. At the far end of the platform, an analog clock hung from a beam. Its hands pointed to 11:49. A few people laughed, because laughter sometimes leaks out when the alternative is making a sound you can't take back. Marcus pressed his face near the glass. "Where the hell is this?" "Maintenance platform," I said. Alina turned toward me. "You know this?" "No," I admitted. "I'm guessing." Graham rattled the operator door handle. Locked. A new announcement began, but not from the train, from the platform speakers. The sound was old and warped, a public address system with water in its throat. It played a chime I didn't recognize. 2 notes down, 1 up. Then a voice spoke in careful, neutral English. "Passengers arriving on track 3, please proceed to the illuminated area. Transfers are not available at this time." We all looked at one another. The platform lights flickered once. A rectangular section near the middle brightened, a pool of white, light around a stairwell descending, not going up. That was the second thing wrong. Subway exits go up. Maybe they go sideways first. Maybe you climb stairs, then stairs again, then emerge under scaffolding beside a halal cart and a puddle reflecting a pharmacy sign. They do not invite you deeper. The train doors stayed closed. Marcus backed away from them as if distance mattered. Nope. Alina had her phone raised, recording now. Her hand was steady. The doors should open if this is a stop. "Maybe it's not a stop," Graham said. The delivery rider said something in Spanish under his breath and crossed himself. Nobody mocked him. I checked my phone camera. It opened, then froze on a blurred image of my own shoes. The battery icon flashed red. I put it away because watching it die would not help, and because some stubborn part of me wanted to preserve the last bit for an emergency I could still understand. Denise's voice came through again, quieter. "Car 4, can you hear me?" Graham slapped the operator door. "We hear you." A pause, then, "How many passengers?" We counted badly at first because everyone talked over everyone. 11 in our car. Maybe more in the cars behind us, but the windows between cars showed only red-lit interiors and silhouettes moving uncertainly. The connecting doors were locked, as usual. The train felt suddenly segmented, each car its own little argument. "Do not open exterior doors unless instructed," Denise said. Alina stepped toward the intercom panel near the door. Where are we? Static. Then Denise, breathing too close to the microphone. I don't have that information. That was the first honest thing anyone official had said all night. Graham asked, "Can you move the train?" Another pause. "I'm trying to contact rail control." "Are they answering?" Static again. Marcus looked at me. The joking had drained out of his face, leaving him younger. "They're not answering." The platform speaker chimed. "Passengers arriving on track 3, please proceed to the illuminated area. This platform will not remain available." The words were polite. That made them worse. A banging started from the car behind us. People hitting glass, maybe trying to get our attention. Marcus moved to the rear window and cupped his hands around his eyes. "They're opening something back there." Alina lowered her phone. "Emergency release." "No," Graham said sharply. "Don't touch those unless there's fire." "There might be," Marcus said. "You smell that?" We all did now. Not smoke exactly. Ozone. Hot plastic. That sharp electrical smell that makes every adult in a room start looking for outlets. The lights in our car flickered from red to black and back. Denise came over the speaker one more time. "If there is smoke in your car, move away from the source. Do not enter the track bed. Repeat, do not enter the track bed." "Operator," Graham said, voice rising despite himself. "There's a platform right here." No answer. From somewhere forward came a hollow metallic slam. Then another. A door opening. Ours. The people in the next car began shouting. Not screaming. Shouting instructions, names, profanity. The messy human sound of strangers becoming a crowd. Marcus's skateboard rolled loose and bumped my shoe. For a moment, no one in our car moved. We stood in the emergency glow with the unopened doors on one side and the operator's locked compartment on the other, listening to the platform announcement start again from the top in its damaged, patient voice. Passengers arriving on track 3. The smell of hot plastic thickened. Alina looked at me, then at Graham, then at the emergency door release panel beside the subway doors. It was behind a small clear cover with instructions printed in black. "In a fire," she said, "you open it." "We don't know there's a fire," Graham said. "We know there is heat somewhere." Her voice was calm, but she had stopped chewing the gum. "We know the operator cannot tell us where we are. We know others are exiting." Marcus bent and picked up his board. "I'm not burning in here because a sticker told me to wait." I looked through the glass at the platform, at the blank tiles, at the clock still fixed at 11:49, at the lit stairwell going down. Every sensible part of me wanted to stay on the train. Trains are known things, metal boxes with rules, emergency protocols, cameras, dispatchers. Someone, somewhere, eventually notices when a subway train is missing from where it is supposed to be. That fear in me, the old one, whispered with my own voice. What if they do? Alina put 2 fingers on the plastic cover. She didn't pull it. Not yet. She looked at each of us, giving us one last chance to become the kind of people who waited. The platform speaker chimed. The lights blinked, and the choice sat there in front of us, simple and ugly. Trust the sealed train filling with the smell of burning insulation, or open the doors onto a station that had no name and stairs that led the wrong way. Alina pulled the emergency release before any of us agreed. It was not theatrical. No big red handle ripping free with sparks flying. She snapped the clear cover open with the side of her hand, read the instructions once, lips moving, then pulled the lever down until it clicked. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the subway doors gave a tired pneumatic cough and opened 6 inches. Cold air slid in at ankle level. That was the first thing I noticed. Not the platform, not the wrong stairwell or the clock or the blank tiles. The cold. It moved across the floor like water, slipping around our shoes and under the cuffs of our jeans, carrying a smell I couldn't place at first. Mineral dust, wet concrete, old metal, something sterile underneath, like the inside of a hospital supply closet. Marcus stepped back. Okay, that's not normal subway air. Help me, Alina said. She shoved her fingers into the gap and pulled. I joined her because everyone was watching, and because some stupid part of me still thought that being useful might prove I wasn't scared. Graham muttered something about procedures, but he put both hands on the door too. The rubber edges squealed against each other. The gap widened enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. The hot plastic smell inside the car thickened behind us. A woman near the middle coughed once, then again, harder. That settles it, Marcus said. We're out. Wait, Graham snapped. We do this in order. No one jumps. The platform is level, but we still check footing. You were a postal worker, Marcus said, or a crossing guard. Graham ignored him, which was probably for the best. Alina crouched and peered through the opening. There is no third rail on this side. You sure? I asked. No, she said, but I can see the platform edge. That kind of answer became Alina's specialty. Not comforting, useful. The delivery rider went first, guiding his bike through with a clatter of pedals and whispered Spanish. Then the young woman who had dropped her phone. Then Graham, moving stiffly, but refusing help until his bad knee betrayed him halfway through the gap, and he grabbed my wrist hard enough to hurt. Got you, I said. I know, he grunted, embarrassed. Marcus went after him, skateboard tucked under one arm. Alina stayed by the door, counting people out loud, making sure the older woman with the cough did not get shoved. Her calm made people obey without realizing they were obeying. I was the last from our car. The moment my shoes touched the platform, the train behind me felt less like shelter and more like a machine we had escaped by accident. It hummed in a low, uneven way. Not the usual electric idling hum. This one rose and dipped, as if something inside the front cars was trying to restart and failing. The platform was colder than the train by at least 20 degrees. My breath did not fog, but my teeth began to ache. The ceiling was higher than a New York station ceiling should have been, disappearing into shadow above bare service lights. The tiles on the wall were not printed with station names. No mosaics. No local pride. No grime-softened ads for injury lawyers or English classes or laser hair removal. Just those matte off-white tiles, too clean in some patches, scuffed in others, and the columns with black numbers. C17, C18, C19. A station without a name, but with inventory. People from the next car had already spilled onto the platform. Maybe 15 of them. A man in a suit was on his phone, holding it high, repeating, "Hello, hello," like height might catch a signal underground. A mother clutched a sleeping toddler in a pink coat against her chest. Two teenagers argued over whether to walk toward the lit stairwell or stay by the train. Everyone kept glancing at the doors, as if expecting them to close and leave us. From the front of the train, Denise Harper climbed down onto the platform. Seeing her made the whole situation both better and worse. Better because she was real. Worse because she looked scared. She wore an MTA jacket over a navy uniform shirt, gray hair tucked under a cap, radio clipped to her shoulder. One side of her face was marked with a red line where a headset or strap had pressed into the skin. She walked fast, but not smoothly. Her right hand was wrapped in a napkin already spotted with blood. Graham saw it too. "Operator, you hurt. Cut my palm on the cab latch," she said. "I'm fine." "You got rail control." "No." The platform seemed to lean around that word. Denise lifted her voice. "Everyone listen. We have a possible electrical fault in the forward cars. I need all passengers away from the train until I can assess smoke conditions. Stay on the platform. Do not go down any stairs. Do not enter the track bed. Do not wander." "Where are we?" the man in the suit demanded. Denise's jaw tightened. "I don't have a confirmed location." "What does that mean?" he said. "It means exactly what I said. You're the operator. And I'm telling you what I know." Marcus whispered beside me. "She's not getting paid enough for this." A sharp pop came from under the second car. Everyone flinched. The train lights flickered again, then one of the cars behind ours went dark. A child began crying, not loudly at first, just a confused hiccuping sound that spread through the adults like a warning. Denise turned toward the noise. Then her radio crackled, not with words, with a clicking pulse. 3 clicks. Pause. 3 clicks. Pause. 3 clicks. She pressed the transmit button. "Rail control, this is L819, do you copy?" Clicks. "Rail control, respond." Clicks. Owen the rational man, Owen the exhausted audio editor, Owen who had spent years stripping bad noise out of recordings for people who never noticed unless he failed, knew immediately that the clicks were not random interference. They repeated too evenly. I stepped closer before I thought better of it. "Can I hear that?" Denise looked at me like I had asked to borrow her wallet. "I work with audio," I said. "It sounds patterned. It's a radio fault. Maybe." That was when my flaw rose up in me, dressed as helpfulness. I had a lifelong talent for staying just useful enough to avoid admitting what I actually wanted, which was for somebody else to tell me I wasn't responsible. If I could diagnose the noise, identify the problem, name it, then the situation might shrink back into something solvable. Routing issue. Signal fault. Bad relay. Human systems broke in human ways. Denise hesitated, then angled the radio without unclipping it. I listened. 3 clicks, pause, 3 clicks, pause. Then a faint fourth sound underneath, lower than the clicks, like a breath being cut off. "Could be a stuck transmit," I said, "or someone keying a mic." Denise's eyes narrowed. "Someone where?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. The platform PA chimed again. "Passengers arriving on track 3, please proceed to the illuminated area. This platform will not remain available." The stairwell lights brightened, not by much, enough that every head turned. Below the first flight, I could see a landing and a yellow handrail. After that, darkness. The stairs did not look ancient or alien or anything easy to reject. They looked institutional. A service exit maybe. A new construction bypass. Concrete, paint, safety strips. Normal materials arranged in a way that made no sense. "Do we have smoke?" Alina asked Denise. Denise sniffed, then looked at the front cars. Electrical overheating, maybe arcing under car 2. If it escalates, we move farther down the platform, not down those stairs. "Why not?" the suited man said. "The announcement says." "The announcement is not MTA." That shut him up. For a second, only the train made noise. Metal ticking as it cooled. A fan grinding somewhere inside. The toddler crying into her mother's coat. Then, from the rear of the platform, came the sound of doors closing. Heavy doors, not subway doors. A deep mechanical chunk that echoed through the tile. Denise spun. Who went that way? Nobody answered at first. Then one of the teenagers pointed. Some guy, blue jacket. He said he saw an exit sign. "What exit sign?" Denise said. The teenager swallowed. "Back there." There was no sign now. Just platforms stretching into dimmer light behind the train. The far end disappeared into a maintenance corridor with a rolling metal gate halfway raised. Denise swore under her breath. "Everyone stay put." "You just said don't wander," Graham said. "I'm aware. I'm coming with you." "No, you're not. Operator, with respect, you've got injured hand and no radio contact. And you've got a bad knee." Graham bristled. Alina stepped between them before the disagreement hardened. "I'll go," she said. Denise looked her over. "You a cop, architect." "That does not help me. I understand buildings, exits, layouts. Also, I am calm." Marcus raised his hand. "I'm not calm, but I'm fast." "No," Denise said. "I wasn't asking. This was how groups fall apart, not all at once. A missing passenger, a possible fire, a voice telling us to go one way, an operator telling us not to. Small authority gaps opening like cracks in ice. The time-sensitive problem arrived in pieces, and then all at once. A man in a green work vest came running from the next car, face slick with sweat. Smoke in car 2, real smoke. Denise moved before he finished. "How much?" "Enough. People are coughing." "Any flames?" "Didn't see flames." A hard alarm began sounding from the train, not the platform, the train. A pulsing electronic bleat that bounced off the tiles and made the toddler scream. Denise lifted both hands. "Listen to me. We need to move passengers away from the forward cars now. Down platform toward the rear. Keep together. Do not go through any gates. Do not use stairs unless I give the order." The platform PA answered almost immediately. "Passengers arriving on track 3, please proceed to the illuminated area." Marcus stared upward. "It's responding to her." "It's automated," Alina said, but she did not sound convinced. The alarm bleated again. A thin gray thread of smoke slipped from between cars near the front, dragged sideways by a draft we could not feel. That made it worse somehow, seeing the smoke move according to air that did not touch us. Denise began directing people. "Rearward, slow. Help anyone who needs it." Graham took the coughing older woman by the elbow. Alina guided the mother with the toddler. Marcus ran back toward the rear of our car to wave people away from the train. I stood there for one useless second with my torn sandwich bag in my hand. Then Denise grabbed my sleeve. "You, Audio guy. Owen, do you have a flashlight? I had a small one clipped inside my recording bag, the kind I used for crawling under desks to find outlets in studio rooms. I fumbled it out. Good, she said. With me, that was the last thing I wanted. What are we doing? Finding the passenger who walked off before I lose him too. She heard her mistake. Her face closed. Alina and Skateboard Kid can help move people, she said. You've got a light. Stay close. Every part of me wanted to say no. I could feel the sealed box fear rearranging itself into a new shape. It was not being trapped now. It was being separated from the record, from witnesses, from the group. If I followed Denise into that dim rear corridor and something went wrong, the rest of the passengers might move on without knowing my name. But she was already walking. And there was a man in a blue jacket somewhere beyond the gate because he had seen a sign that wasn't there anymore. I followed. The platform changed as we moved away from the lit stairwell. The service lights became farther apart. The tiles gave way to painted concrete scored with long scratches at shoulder height. The train alarm faded behind us, replaced by the soft slap of our shoes and the distant murmur of confused passengers being herded the other way. Denise held her injured hand close to her chest. Blood had soaked through the napkin and darkened her knuckles. You sure you're okay? I asked. No. The honesty startled me. She kept walking. But I can move. The rolling gate at the rear was raised high enough to duck under. Beyond it was a service corridor, maybe 6 feet wide, with pipes along one wall and a grated drain running down the center. It smelled colder there, wetter. The mineral smell sharpened until it coated my tongue. I shone the flashlight ahead. The beam caught a smear on the floor. Mud, not subway grime. Actual mud, brown and wet, pressed into a partial shoe print. Denise crouched, careful with her hand. Fresh construction crew, could be. But she didn't sound relieved. Farther ahead, something clanged. One note. Metal on metal, sir. Denise called MTA. Come back to the platform. No answer. We advanced maybe 20 feet. Then my flashlight found the sign. It hung crooked from a ceiling bracket, green with white lettering, the kind every public building has. Exit, an arrow pointed deeper into the corridor. The problem was the back of the sign. It was blank metal. No wiring. No glowing panel. Nothing that explained how it had appeared lit to someone from the platform. My flashlight passed over it, and the reflective letters flared bright enough that, from a distance, you could convince yourself they were illuminated. Okay, I said quietly. That explains it. Some of it, Denise said. A voice came from ahead. Hello, male, shaky. Denise straightened. Stay where you are. Is that the train lady? Yes. Walk toward my voice. I can't. The corridor seemed to tighten around the words. Denise took 3 quick steps. I followed with the light bouncing all over the walls. We found him at a junction where the corridor split left and right. He was in his 30s, white male, wearing a blue jacket over scrubs. Later, we learned his name was Caleb Morris, 36, male, an emergency room nurse from Queens heading home from a double shift. The kind of man trained to help others, but too exhausted that night to notice his own panic until it had already chosen a direction for him. He stood with one hand pressed to the wall, breathing fast. What happened? Denise asked. Caleb pointed down the left corridor. There was a door. Where? There, I swear. It closed behind me or moved, or I don't know. I turned around and the gate wasn't where it was supposed to be. Denise glanced back. The raised rolling gate was visible from where we stood, dim, but there. Caleb saw it too and looked sick with humiliation. No, I came from, a crash cut him off. Behind us. From the platform. Then shouting. My radio-less brain supplied possibilities too quickly. Smoke worsening. People rushing the stairwell. Someone falling. The train doors closing. All of them bad. Denise said, we're going back. But Caleb did not move. He stared past us toward the corridor we had come from. What? I asked. He whispered, who's that? I turned. At the far end near the rolling gate stood a figure in an orange reflective vest. For 1 second, relief hit me so hard my knees loosened. A worker. Maintenance. A real person with keys and a hard hat and knowledge of where we were. Then my flashlight caught his face. He wore a respirator mask, clear goggles, hard hat with no visible logo. He stood still under the gate, blocking the way back to the platform. Denise lifted her voice. MTA employee. The man did not answer. Identify yourself, she said. He raised one gloved hand, not in greeting, in warning. From the platform behind him, the PA chimed again, louder in the corridor than it had been outside. Passengers arriving on track 3, please proceed to the illuminated area. This platform will not remain available. The masked man turned his head slightly toward the sound, then back to us. Then he reached up and pulled the rolling gate down. Denise ran. Hey, stop. The gate crashed against the floor before she got halfway there. The sound punched through the corridor and left my ears ringing. On the other side, through the diamond mesh, passengers shouted and shapes moved in red emergency light. Marcus appeared beyond the gate, skateboard in hand. Owen, he yelled. What happened? Open it, Denise shouted. Marcus grabbed the bottom and pulled. It did not budge. Alina appeared beside him, face pale but controlled. There's a lock on your side. Denise searched the frame with her good hand. No, it's keyed from the platform side. The man locked it, Alina asked. What man? Marcus said. The masked worker had vanished from the other side. A fresh wave of smoke rolled across the platform behind Marcus and Alina, low at first, then rising in torn sheets around the train doors. People began coughing harder. The alarm inside the train changed pitch, faster now. Denise pressed her radio again. Rail control, emergency. Passengers separated. Smoke condition. Unknown location. Respond. 3 clicks. Pause. 3 clicks. The gate held. Behind Marcus, someone shouted, the stairs. Go down the stairs. Denise slammed her palm against the mesh, leaving a dark blood print. Do not go down those stairs. But the crowd was already turning. Not all of them. Enough. Fear moves faster than instructions. Alina kept one hand on the gate. Denise, she said, voice tight. We cannot keep them here if the smoke worsens. Denise looked at me, then at Caleb, then down the corridor, branching behind us. The concrete trembled under my shoes. A mechanical sound began somewhere deeper in the service passage. A motor engaging. Fans, maybe. Or pumps. The air shifted against the back of my neck, drawing smoke through the mesh and into our corridor. The platform side was becoming unsafe. Our side was locked away from it, and the only visible route that might reconnect us to the others led deeper into the maintenance corridors beneath a station that still had no name. Denise swallowed once. Then she said the thing none of us wanted her to say. We find another way around. The first plan was simple enough to be stupid. Find the other side of the gate. That was how Denise said it, one hand pressed in a bloody napkin, her radio giving off its little 3-click stutter against her shoulder. She stood with her back to the locked mesh, facing the corridor junction where Caleb had frozen earlier. Left branch, right branch, both concrete, both lit by buzzing service fixtures spaced too far apart. Behind the gate, the platform was turning gray with smoke in slow layers, like dirty water rising in a tank. "We are here," Alina called through the mesh, because of course she had already started mapping it in her head. Her voice came through warped by the gate. "Rear service corridor behind track 3. The main platform is east-west. Train is along the north edge. Stairwell is center platform, maybe 30 meters from us." Denise nodded once. "Good. Keep people back from the train." "I am trying." Marcus appeared beside Alina, crouched low under the smoke with his hoodie pulled over his mouth. Some of them already went to the stairs. "How many?" Denise asked. "I don't know, 6, 8. That guy in the suit went. The mom didn't. Grams got her and the kid near the far wall." A coughing fit swallowed the end of his sentence. The train alarm pulsed faster. I wanted to tell Marcus to stay there, like my saying it would mean anything. He looked small behind the gate, red hoodie turned brown in the emergency light, skateboard gripped in both hands, as if it had become a tool he hadn't figured out how to use yet. "Don't let anyone follow us," Denise said. "Follow you where? We're finding another way around." Marcus looked past her, into the corridor behind us. "That sounds like the thing people say before they get very lost." "It is also the only option," Alina said. Her calm was thinner now. You could hear the strain in the clipped edges. Denise pointed to the right branch. "That way runs parallel to the platform. We look for utility door or cross passage. Owen, light. Caleb, stay between us." Caleb gave a quick nod. He had the blown-out stare I'd seen on people at 3 in the morning outside emergency rooms, still technically standing, but with some important inner support already gone. He kept rubbing his thumb against the seam of his scrub pants. "I shouldn't have left the platform," he said. "No," Denise said, not unkindly. "You shouldn't have. It was the wrong thing and the right thing at the same time. We moved right. The corridor ran behind the tiled wall of the station. If you pictured the platform as a long rectangle, we were behind its southern side, moving west to east, trying to reach a point beyond the gate where another door might let us back out near the middle." Pipes hugged the left wall. Electrical conduit ran along the right in stacked trays. The drain in the floor carried a trickle of dark water that reflected my flashlight in broken strips. 20 steps in, the platform sounds faded. 30 steps, the train alarm became a dull pulse. 50 steps, we reached a steel door with a small wired glass window. Denise tried the handle. Locked. There was a keypad above it, dead screen, 4 rubber buttons worn pale in the center. "Do you have keys?" Caleb asked. Denise gave him a look. To every random contractor door in the city? No. I lifted the flashlight to the window. On the other side was the platform. I could see the edge of a column marked C14 and a slice of train car beyond it. Smoke drifted in thick strips along the ceiling. People were moving toward the stairwell despite Alina and Marcus trying to hold them back. There, I said, this opens out. Denise leaned in, then swore softly. Maglock, can we break the glass? Caleb asked. Wired glass. And even if we do, the release is on the other side. Could Marcus pry it with the skateboard? I said. Denise knocked hard on the window with her radio. Hey, on the platform, Marcus turned. I waved the flashlight. He saw us and ran over, crouching, coughing into his sleeve. Alina followed more carefully. Through the small square of glass, their faces looked flattened and unreachable. Denise pointed at the door handle, then mimed pulling. Marcus tried from his side. Nothing. Alina looked around, then found something near the frame and pressed it. She shook her head. No power or locked remotely, she shouted, her words muffled. Emergency release missing. Missing, Denise shouted back. Alina pointed to a rectangular scar on the wall beside the door. 4 screw holes. A dangling wire. Someone had removed the manual release. That was the first attempt failing, and it failed in a way that tightened everything. The door existed. It led exactly where we needed. It was not jammed by accident or inaccessible because of bad luck. A human hand had disabled the one thing that would have made it useful. Caleb saw the same realization move across our faces. Why would someone do that? Denise did not answer. She turned away from the window. We kept moving. The corridor narrowed after the locked door, forcing us single file. Denise went first, then me with the light, then Caleb. The air pulled steadily past us from the platform toward somewhere deeper in the service passage. It tugged smoke through cracks and under doors, thinning it behind us, but dragging the smell along. Hot plastic, dust, a faint chemical sweetness. My throat's getting raw, Caleb said. Cover your mouth, Denise said. With what? I handed him one of the paper napkins from my torn sandwich bag. It was useless, but he folded it and pressed it over his nose anyway. A sound came from ahead. A scrape. Then another. I stopped so abruptly Caleb bumped into my back. The scrape came again, slow and deliberate, from beyond the next bend. Metal over concrete. Denise lifted her injured hand, signaling us still. The corridor bent left. My flashlight beam hit the corner and stopped there. Past it, something moved in the dark. Caleb whispered, "That's him." I thought of the masked man at the gate. Orange vest, goggles, one gloved hand raised in warning before he trapped us. Denise unclipped the radio and held it like a weapon, which would have been funny in any other situation. The scrape came again, closer. My hands started to shake, and the flashlight beam jittered across the wall, making pipes jump in and out of shadow. I imagined a respirator face appearing around the corner, a gloved hand, a tool raised over someone's head. The scene assembled itself too easily because fear likes recognizable shapes. "Stay behind me," Denise whispered. Then a maintenance cart rolled slowly around the bend by itself. It was a low metal trolley with 2 plastic bins stacked on top and a mop handle sticking out like an antenna. One wheel was bent. It wobbled, scraped, rolled 6 inches, scraped again. Water dripped from a bucket into the drain. No person behind it. No masked worker. We stared at it until it bumped the wall and stopped. For 3 seconds, nobody spoke. Then Caleb laughed once, a sharp, ugly sound that nearly turned into a cough. "Jesus," he said. "Jesus, it's a cart." The misdirection should have relieved us. It did, briefly. My lungs unlocked. Denise lowered the radio. But the cart brought its own problem. The bins were full of filters, not household filters. Big rectangular HVAC filters, gray-black with dust, some torn at the edges. Several had date stickers and printed labels. I moved the light closer. BMT East Link Temporary Ventilation Pilot Contractor. HALDEN Moss Infrastructure Inspection Batch. Sea Level East Link, Denise said quietly. "You know it?" I asked. "No, you're MTA." I said, "I don't know it." Caleb crouched over the bins. His nurse brain seemed to wake up when confronted with objects instead of impossible routes. "These are used, really used. Look at the loading." "I don't know what that means," I said. "They've pulled a lot of particulates out of air. Dust, soot, maybe mold." Denise looked down the corridor. "So there is a ventilation system. Or was. The motor sound we'd heard earlier deepened, becoming a steady draw that made the hanging wires tremble slightly against their brackets. We passed the cart and reached a second junction. This one mattered. Straight ahead, the corridor continued into darkness and sloped down. To the left, a narrower passage had a yellow stripe painted along the wall with stenciled text. Platform return C12 to C8. To the right, a short hallway ended at a ladder cage going up, marked vent shaft access. Denise chose left immediately. "That says platform return," Caleb said, "and maybe it means it." We followed the yellow stripe. The passage ran straight for about 40 feet, then opened into a small utility room. Electrical panels covered one wall. A bank of old monitors sat on a metal desk, all black. There were paper coffee cups in a trash bin, a cracked plastic chair, a corkboard with safety notices curled from dampness. Normal things. That was almost worse. The room looked recently used, not abandoned for decades, not part of some forgotten tunnel sealed under Brooklyn. Someone had drunk coffee here. Someone had initialed inspection sheets. Someone had forgotten a Mets cap on the desk. Denise went to the monitors and pressed buttons. Nothing. I found a laminated map pinned to the corkboard. "Denise." She came over. The map showed the platform as a long rectangle labeled sea-level track 3 receiving bay. Not station, receiving bay. The train line entered from the west through a tunnel labeled Link Tunnel A and ended east in a section marked Buffer/Service Stop. Behind the platform, our corridor was drawn as a thin line with cross passages to the platform. Most had red X marks through them. The stairwell at the center was labeled Descent to Transfer Chamber. Below that, someone had written in black marker, "No unsupervised passenger movement after arrival." Caleb read it over my shoulder. Arrival from where? Denise tore the map from the board, folded it badly with her injured hand, and shoved it into her jacket pocket. "Left side of this room," she said. "There should be another door to the platform." There was. It was heavier than the first, with a push bar instead of a handle. Denise pressed it. The bar moved. The door opened 1 inch, then stopped against a chain on the other side. Through the gap came smoke and shouting. "Help," Denise yelled, door chained from platform side. A shape moved beyond the gap. Graham's voice answered, hoarse. "Who's there?" "Denise, Owen, Caleb," Graham coughed. "We thought you wait, hold on." The chain rattled. He was trying. "Where are Alina and Marcus?" I shouted. "Stairs," Graham said. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean stairs?" "They went after the group. People were pushing." The mother almost fell. Alina said she'd keep them together. Denise slammed her fist against the door frame. "Damn it." Graham kept working the chain. Metal scraped, but it didn't loosen. "It's padlocked," he said. "I can't get it." Marcus's voice shouted from farther away, echoing oddly. "Owen, we're at the landing. There's another gate down here." The sound did not come through the door. It came through the walls, or through some vent shaft inside them. I turned in a slow circle, trying to locate it. "Alina," I called. Her answer arrived faintly from above us, below us, everywhere at once. "Do not come down yet. We are stopped at a lower mezzanine. There are turnstiles, but no exits." "Turnstiles," Caleb said. Denise leaned toward the door gap. "Graham, keep everyone away from the train." "The train's not the problem anymore," Graham said. "What does that mean?" Before he answered, the platform PA chimed again. This time, the voice changed. Still neutral, still calm, but closer to the clipped cadence of a real operations announcement. "Track 3, arrival window closing. Personnel clear the platform. Seal in progress." Denise went still. "Seal what?" Caleb asked. A metal shutter began descending somewhere on the platform side. We could hear it. A broad, rolling thunder, not the small gate that had trapped us, but something bigger. Sectional doors. Fire shutters, maybe. Smoke control barriers. A system designed to isolate areas during an incident. Procedural failure, I told myself. That's all this is. A half-built facility, old contractor systems, confused automation responding to smoke and blocking egress routes. Human stupidity layered over human engineering. But procedural failure can kill you just as cleanly as malice. Graham shouted. "They're closing doors along the platform." Denise yelled back, "Get to the stairs." "You told us not to." I know what I said. The second attempt had failed before it fully became one. It found another platform door. It opened. It proved we were close to the others, but it was chained from the wrong side, and the platform was beginning to seal itself in sections. Caleb stepped back from the door, breathing hard. "We're being funneled." Denise looked at him. He swallowed. "Sorry, bad word." "No," she said. "Accurate word." The shutter sound grew louder. The smoke through the door gap thickened. Graham shouted something we couldn't make out. Then his voice disappeared under coughing and metal noise. The gap darkened as something slid down over the platform side of the door. The thin line of smoky light became a gray slit, then black. The utility room lights flickered. One monitor on the desk flashed on. A green command line screen blinked awake with white text rolling upward too fast to read. Then it stopped on one line. Sea-level occupancy transfer incomplete. Another line appeared beneath it. Unaccounted. 3 Caleb stared at it. "That's us," I said. Denise's radio clicked. 3. Pause. 3. Pause. Then, for the first time, a voice came through under the clicks. Not clear, not full. A male voice, strained by static. Not platform, repeat, not platform, lower route compromised. Denise grabbed the radio. Identify yourself. Static. Who is this? The response came broken. Do not let them reach. Then the clicks returned. Denise's face had gone gray under the service light. The monitor changed again. Route available. Service access D4 time to lockdown. 0400. A countdown appeared in the corner. 0359. 0358. Caleb whispered, 4 minutes. Denise scanned the stolen map, unfolding it with shaking fingers. Blood from her palms smeared the paper. D4, she said, not platform return. It's past the downward slope, straight from the junction. It may connect below the stairwell. May, I said, would you like me to invent certainty? The floor trembled again, stronger this time. From behind the sealed platform door came a distant series of impacts, people hitting metal shutters, calling names. One voice rose above the others, young and cracked. Marcus. Owen, then Alina, sharper. We are moving down. We have no air up here. Denise shouted into the wall as if her voice could find them. Stay together. Do not split. The monitor countdown reached 0321. I looked back the way we had come, toward the locked gate, toward the corridor, the cart, the first failed door, the platform now sealing behind smoke barriers. Retreat had become a series of locked things and bad air. Forward was the slope. Service access D4, whatever that meant. Caleb picked up the Met's cap from the desk and wedged it over his face like a mask, absurd and practical at once. We go now. Denise nodded. We left the utility room and hurried back to the three-way junction. My legs felt weak from adrenaline and lack of food. My jeans stuck cold against the mustard smear. Denise's breathing had turned rough. Every few steps, she flexed her injured hand, then winced and tucked it back against her chest. Caleb stumbled once and caught himself on the pipe wall, leaving a wet palm mark in dust. At the junction, we turned straight, down the sloping corridor. The yellow stripe ended after 10 feet. The walls changed from painted concrete to rougher poured forms, seams visible, like we had crossed from public infrastructure into something provisional. The air moved faster here, pulling at our backs. Behind us, deep in the corridor network, a heavy shutter slammed. Then another, then another. Each one closed off a path. The sound followed us downhill. At the bottom of the slope stood a red steel door marked D for service access. Denise reached it first and hit the push bar. It opened. Beyond was not a room, but a narrow catwalk suspended over a dark service void, with pipes crossing below and a second platform visible maybe 20 yards ahead. Emergency lights glowed along the railings. Far across the void, through glass panels streaked with condensation, I could see people descending a stairwell. Alina, Marcus, the mother with the toddler, others. They were on the far side, one level below us, moving toward the same lower area from a different route. Alina, I shouted. She looked up and saw us. For 1 second, relief broke through her face. Then the red door behind us began to close automatically. Denise lunged to hold it, but her injured hand slipped on the bar. Wedge it, she shouted. I grabbed for anything. My flashlight, the torn sandwich bag, useless. Caleb shoved his shoulder against the door, teeth clenched. Go. Denise looked back at the corridor behind us. A shutter dropped across the slope with a violent crash, sealing off the route we had just used. The door to D4 kept pushing. Marcus, from below, yelled something I could not hear. I saw his arm move. His skateboard came spinning across the gap from the lower landing, thrown like a bad idea with perfect timing. It clattered onto our catwalk and skidded toward my feet. I snatched it up and jammed the deck between the D4 door and its frame. The motor strained. The wood cracked. For one breath, it held. Then the skateboard snapped in half. The door slammed shut behind us. No handle on this side. No window. No way back. The catwalk lights flickered on in sequence ahead, one after another, leading us across the void toward the lower platform where the others had been forced to go. Denise tried the door anyway. Once, twice, nothing. Behind it, muffled by steel, the countdown reached whatever came after 0. A final shutter slammed somewhere above us, and the air pressure changed so sharply my ears popped. The route behind us was gone. The only remaining path led forward across the catwalk, down toward the transfer chamber, and into the part of the station the announcements had been trying to make everyone enter from the beginning. The catwalk shook under our feet. Not collapsed, not even close. It was steel grating bolted into concrete, probably inspected, probably rated for men heavier than us carrying tools, heavier than anything in my backpack. But it moved. Every step sent a tremor through the railing, and down into the black service void below, where pipes crossed over one another like ribs. Somewhere underneath, fans pulled air hard enough to make the grating hum. My flashlight beam broke apart on the mesh floor and scattered into pieces. "Keep one hand on the rail," Denise said. Her voice was steady because she made it steady. She went first. I followed, then Caleb, his borrowed Mets cap pressed over his nose and mouth. Behind us, the D4 door had sealed with no handle on our side. Ahead, the catwalk ran 20 yards across the void, then turned down a short set of metal stairs to a lower platform behind a wall of glass panels streaked with condensation. Through the glass, I could see the others. Alina, Marcus, Graham, the mother with the toddler, the suited man. A dozen more passengers standing in a wide, low chamber tiled in the same matte off-white as the platform above. There were turnstiles there. That was what made my head reject it. Not monsters, not stars, not some impossible sky. Turnstiles. MetroCard era ones, waist-high, stainless steel, lined up in 2 neat rows beneath signs that said transfer authorization required. Beyond them was a bank of heavy gray doors, each with a small rectangular window, each labeled with black stenciled letters. Auxiliary Route 1, Auxiliary Route 2, Auxiliary Route 3, no exit signs. No way up, just routes. Alina saw us through the glass and pointed to our right. I swept the flashlight that way. A maintenance hatch stood open at the end of the catwalk, leading into the chamber from behind the turnstiles. A narrow service path bypassing the fare gates. Of course, Caleb muttered through the cap. Staff entrance. Denise's radio clicked. 3. Pause. 3. Pause. Then the male voice came through again, clearer this time, but still buried under static. "Harper, Harper, if you hear me, stop the transfer." Denise froze so suddenly I almost ran into her. "You know him?" I asked. She unclipped the radio. "This is Harper, identify." Static scratched. "Brennan, signals. I'm in the relay room above sea level. Listen to me. The system thinks that train is a test consist. It's routing you into the evacuation trial." Denise's eyes snapped toward the glass chamber. "There are passengers down there." "I know. The contractor automation is running an old drill sequence. Doors will seal. Fans will reverse. It will dump suppressant into the lower chamber." Caleb lowered the cap. "Suppressant." Denise pressed transmit. "What kind?" A burst of static. "Clean agent system was replaced, but cylinders may still be live. Could displace oxygen. You have to hold the chamber doors open or trip the manual abort." "Where?" "Control cabinet. East wall, yellow handle. Needs key or force." The radio crackled again. Then Brennan's voice sharpened with panic. "And Harper, there may be contractor security on site. They were supposed to keep trespassers out, not." The transmission broke into clicks. 3. Pause. 3. The central threat finally had a shape. Not ghosts, not another world. A private infrastructure project or abandoned pilot facility tied into the subway network, still alive enough to make decisions and broken enough to make the wrong ones. A contractor security team or worker trying to contain liability instead of save people. Automated shutters, smoke controls, a suppression system about to treat living passengers like an empty test chamber. Human systems, human cowardice, human negligence with electricity behind it. Denise began moving again. "Faster now. Yellow handle," she said. "East wall." "How do we know east?" Caleb asked. Alina's voice reached us faintly through the glass. "This side, hurry." We reached the maintenance hatch. Denise pulled it. It opened with a groan into the transfer chamber. Noise hit us. Coughing. Arguing, the toddler crying in broken, exhausted bursts. The distant train alarm from above, muted by layers of concrete. The PA chime, too polite for what was happening. "Transfer authorization required," the platform voice said. "Please remain inside the marked area." Nobody remained anywhere. Marcus ran to us first, hair damp with sweat, hoodie tied around his face. Without the skateboard, he looked strangely incomplete. "You made it," he said. "Barely," I said. "You owe me a board." "Put it on my tab." He tried to smile. Couldn't. Alina came behind him, phone still in her hand, recording light blinking red. She had a scrape across one cheek and dust on her black flats. "The doors will not open. The turnstiles locked after the first group came through." Denise pushed past us into the chamber. "Everyone listen." No one did. The suited man was shouting at Graham. "You don't know there isn't an exit through one of those doors." Graham had planted himself in front of auxiliary route 2 with both hands out. "And you don't know there is. My phone says emergency calls only now. Then call." I did. It drops. Denise put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled. The sound cut through the chamber, sharp enough to hurt. People turned. "We have a suppression system about to discharge in this room," she said. "That means the air may become unsafe. We need to stop the system or get those doors open now." For one clean second, the room understood. Then panic tried to bloom. Caleb stepped forward, nurse voice taking over. Listen to her. Slow breaths. Anyone with asthma, chest pain, or a child comes to this wall. Sit if you feel faint. Do not run unless someone tells you to run. The mother clutched the toddler tighter. What's happening? We're getting you out, Caleb said. He did not promise more than that. Alina pointed across the chamber. East wall is there, based on the map orientation. Behind the turnstiles. The control cabinet was mounted beside the third auxiliary door, painted gray except for a yellow recessed handle behind a clear plastic cover. Between us and it stood the locked turnstiles. Marcus grabbed one and shook it. The metal arms clanked but did not move. Can we climb? He asked. Some can, Alina said. Not Graham, not the woman with the child. We don't all need to climb, Denise said. I need the handle. She started over the turnstile. Her injured hand slipped. She came down hard on her bad side, shoulders striking the metal arm. The sound was dull and ugly. Denise, I grabbed her elbow. She hissed through her teeth. Blood from her palms streaked the turnstile. I'm fine. You're not. I said I'm fine. She tried again. This time Caleb stopped her. You can't grip. Denise glared at him, but the truth was obvious. Her right hand was open and shaking, the cut deeper than she had admitted, blood tracking down into her sleeve. I'll go, I said. The words came out before I approved them. Denise looked at me. You sure? No. I was not sure. I was tired and hungry and scared in the exact way I had always been scared, that I would disappear into a technical problem no one could explain, filed under routing error, missed by the people who should have noticed. But there was a yellow handle. There was a task. And for once, nobody else could absorb the responsibility while I stood nearby feeling clever about sounds. Boost me, I said. Marcus cupped his hands. Step. I stepped into his grip, grabbed the top of the turnstile housing, and swung one leg over. My backpack caught on the arm and yanked me backward. For a second I hung there, ridiculous and stuck, stomach pressed to cold steel. Bag, Alina said. Marcus shoved from behind. Caleb pulled the strap free. I dropped on the far side and landed badly. Pain flashed up my left ankle, not broken. I knew that immediately because I could still stand, but something twisted hot and sharp under the bone. I limped to the cabinet. The plastic cover over the yellow handle was secured with a small padlock. Of course it was. Locked, I shouted. Break it, Denise shouted back. With what? Marcus looked around, then threw me the only thing he had left, one cracked half of his skateboard deck. It spun over the turnstiles and slapped the floor beside me. I picked it up. The PA chimed. Chamber seal complete in 60 seconds. A red light began flashing above the auxiliary doors. 60 seconds makes people into versions of themselves they spend years hiding. The suited man shoved past Graham and tried to climb a turnstile. Graham grabbed his coat. Don't push through them. Get off me, they struggled. The mother screamed because their bodies slammed into her shoulder. The toddler started sobbing again. Caleb moved in, wedging himself between them with both arms out. Stop. Stop it. You hit the kid. The suited man swung without looking. His elbow caught Caleb across the mouth. Caleb staggered back, blood appearing instantly on his lower lip. Marcus lunged at the man. Alina caught Marcus by the hoodie and yanked him back. "No," she snapped. "Help Owen." I hit the plastic cover with the skateboard half. Once, it bounced off. Twice, a crack appeared. The chamber vents opened along the ceiling with a synchronized metallic clap. Everyone looked up. A hiss began. Not gas yet. Air moving. Pressure changing. Denise shouted, Harper to Brennan. "Manual abort locked. We need key override." Only clicks answered. 3. Pause 3. I hit the cover again. Harder. Pain shot up my wrist. The plastic split but held around the lock. "Alina," Denise said. "Cabinet hinges." Alina was already looking. Right side external. Owen hit the hinges, not the lock. I shifted. The first hinge bent on the second blow. The hiss deepened overhead. Somewhere inside the walls, fans reversed direction. I felt it in my ears, then my throat. The chamber air pressed down, then pulled sideways toward vents along the lower walls. 30 seconds, the PA said. The masked man appeared at auxiliary route 3. He opened it from the other side. For one heartbeat, everyone stopped. He stood in the doorway wearing the orange vest, respirator, goggles, blank hard hat. In one gloved hand, he held a ring of keys. In the other, a compact radio. Relief and rage hit the room at the same time. Denise raised her radio like she might throw it. "Open the doors." The masked man's voice came muffled through the respirator. "Stay in the marked area. You'll kill them. No one was supposed to be here. They are here." He looked at the passengers, at the child, at Caleb's bleeding mouth, at my hand frozen around the skateboard fragment. Then he did the worst possible thing. He stepped backward and began to close the door. Marcus moved first. He vaulted the turnstile with ugly teenage grace, hit the floor rolling, and slammed his shoulder into auxiliary route 3 before it shut. The masked man stumbled. Marcus jammed his foot in the gap and screamed. Not a movie scream, a real one. The door crushed down on his sneaker and ankle. "Open it," Alina shouted. The masked man pulled. Marcus pushed. I abandoned the cabinet and limped toward them, but I was too far. Denise climbed the turnstile one-handed. She fell on the far side and hit her knees hard, but kept moving. Caleb followed, awkward and furious, blood on his chin. The PA said, 20 seconds. I swung the skateboard half at the second cabinet hinge. It snapped. The cover dangled. The yellow handle was exposed, but the handle required a twist and pull. My hands were sweating so badly, I slipped the first time. Denise reached auxiliary route 3 and drove her injured hand into the masked man's goggles. He recoiled. Marcus fell free, clutching his ankle. Caleb grabbed him under the arms and dragged him away from the door. The masked man swung the radio at Denise's head. It clipped her temple. She dropped to one knee. Graham bellowed from behind the turnstiles. Not words, just sound. He climbed, bad knee and all. He did not make it cleanly. His leg caught. He crashed chest first over the metal housing and rolled onto the far side, gasping. But he had weight and anger, and 70 years of not moving until he chose to. He tackled the masked man low, driving him into the door frame. Keys scattered across the floor. 10 seconds, the PA said. I pulled the yellow handle. Nothing. It's stuck, I shouted. Alina pointed from the other side. Twist clockwise first. I did. No, your other clockwise. I would have laughed if I had any air. I twisted the handle the other way. It moved. I pulled. Resistance held, then released with a heavy mechanical thunk that traveled through the wall. The red lights changed to amber. The ceiling hiss cut out. For one breath, the chamber was only people panting. Then a second warning started. Manual abort accepted, the PA said. Containment breach detected. Auxiliary lockdown initiated. All 3 auxiliary route doors began closing. The masked man, half pinned under Graham, shouted through the respirator, "You don't understand. That tunnel's not cleared." Denise ripped the respirator off his face. He was younger than I expected, maybe 30. White, male, narrow face, sweat running from his hairline. Terrified. Not evil in the way stories train you to expect. Worse than that. Employed, cornered, afraid of liability, his boss, prison, whatever sat above this mess with a company name and lawyers. "What tunnel?" Denise demanded. He coughed. "Service bypass to Livonia Yard. It floods. The pumps failed. We were sealing the chamber. You locked people in. I was told to prevent access. To oxygen, to the lower route, the doors kept closing." Alina shouted, "We need one open." Marcus, on the floor, teeth clenched around pain, shoved the remaining half of his broken skateboard toward me. "Use it. It'll snap. Then hurry." I grabbed the board and wedged it under auxiliary route 3. The motor ground down. Wood splintered. Not enough. Caleb snatched the key ring from the floor and tried keys at random in the manual override beside the door. First key. Nothing. Second. Nothing. Third. The door dropped another foot. "Caleb," Denise shouted. "I know." The 4th key turned. He yanked a lever. Auxiliary route 3 froze with a gap 3 feet high. Beyond it was a service tunnel sloping upward, lit by dim blue emergency strips. Water ran over the floor in a shallow sheet, flowing toward us. Not a flood yet. Enough to soak shoes. Enough to hide holes, cables, rails, whatever waited under the surface. The masked man laughed once, broken. "Round in there if the sump kicks back." Denise looked at the chamber behind us. The passengers, the sealed turnstiles, the vents that had almost emptied the room of breathable air, the smoke from above creeping down the stairwell. Then she looked into the wet tunnel. "Everyone through," she said. The suited man was first, because cowards often are. Then the mother with the toddler, helped over the turnstile by Alina and Caleb. Graham tried to stand and nearly collapsed. His bad knee had finally quit pretending. "I'm all right," he lied. "No," Caleb said. "You're not." Together, he and Denise got Graham under the arms. Marcus tried to stand and screamed again through his teeth. His ankle was swelling against the edge of his sneaker. Alina knelt beside him. "Can you hop? I can do whatever gets me out." That is not an answer. It's the one I got. I helped Marcus up. He put one arm around my shoulder. His weight hit me hard, and my twisted ankle answered with a pulse of pain so bright I saw black spots. "Sorry," he gasped. "Later," I said. We moved in pieces, through the half-open door, into cold water. The service tunnel smelled of rust and mud, and something organic washed in from wherever the failed pumps connected. The blue lights made everyone look already drowned. Behind us, Denise shoved the masked man toward the door. "You too." He shook his head. No, I can fix the panel. I can. You are coming as a witness or a prisoner. Pick the word you like. He came. The last person through was Denise. She stood in the gap, looking back at the transfer chamber. The place that had almost killed us was still lit, still orderly, still ready to process bodies as if they were routing errors. Then the auxiliary door motor strained again. The manual override failed. Move, I shouted. Denise ducked under the descending door. It caught her jacket. She twisted, but the fabric snagged on the latch plate. Caleb dropped Graham and lunged back. Alina grabbed Denise's arm. I couldn't move fast enough with Marcus on me. The door kept coming. Denise did not scream. She pulled her injured hand free of its napkin, slicked the trapped fabric with blood, and yanked backward with everything she had. The jacket tore. She fell into the tunnel as the door slammed shut behind her. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Denise rolled onto her back, breathing through clenched teeth, blood running freely from her palm again, and a swelling bruise rising at her temple. The conflict was resolved in the ugliest possible way. We were not in the chamber when the system sealed. The suppressant had been aborted. The doors had not crushed us. The passengers were alive, but we had paid. Marcus could not walk without support. Graham could barely stand. Caleb was bleeding and shaking. Denise's hand needed stitches, maybe surgery, and she had taken a blow to the head. My ankle throbbed with each heartbeat. The masked contractor sat in the water with his hands raised, crying silently into his own vest. Behind the closed door, the PA chimed one last time, muffled now, distant. Transfer incomplete. The blue lights ahead flickered down the wet tunnel, one after another, marking a route none of us had chosen freely. Denise pushed herself upright. Her face had gone old in the space of minutes. Forward, she said. No one argued. There was no back. And somewhere ahead, under Brooklyn or outside any map I had ever trusted, water moved through the dark with the steady sound of something filling up. The service tunnel did lead out. That sounds cleaner than it was. It did not lead to sunlight or a platform full of police or some waiting row of ambulances with doors already open. It led through water cold enough to numb my toes, past rusted conduit and sagging cable trays, beneath a ceiling that sweated steadily onto our heads. It led us forward because the door behind us was sealed, and the route ahead was the only remaining sentence we could read. For the first 100 feet, nobody spoke except Denise. Left rail, she said. Stay on the left rail. The flooded tunnel had a narrow raised curb along one side, barely wider than a shoe. Those of us who could walk used it. Those who couldn't were dragged, carried, or supported badly. Marcus had one arm around my shoulders and one around Caleb's. Every time his swollen ankle brushed the water, he made a sound through his teeth and apologized afterward, as if pain were bad manners. Graham moved between Alina and Denise, his face waxy and set. His knee had ballooned under his trouser leg. He kept insisting he could walk until Alina said, very evenly, Graham, if you lie again, I will let you fall just to save time. He stopped lying. The masked contractor went ahead of Denise with his hands visible. His name, when Denise forced it out of him, was Nathan Pike, 31, male, from New Jersey, a site security subcontractor who had been told the sea-level facility was closed to public access and that any unauthorized entrant had to be contained until supervisors arrived. He said it like a man reciting instructions that had become poisonous in his mouth. "You knew there were passengers," Denise said. Nathan did not answer. "You saw the child. I didn't know about the suppression cycle. You closed the gate." His shoulders hunched. "I was told nobody could leave through service access." Denise laughed once. It wasn't humor. It was air escaping around disgust. "The tunnel climbed so gradually, I didn't trust it at first. The water fell from mid-calf to ankle height, then to a skin of runoff over concrete. The blue emergency lights began to thin, leaving longer strips of dark between them. Somewhere behind the walls, the pump system kicked on for 6 seconds, grinding hard enough to vibrate in my teeth, then died with a wet cough. Caleb stopped us twice to check the mother and toddler. The little girl had gone quiet in that limp, exhausted way children do after fear uses them up. Caleb touched 2 fingers to the side of her neck and nodded. "She's cold, but she's alert," he said. "Keep her wrapped." The mother had given her coat to the child and was shaking so hard her jaw clicked. "We close?" she asked. No one answered. Then Owen, the audio guy, heard it. Not a warning tone, not a PA voice, not the 3-click radio pattern. Traffic. Very faint, flattened by concrete and distance, but unmistakable. Tires on wet pavement. A truck braking. Somewhere above us, the city was continuing without us. I started laughing. I tried not to. It came out anyway, short and cracked, and Marcus looked at me like I had finally become unsafe. "What?" he said. "Cars." He listened. Then his face changed. "Holy hell," he whispered. "Cars." That sound pulled us the last stretch. The tunnel ended at a steel maintenance door with a push bar and a small sign marked Livonia Service, authorized personnel only. The contractor keys worked on the 3rd try. Nathan fumbled them so badly Denise shoved him aside and made him identify the right one. The door opened into a narrow concrete stairwell that smelled like rain, pigeon droppings, and old coffee. New York smells terrible when you escape back into it. I have never loved anything more. At the top was another door, this one alarmed. Denise hit the push bar with her hip. A siren began screaming immediately, bright and ordinary and municipal. We came out behind a locked service gate near Livonia Yard, under a strip of elevated track in Brooklyn, into a night full of mist and sodium streetlight. It was 12:37 a.m. on the phone of the first FDNY lieutenant who reached us. My phone still said 11:49. So did Marcus S. So did Alina S. We handed them over later, and people with badges put them in evidence bags without commenting on that part in front of us. The first responders reacted the way real first responders do. No speeches, no stunned monologues. They triaged. They separated us. They asked the same questions 3 different ways, while EMTs wrapped foil blankets around shoulders, and police officers started stretching caution tape between fence posts. Marcus went in the first ambulance because his ankle was broken in 2 places. "Not sprained?" he asked Caleb, who was sitting on the curb with gauze against his split lip. Very not sprained, Caleb said. Marcus shut his eyes. My mom is going to murder me. She'll have to wait, I said. Subway got first crack. He smiled at that. Barely. Graham refused a stretcher until Denise told him, Get on it, or I'm writing you up for interfering with operations. You can't write me up, he said. Watch me. He got on. Denise herself fought treatment the longest. Her hand was wrapped by then, but blood had soaked through the gauze. The bruise at her temple had darkened purple, and she kept blinking too slowly. An EMT asked her the year. 2026, she said. President, she answered. Where are you? Denise looked toward the service door, now surrounded by police and MTA supervisors. That's the problem. They took her in the second ambulance. Alina stayed upright until someone asked whether she had family in the city. Then she sat down very carefully on the curb and put both hands over her face, not crying loudly, nothing dramatic, just folding inward for 10 seconds before straightening again and saying she needed to call her daughter in Munich. Her phone was dead. I gave her mine even though it still said 11:49 and had 8% battery left. It made the call. That was the part I kept thinking about afterward. Not the chamber, not the door, not the PA voice. The phone worked once it mattered, but the clock stayed wrong. Alina spoke German into it, low and controlled, until her voice cracked on one word I didn't understand. Then she handed it back and apologized. For what? I asked. For using your battery. That almost broke me. The legal part began before we left the scene. Transit police separated us under the elevated tracks and took initial statements, while the FDNY checked air quality at the service entrance. Nathan Pike sat in the back of a patrol car with a blanket around his shoulders and no shoes, because one had come off in the flooded tunnel. He looked young under the streetlights, younger than he had any right to look after what he'd done. I watched 2 detectives speak to him through the open car door. He nodded a lot. Then he shook his head. Then he started crying again. I wanted to hate him cleanly. I couldn't. That bothered me too. Over the next week, the story became smaller each time someone official repeated it. A signal routing malfunction. An unauthorized contractor controlled service area. A smoke event. A legacy suppression system. A passenger evacuation complicated by restricted access doors. Those phrases showed up in the first MTA statement, then in a revised statement that removed contractor controlled, then in a joint statement with the city that called the facility a non-public infrastructure connection under review. Halden Moss Infrastructure suspended operations pending investigation. A spokesperson said they were cooperating fully. That phrase appeared everywhere, as if cooperation could be measured in press releases. The local news ran Alina's footage. Not all of it. The clip they used showed smoke on the unnamed platform, passengers coughing, Denise shouting instructions, and Marcus yelling my name through the gate. It did not include the monitor reading unaccounted. 3. It did not include the PA saying transfer incomplete. Alina said she had recorded those parts, but when she copied the files for investigators, several were corrupted. She did not say this dramatically. She told me in a diner near Woodhull Hospital 2 days later, while stirring coffee she never drank. The metadata is strange, she said. Strange how? She looked tired enough to be transparent. There was a bandage on her cheek and a borrowed sweatshirt over her conference blouse. Her flight home had been delayed because the district attorney wanted another statement. The video jumps, not visually, time code. It repeats 1 minute several times, then advances normally. My phone company says water damage. Was your phone wet? No, we sat with that. Outside the diner window, a delivery truck double parked, and someone leaned on a horn for 5 full seconds. The sound was vulgar and alive. I loved it. Marcus had surgery on his ankle. Pins. A boot. 6 to 8 weeks minimum, longer before skating again. He sent me a picture from his hospital bed with the caption, "Tell the subway it owes me a deck." Graham tore something in his knee and bruised 2 ribs tackling Nathan. He complained to every nurse who came near him, then asked after the mother and child every time he thought nobody was listening. Caleb needed stitches in his lip and treatment for smoke irritation. He went back to work 10 days later because the American healthcare system has a sense of humor like a locked door. He texted me once at 3:12 a.m. I keep checking exit signs to make sure they're wired. Normal. I wrote back, no, understandable. Denise had surgery on her hand. The cut had damaged a tendon. The blow to her head gave her a concussion that kept her out of work. At the hospital, she asked for Brennan, the signals worker from the radio. There was no Brennan on duty that night. At least, that was what the first supervisor said. Then, a union rep found a Thomas Brennan, 49 signal maintainer, assigned to a different part of the system, marked absent due to medical leave. He had not worked in 3 months. When investigators went to his apartment, according to Denise, his sister said he was in Pennsylvania recovering from back surgery and had not touched a radio since February. Denise told me this from her hospital bed, her hand in a thick splint, eyes sharp despite the pain meds. So who warned us? I asked. She watched the muted television mounted in the corner, where a weather person pointed at rain moving over Queens. I don't know, she said. That was the only answer she allowed herself. As for me, I went home to Ridgewood with a brace on my ankle, smoke in my jacket, and a hospital discharge sheet that said mild sprain, observation recommended. My landlord had emailed twice. The bodega sandwich in my backpack had flattened into a mustard-soaked fossil. My room smelled stale when I opened the door. The ordinary sadness of laundry, dust, and a life left in the middle of being avoided. I sat on the edge of my bed and cried without much sound. Not because I was brave and finally allowed to break, because I was exhausted, because my ankle hurt, because I had been so certain all my life that disappearing would feel like being forgotten. And instead, it felt like being processed by machines built by people who would later say nobody could have predicted the sequence of failures. The next morning, I answered my landlord. Then I called my sister. I told her some of it, not all. She said, "Owen, are you asking for help?" I nearly lied. Then I looked at my phone on the desk. 11:49. Still, the battery had died sometime after I got home. The screen should have been black. Instead, it showed the lock screen faintly, gray numbers under cracked glass. I plugged it in. It rebooted. 12:04 p.m. normal. That was the thing about afterward. Normal came back, but not as proof, more like a cover placed over a hole. 3 weeks later, the L train ran on schedule again. People complained about delays, rats, heat, weekend service changes, the usual things. The city absorbed the incident the way it absorbs everything, grinding it down into rumor, lawsuit, and a transit committee, hearing nobody watches all the way through. I rode the subway again because rent is real and fear does not refill a Metro card. The first time, I got off 2 stops early and walked home in the rain. Second time, I stayed on until Myrtle Wyckoff, gripping the pole so hard my fingers hurt. The third time, I looked up at the electronic strip above the doors and saw every stop listed exactly where it should be. That helped, a little. Denise took disability leave and later testified. Alina returned to Germany, but sent copies of her notes and drawings to everyone's lawyers. Marcus started physical therapy and joked that he was retiring from public transportation until he needed pizza. Graham mailed me a folded newspaper clipping about the investigation with a sticky note that said, "They left out the important parts. They always do." Caleb began carrying a tiny flashlight on his keychain. I did too. The official report, when it finally leaked, confirmed enough to make the rest harder to dismiss. Sea level had been part of a shelved emergency routing and ventilation pilot built during overlapping tunnel resilience projects after Hurricane Sandy. It was supposed to allow work trains and test consists to be diverted through a sealed receiving area during flooding or smoke events. It was never certified for passengers. It was supposed to be physically disconnected from live routing. It was a software update, a misconfigured signal relay, and contractor systems left in partial automation had combined with a real electrical fault on our train. The platform PA had been automated. The shutters had been automated. The suppression system had been real. The disabled door releases had been documented as security modifications. Nathan Pike pleaded to reckless endangerment and cooperation with the investigation. Halden Moss executives blamed subcontractors. Subcontractors blamed outdated MTA interface specs. MTA blamed integration failures. Everybody blamed the gap between systems. That gap had a station in it. We had stood there. One question remained officially unanswered, though it appeared in no report I ever saw. At 2:16 a.m. on the night after the incident, while my phone was in an evidence bag at a police facility, it sent a 12-second audio file to my work email. No subject, no sender name beyond my own address. The attachment was labeled room tone 1149. WAV. I did not open it for 2 days. When I finally did, I used studio headphones and told myself it would be corrupted noise, some artifact from my recording app, some pocket-triggered file delayed by bad service. For the first 6 seconds, that was all it was. A low hum, air through vents, 3 clicks, pause, 3 clicks. Then, very far back in the track, beneath the static and the machinery, I heard Denise's voice from that night. Not words I remembered. not from any moment I could place. She sounded close to the microphone and terribly tired. "Car 4, she said. "Do not proceed to the illuminated area." Then another voice, lower, male, almost swallowed by the hum. "Too late. I saved 3 copies. I sent one to Alina, one to Denise, one to a lawyer. None of them could explain it. Life continued anyway, which is its own kind of horror and mercy. My landlord got paid. My ankle healed crooked enough to ache before rain. Marcus learned to walk without the boot. Alina quit nicotine gum. Denise still cannot fully close 2 fingers on her right hand. Caleb still checks exit signs. Graham still calls once a month and pretends he meant to call someone else. And me, I do not fall asleep on trains anymore. I count stops. I read the maps. I listen to the PA systems with the attention I used to reserve for studio monitors, separating hiss from signal, automation from human breath. Most nights, the subway is only the subway. Steel wheels, warm lights, wet coats, someone's music leaking from cheap earbuds, a kid laughing too loud, a tired operator saying there is train traffic ahead when everyone knows the city is held together by delays. But sometimes, between stations, the electronic strip above the doors flickers. Only for a second, long enough to be nothing, long enough for me to look up. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing wrong with the headphones was not that they failed. It was that they worked too well. I was standing on the southbound platform at Kendall/MIT, shoulder to shoulder with the evening crowd, when the red line announcement cut out mid-sentence. Not faded, not muffled, cut. One moment, the overhead speaker was chewing through the usual delay notice, "Attention passengers, due to disabled train at," and the next, there was only the electrical hiss of the lights, the soft slap of water somewhere in the tunnel, the squeal of brakes carrying up from the northbound side. But underneath all of that, low and wet and close enough to make my thumb twitch on the volume button, something growled. Not a dog growl. That would have been easier. This had weight behind it. A chest. A throat that sounded too large for the space. It rolled out from the dark mouth of the tunnel and dragged along the platform edge like somebody pulling a trash can full of gravel. I took off the headphones. The announcement returned at once. "Central Square. We apologize for the inconvenience." People around me kept doing what people do when the tea is late. A woman in scrubs leaned on one hip and scrolled with dead-eyed patience. 2 college kids in matching MIT hoodies argued about whether they could still make a movie at the Kendall Square Cinema. A guy in a red socks cap ate fries from a paper bag and stared straight into the tunnel as if trains appeared faster when judged. No growling, just human noise, human breathing, human irritation. I put the headphones back on. The station snapped into another shape. Voices vanished. Mouths kept moving, but the words were gone, stripped from the air as neatly as if someone had erased them with a blade. Shoes scuffed. A zipper rasped. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead. The fries crackled in their bag. Somewhere behind the tiled wall, a pipe knocked twice. And from the tunnel, softer now but absolutely still there, came that deep animal sound. My name is Miles Henley. I'm 31, male, originally from Worcester, living in Somerville, because I like pretending I'm still close enough to Boston to have opinions about Boston, and far enough away not to pay Boston rent. I worked audio post-production for a small educational media company in Cambridge, which sounds more glamorous than it was. Most days I cleaned mouth clicks out of biology lectures and adjusted levels for people who believed speaking louder was the same thing as explaining better. That was why I had the headphones. They were over-ear, matte black, expensive enough that I had lied to myself for 2 weeks before buying them. A new model from a company called Hushline, advertised as adaptive environmental filtering, which meant they didn't just cancel noise. They separated it. Traffic, HVAC, human speech, percussion, wind. You could slide categories up and down in the app. I bought them because voices made me tired. That sounds colder than I mean it. I liked people fine in theory. I liked my friends, my sister, the woman who ran the bodega under my apartment and called me professor because I wore glasses. But uninvited speech had a way of getting under my skin. Half-heard conversations on trains, phone calls in waiting rooms, strangers telling stories too loudly while I was trapped beside them. My brain grabbed at every syllable and tried to sort it, tag it, answer it. By the end of a workday spent editing other people's voices, the last thing I wanted was to be inside more of them. So I filtered them out. That was my private magic trick. Press a button, make the city shut up. Only now the city had shut up, and something else had taken its place. A shoulder bumped mine. I turned. Lena Ortiz, 29, female, stood beside me with her bike helmet clipped to her backpack, and her eyebrows raised in that way she had when she was deciding whether I was being funny or difficult. Lena was from Providence, worked as a paramedic out of Boston EMS, and had the kind of calm that made strangers confess things to her. We had dated for 8 months, broken up for reasons that sounded mature when explained out loud, and stayed friends because neither of us had the energy to lose the other completely. Her mouth moved. I heard nothing. I lifted one ear cup. "Said you look like you just saw a rat file taxes," she said. I blinked. "Sorry, you okay?" "Yeah, headphones are being weird." She glanced at them. The fancy ones, the financially irresponsible ones. Still better than buying crypto. That's your medical opinion. My medical opinion is you're pale. The train lights brightened in the tunnel, a pair of white eyes widening around the bend. The growl disappeared beneath the mounting metal shriek of wheels against rail. Everyone shifted forward with the same little hope, the collective lean of commuters who had been disappointed before, but were ready to be disappointed again. The train came in slow, too slow, its headlights smeared across the curved tile, catching old grime, a crushed iced coffee cup, a dark stain by the yellow warning strip that might have been oil or rainwater dragged in on shoes. When the first car passed us, I saw faces inside lit greenish by phones. Normal faces, tired faces, a child pressing both palms to the glass. The doors opened. The platform sound changed at once: movement, bags, brakes cooling with metallic ticks. Through the headphones, voices stayed gone, turning the crowd into a pantomime. People poured out with their mouths open, silent complaints, silent laughter, silent apologies as they squeezed past. Then a sound cut through. Not the growl this time. A yelp. High, sharp, real. I turned my head so fast the headphones shifted against my jaw. At the far end of the platform, near the last car, a man had stumbled backward into the tiled wall. He was holding one hand to his calf. His face was twisted, and although I couldn't hear his words with both ear cups on, I could see what he was saying. What the hell? A small brown terrier shot between two pairs of legs, leash trailing, nails skittering on the platform. Its owner, an older woman in a long gray coat, bent after it, but the dog was already halfway under a bench, shaking so hard its tags flashed. I pulled the headphones down around my neck. Noise rushed back in. "Did it bite you?" someone asked. No, I kicked the bench," the man said, embarrassed now, rubbing his calf. Dog freaked out. The terrier made a thin sound from under the bench, not barking, whining. Lena was already moving. "Wait," I said, though I don't know why. She didn't. Lena crouched near the man, palms open, voice low. "Hey, I'm off duty, but I'm EMS. You bleeding?" I said. I hit the bench. "Let me see anyway." A transit employee appeared from the stairs, heavyset, mid-50s, male, with a silver mustache and a fluorescent vest hanging open over a navy shirt. His name tag said Deakeen. He moved with the practiced annoyance of a man who had been asked to manage every strange little failure of a city that was always breaking in public. "What happened?" Keen asked. "Dog got spooked," Lena said. The owner, a woman maybe in her late 60s, female, was kneeling stiffly now, trying to coax the terrier out with a shaking hand. "Muffin, come here, baby, come here." The dog would not come. It stared toward the tunnel. So did I. The train sat with its doors open. Inside, people craned their necks, irritated by delay and hungry for explanation. The operator's voice came over the speaker, telling us to stand clear, but the words blurred under station echo. My headphones vibrated faintly against my collarbone. I looked down. The Hushline app had opened on my phone by itself. Not impossible, probably a touch input from my jacket. The screen showed the equalizer categories in neat stacked bars. Traffic, 12% wind, 5% mechanical, 41% human voices, 0% animal, 87%. I had never seen an animal category. I unlocked the phone and tapped it. The bar did nothing. I opened settings. The app lagged, then refreshed. Animal changed to environmental low frequency, 87%. "That yours?" Lena asked behind me, I looked up. She had finished checking the man's leg and was watching my face instead of his. "What? You made a noise." "I did, like you swallowed a battery." Keen was talking into his radio. "Yeah, minor disturbance. Dog loose on the southbound. No, platform side. We're holding for a second." The terrier suddenly scrambled out from beneath the bench, not toward its owner, but away from the tunnel, claws scraping tile. The leash whipped around the leg of a trash can. The dog hit the end of it and choked itself with a horrible little cough. "Oh God," the woman said. Lena grabbed the leash before the dog could bolt again. "Easy, easy," Muffin snapped at her hand. Lena jerked back, more surprised than hurt. A red line opened across the heel of her palm. "Lena, I'm fine," she said quickly. The dog was. Its whole body pointed away from the tracks, tail tucked so far under it looked folded wrong. Its eyes were shiny and fixed. From the tunnel came another sound. This time I heard it without the headphones on. Not the full growl, just the end of it maybe. A vibration that passed through the platform and into the soles of my shoes. A low scrape. A thump. Several people turned. Not everyone. That was the worst part. If the whole platform had reacted, I could have accepted it as ordinary. A maintenance cart. A second train. Some track equipment. But only a handful of us looked me, Lena, Keen, the dog owner, a teenage boy with one AirPod in, and the man who had kicked the bench. Everyone else stayed annoyed and bored and half absent, living in the normal station. Keen frowned into the tunnel. "Southbound's clear after this train, right?" he said into his radio. Static answered. Then a voice, too crackled to understand. The operator leaned out of the train window. She was a black woman in her 40s, female, with tired eyes and one hand braced on the frame. "You good back there?" Keen lifted his radio. "Give me 30 seconds. Control's yelling already." "Control can come get the dog then." Lena had wrapped her sleeve around her hand. She looked at me. "Miles, what? You're doing that thing." "What thing?" "Where you go far away while standing right in front of me." I almost laughed because she was right. It had been one of our problems. When something got uncomfortable, I didn't run. I retreated inward, went quiet, made myself unavailable. Lena used to say arguing with me felt like knocking on a door after everyone inside had decided to pretend they weren't home. "I heard something," I said. "The dog." "No, before that." Keen glanced over. "You heard what?" I didn't want to answer him. He had a radio and a vest, and the authority of a tired public employee. And I had an app showing me a category that had changed its name. Saying growling on a train platform made you the kind of person people stepped away from. So I said, "Something in the tunnel." Keen's face did not change much, but his eyes sharpened. "Like what?" "Like," I stopped. Lena filled in softer. "Like an animal." Keen looked down at Muffin, then toward the tunnel. "Boston has animals where animals don't belong. Rats fat from restaurant trash. Raccoons in dumpsters. Coyotes moving along the river at night, thin and confident as ghosts, except not ghosts at all, just urban predators making use of what we leave behind. A deer once got onto the red line tracks near Alewife and shut everything down. Every few months, somebody swore they saw a Fisher cat in Cambridge, and everyone argued online about whether it was possible. So no, an animal in the tunnel wasn't impossible. It was just the size suggested by that sound that my body couldn't accept. The train doors chimed. "Stand clear of the closing doors," the operator announced. "No," Keen called. "Hold up." The operator gave him a look. "You want to explain that to dispatch?" Keen pointed down the platform. "I said hold up." The doors stayed open. That changed the mood. People could tolerate delays when they came from nowhere, from the faceless machinery of transit. But a man in a vest making a choice gave them a target. "Come on," someone shouted from inside the train. "I have a kid to pick up," another voice snapped. The old woman clutched Muffin against her chest now. The dog buried its head under her coat and trembled so violently the fabric fluttered. Lena stood beside her, keeping pressure on her own hand. I put the headphones back on. I don't know why. Maybe because I needed to prove something to myself. Maybe because the absence of voices made the world easier to inspect. Without complaints and announcements, and everyone's impatience rubbing against me, the station became layers of physical sound. The train's compressor pulsed. The lights hummed. Muffin's tags ticked faintly against the woman's buttons. Water dripped in the tunnel. Then came the growl again. Clearer, closer. It rose from beyond the front of the train, where the tunnel curved towards Central. And this time it carried a second sound inside it, claws or metal, or something hard dragging briefly over concrete. My throat tightened. On my phone, the Hushline app flashed. Environmental low frequency, 93%, then the label flickered. Animal, 93%, then back again. I yanked the headphones off. "Something's there," I said. Keen had heard something too. I could tell by the way he lifted his chin and stopped pretending this was about a dog. He spoke into his radio. "Keen at Kendall southbound. I need confirmation there's no personnel in the tunnel between Kendall and Central." A pause. The radio crackled. "Say again," Keen said. Lena stepped closer to me. "What is it?" "I don't know. Don't do that. I really don't." The train operator leaned farther out. "Keen, I'm not supposed to hold here." "Then don't move," he snapped. That got everyone quiet for about 2 seconds. A gust came from the tunnel, warm and foul, carrying the smell of wet concrete, brake dust, and something else underneath: dog kennel, spoiled meat, old fur soaked in rain. It slid over the platform edge and reached us in a slow wave. The man in the Red Sox cap lowered his fries. "Jesus," he said. "What died?" Muffin began to bark. Not at us. At the dark space past the train. Lena turned to the old woman. "Ma'am, you should take the stairs up." "Train now," Lena said, and there was enough paramedic in her voice that the woman obeyed. Keen looked at me. "Those headphones pick up anything useful?" It was such a ridiculous question that for a second I thought I'd misheard him. "They're headphones. You said you heard it before anyone else." "I heard something because voices were filtered out." "So filter them out." Lena stared at him. "Are you serious?" Keen's jaw worked. He looked embarrassed and angry and scared in a contained, professional way. "I'm not sending a train forward if there's a person or animal on the tracks." "Then call it in and evacuate the platform," she said. "I am calling it in." The radio hissed again. A voice came through, broken but clear enough this time. "No scheduled work crew. Report from Central of possible trespasser. Repeat, possible trespasser in tunnel. Human then. That should have made me feel better. A trespasser could shout. A trespasser could be helped. Trespasser was horrible, dangerous, maybe unstable, maybe injured, but human. Then the growl came again, without the headphones, louder than before. The train operator pulled her head back inside. The people nearest the open doors stepped away from them. For one suspended second, nobody complained. Keen looked down the platform, then at the stairs, then toward the front of the train. He had to choose between procedure and instinct, and I could see him measuring how much trouble each one would cost him. Lena took my wrist. Upstairs, she said. The sensible part of me agreed immediately. We were not transit police. We were not animal control. We were not heroes. Lena had a bleeding hand. I had a pair of glitchy headphones, and whatever was making that sound was not improved by our curiosity. But then another noise came from the tunnel. Not a growl, a person, faint, strangled by distance. A man's voice, maybe, though the tunnel bent it strangely. Help, everyone heard that. The words slapped the platform into motion. Keen swore into his radio. Lena's grip tightened on my wrist. The operator shouted something from inside the cab. Phones came up all around us, screens glowing, people filming because fear and proof have become almost the same reflex. The voice came again. Please. Then, underneath it, the growl answered. Keen looked at Lena because she had said she was EMS. Lena looked at me because I had heard it first. I looked at the headphones in my hand, at the small black ear cups that could erase human voices and leave everything else exposed. The stairs were behind us. The tunnel was ahead. And for one awful moment, nobody moved because both choices felt like the one we would regret. Do not go down there, Lena said. She said it to Keen first, but her eyes were on me. That was the thing about Lena. Even when she was angry, she kept track of everybody's pulse. The old woman with the dog was already halfway up the stairs, Muffin's paws tucked into the crook of her elbow. The operator had pulled herself back into the cab and was speaking into her radio with one hand pressed against the glass. Passengers were packed near the train doors, filming the platform, filming us, filming the tunnel as if a phone camera could make sense of dark. And me. Lena was watching me because I had the headphones in my hand and the stupid look of someone about to be useful in exactly the wrong way. Keen held his radio close to his mouth. Control. We have a possible person in the right-of-way between Kendall and Central. I need traction power killed southbound now. Static. Then a voice. Confirm visual. No visual. We heard a call for help. Is the person on the track bed? Keen closed his eyes for half a second. I don't have visual. Do not enter the right-of-way until power is confirmed off. I know the rule, Keen snapped. Lena lifted her wrapped hand. A bead of blood had soaked through the cuff of her sleeve and was creeping down toward her wrist. Then follow the rule. From the tunnel came the voice again. Help me. It was clearer this time. Male, young maybe, panicked enough that the word broke into two pieces. Please, I'm stuck. The whole platform changed. People who had been annoyed now looked scared. A woman inside the nearest car covered her mouth. The man in the Red Sox cap stepped back so hard his fries spilled over the platform. A few passengers shouted toward the tunnel. "Where are you? Can you hear us? Don't move." Their voices piled over each other and bounced into the curved tile. I put the headphones on. The human noise vanished. All of it. The shouting, Lena's breath, Keen's radio chatter, the open train full of people asking questions they couldn't answer. What stayed was the station's body, a drain ticking somewhere below the platform, the high electric whine from the train, the hollow, distant rattle of something loose in the tunnel, my own jaw clicking once as I clenched it. And under everything, the growling, not constant. That mattered. It came in bursts. A low roll, then a scrape, then nothing. Like something moving, stopping, breathing through a tight space. I lifted one ear cup. "He's closer to Central," I said. Keen stared at me. "You can tell." "No, I mean maybe. The sound's not from directly in front of us." "That's not enough." "I know." The radio crackled. "Kendall, traction power is being requested." "Stand by." "Requested," Keen said. "Control, I need confirmation, not a bedtime story." "Stand by." Lena stepped in close enough that I could smell the antiseptic she always carried on her clothes, even off duty. "Miles, look at me." I looked. "You are not trained for tunnels." "I'm aware. You panic in parking garages." That hit harder than it should have because it was true, and because she knew the reason. When I was 16, my father had taken me to the Worcester Common garage after a late movie. A drunk driver came down the ramp too fast, clipped a concrete pillar, and set off a chain of alarms and smoke and people shouting. Nobody died. That was the annoying part, the part that made the fear feel unearned. My dad got a broken wrist. I got a small scar over my eyebrow and a lifelong problem with enclosed concrete spaces where echoes make distance impossible to judge. Subway stations were bad enough. Tunnels were worse in my imagination. Narrow, dirty, no exits except the one behind you and the one too far ahead. "I'm not going in," I said. Lena did not believe me. "Good." Then the voice called again. "Something's down here." That shut the platform up in a way no announcement could have. Operator opened the cab door and stepped partly onto the platform. "I'm not moving this train," she said to Keen. "I don't care what they say." Keen nodded once, grateful but still trapped. "Keep your passengers inside. They're not listening." He turned toward the crowd. "Everyone stay back from the edge. Move away from the yellow strip." People moved maybe 6 inches. Phones stayed up. A teenager near the front of the train shouted, "Bro, is there a coyote down there?" Someone else said, "In the tunnel." "Coyotes get everywhere," the Red Sox man muttered, now staring at his spilled fries like they had betrayed him. A coyote. That was the word everyone wanted because it was frightening but familiar. We could put it in a headline. We could picture it. Skinny legs, pointed ears, yellow eyes reflecting train lights. But the growl had sounded bigger than that. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The Hushline app was still open when I looked. Displayed the sound bars again, the category names shifting slightly as if the software was arguing with itself. Mechanical, 38% water, 16% human voices, 0% environmental low frequency, 96% below the bars. A warning appeared in small gray text. Unclassified sound pattern detected. Reduce exposure. I almost laughed. Not helpful, I whispered. What? Lena asked. Nothing. Keen's radio came alive. Kendall, power removal delayed. We have a train between Central and Harvard holding with passengers. Need location confirmation before full shutdown. Keen's face tightened. There is a person on the track bed. Visual confirmation. He is calling for help. Can you confirm whether he's fouling the rail? Keen looked at me, then at Lena, then at the dark gap beyond the train. No, do not enter until power is confirmed off, Lena said. Then we wait. The voice from the tunnel screamed. It was not a word. It was the kind of sound that makes people move before they decide to move. Several passengers surged toward the stairs. A woman stumbled. Someone inside the train began crying. The operator shouted for people to stay calm, which only made them less calm. Keen put both arms out like he could physically hold the whole platform together. I heard the scream without the headphones. Everybody did. Then metal clanged in the tunnel. Once, twice, fast and wild. Help, the man shouted. It's caught on me. Lena's expression changed, not into bravery. I knew her too well to romanticize it. It changed into calculation. Bleeding hand, unknown hazard, live rail, delayed power shutdown, possible trapped person. She was already triaging a person she couldn't see. Keen saw it too. No, he told her. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to ask if there's an emergency cabinet. Keen hesitated. Flashlight, she pressed. First aid. Anything useful that doesn't involve walking onto live track. He pointed down the platform. End cabinet by the stairwell. Lena turned to me. Come with me, that I could do. We moved away from the edge against the current of passengers. The air smelled worse now, like heated dust and animal musk. Not everywhere. It came in waves. When the tunnel breathed, the smell came with it. At the emergency cabinet, Keen fumbled with a ring of keys. His hands were steady, but too fast, which made them clumsy. He dropped the ring once. It hit the tile with a bright clatter. Damn it. Lena picked it up with her uninjured hand and passed it back. Slow is smooth. He gave her a look. You say that to patients. I say that to myself. He got the cabinet open. Inside were a flashlight, a first aid kit, a folded orange vest, a laminated emergency instruction card, and a red handset behind a plastic cover. Lena grabbed the first aid kit and flashlight. Keen grabbed the handset and lifted it. Nothing. He tapped the cradle. Come on, dead, I asked. Probably disconnected years ago, he said. Looks good in inspections. That was the first moment I felt real anger, not at the growl, not at the unknown animal or man or whatever waited in the tunnel. At the little failures, the fake readiness, the emergency equipment that existed as a promise until somebody needed it. The radio spat again. Kendall, transit police en route. Animal control being notified. ETA unknown. Unknown, Keen said. A different voice came through, clipped and managerial. Do not enter the right of way. Repeat, do not enter. From the tunnel, I can't hold it. Lena looked toward the sound. He's stuck on something. Could be a backpack strap, clothing, foot wedged. Could be lying near the third rail, Keen said. Could be bleeding. Could be dead if one of us gets fried trying to reach him. They stared at each other. Both were right. That was what made it worse. I put the headphones back on and walked toward the front of the train. Lena caught up immediately. "Miles, I'm not going down. You keep saying that like it's a spell. I just want to hear." The train's first car loomed beside us, doors open, passengers pressed inside with pale faces and raised screens. With the headphones on, they became silent figures in a lit box. A woman held a toddler against her chest. A man mouthed something at me through the glass. The operator watched from the cab, her jaw set. I moved to the yellow strip, but not over it. The tunnel mouth was only a few yards ahead, past the nose of the train. The headlights lit the rails and ties, and cable runs in harsh white slices. Beyond that, the curve swallowed everything. I adjusted the app manually for the first time. Human voices, 0. Mechanical, lower. Wind and water, lower. Low frequency, high. The growl sharpened in my ears until it became layered. There was the animal sound, yes, but beneath it was another rhythm. Thump, scrape, like something dragging weight unevenly. Then a faint human noise filtered almost out of existence because of my settings. I slid human voices up to 10%. The man's sobs came through, thin and far. "Don't leave me. Please don't leave me." I lifted one ear cup. "He's alive." Lena stood behind me. "Can you tell how far?" "No. Try." I said, "No. Miles, I don't know how to do this. Just describe what you hear." The old defensiveness rose in me, automatic and ugly. "I'm not one of your trainees." "No," she said. "You're my friend, and someone down there might have minutes." That landed. It also made me want to step away from her because she had found the exact seam in me and pressed. I listened again. The growl rolled, then broke into a chuffing sound. Breath, maybe, or machinery cycling. The scrape came after it, slightly to the left. Then the man gasped. There was water under him. I could hear it slosh when he shifted. "He's near standing water," I said. "There's something metal moving near him." Keen, who had followed us, said, "There are drainage channels along the wall. Would a person fit there if they were stupid enough to run from the track bed?" Lena said, "Or scared enough." Another shout came from the crowd. "There's blood." Everyone looked. A passenger in the first car was pointing through the front window, down at the track just beyond the train's nose. At first, I saw only rail shine and grime. Then the operator angled her cab light, and a narrow smear appeared on the concrete beside the right rail. Dark red, fresh enough to reflect. Lena swore softly. Keen raised his radio. "Control, we have possible blood visible on the southbound track bed. Person injured. I need power off confirmed now." Static. Control. Nothing. The station lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied. A collective groan moved through the platform. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Everyone in Boston knew the public infrastructure could turn a bad moment into a worse one by simply being itself. The operator leaned out. "Keen, my board just threw a fault." "What kind? Door fault, brake fault? I don't know." Everything blinked. The train gave a heavy mechanical sigh. Then the doors began to close. People shouted. The operator slammed something inside the cab. The doors stopped halfway, bounced open, then tried again. "Stay clear," she yelled. A man inside the car forced his shoulder between the closing panels. "Let us out. Do not force the doors." The platform split into two emergencies. In the tunnel, a trapped man. On the train, passengers panicking inside a faulting car with doors that couldn't decide whether they were open or closed. Keen looked like he might tear his radio in half. Control, I need assistance at Kendall. Train faulting at platform, possible injured trespasser ahead, possible animal in tunnel. This time the radio answered with a burst of squealing feedback, so loud people flinched. I heard the growl beneath it. Lena did too. I saw her turn. The sound had changed again. It wasn't just in the tunnel. It was closer to the train. The operator's face went slack for a second. She looked through the front window, down and right, into the blind spot below her cab. What? Keen called. She didn't answer. She grabbed the cab door handle and stepped out onto the platform with a rigid, careful motion. What did you see? Lena asked. The operator swallowed. Something moved under the front. Under the train, Keen said. I don't know. The passengers nearest the first car heard enough to start backing away from the open doors. Someone tripped over the spilled fries. The terrier upstairs began barking again, the sound faint but frantic from the stairwell. Crouched before I could think better of it. Lena hissed, Miles, no, I didn't cross the edge. I stayed on the platform and leaned just enough to see along the gap between train and wall. The headlights blasted the track ahead, but under the train was shadow and steel. Brake rigging, wheels, grease black shapes. I smelled hot metal, wet concrete, and that animal stink, stronger now. Something scraped beneath the first car, not large enough to lift the train, not cinematic, not impossible, but real. A strip of dirty fabric lay snagged on a bracket near the front wheel assembly. Blue nylon, maybe from a backpack. It jerked once, pulled from somewhere out of sight. Then the man in the tunnel screamed again. The sound came from ahead, but the fabric moved under the train. Lena crouched beside me despite herself. Is that attached to him? I don't know. Keen dropped to one knee on my other side. For the first time, he looked openly afraid. If he's caught under the lead car or near the coupler. The train hasn't moved, Lena said. But if the brake fault releases, can that happen? It shouldn't. That was not the same as no. The radio gave one clean sentence. Kendall, power shutdown confirmed for southbound rail between Kendall and Central. Confirm no train movement. Keen shot upright. Power off confirmed. Confirmed. Third rail de-energized, southbound between Kendall and Central. Transit police, 5 minutes out. Do not enter unless life safety requires immediate action. 5 minutes. The man screamed again, but this time the scream ended in a choking cough. Lena opened the first aid kit with her teeth and one hand. He may not have 5. Keen looked toward the stairs where help would come from, then toward the tunnel where help was needed. I can go to the front. I can look. Just look. You're not going alone, Lena said. You're not coming. I'm EMS. You're off duty and injured. She held up her bleeding hand. It's a scratch. It's a bite. Then I'll get antibiotics after we keep him from dying. Their argument was quiet. That made it worse. Loud arguments are for people performing certainty. This was 2 adults doing fast moral math and hating the answer. I stood there with the headphones in my hand, feeling the station press inward. My private fear had always been getting trapped somewhere concrete and echoing, unable to tell which sounds mattered. And now, The only thing I could offer was listening better than everyone else. "I can guide you," I said. Lena turned on me. "No," from the platform, Keen said. "The curve blocks sight after 20 yards. I can hear him." "You can hear a lot of things," Lena said. "That doesn't mean you understand them." She meant it as protection. It still cut. From below the train, the blue strap jerked again. A wet, ripping sound followed. The growl surged so loud I heard it without the headphones. A deep, furious vibration that made the open doors rattle in their tracks. People screamed and ran for the stairs. Not all of them. Some froze. One man inside the first car tried to climb out between the half-cycling doors and got his backpack caught. Another passenger pulled him back. The operator shouted for everyone to move to the rear cars, but panic made people bad at simple directions. Keen looked at Lena. "I'm going down to the front." Lena nodded once. "I'm coming to the edge. No farther unless we see him." I put the headphones on. Human voices disappeared again. The world narrowed to breath, metal, water, and the growl. Then, beneath the lead car, from much closer than before, a man whispered. Not shouted, whispered. "Don't let it hear you." The app on my phone flashed red. Human voice detected, 3 meters. I yanked off the headphones. "He's not in the tunnel," I said. Lena stared at me. "What?" "He's under the train." Keen's face changed completely, because now the problem was no longer somewhere ahead in the dark. It was directly beneath the stopped first car, beside live machinery that was only supposed to be safe because a radio voice had said so, with an injured man close enough to touch and something growling in the same shadowed space. Keen clipped his radio to his vest and lowered himself onto the track ladder at the platform end. "Flashlight," he said. Lena handed it to him. "Miles," she said, voice tight. "Stay here." But the headphones were already picking up sounds from under the train. The man's breathing, the scrape, the growl shifting closer to Keen's feet. And when Keen stepped down onto the track bed, the station lights flickered again. This time, they did not come all the way back. Keen's boots hit the track bed with a dull, gritty scrape, and for a second, he looked smaller down there. Not helpless, not foolish, just smaller. From the platform, the red line train filled the world. Silver side panels, smudged windows, open doors stuck in their half-obedient cycle. The first car's nose pointed toward the black curve to Central Square. But down where Keen stood, between the platform wall and the train's steel underbelly, the space narrowed into something mean and industrial. Rails ran beside his ankles. Cable trays hugged the wall. The third rail sat under its protective cover like a sleeping threat, supposedly de-energized, supposedly safe, supposedly all the words people use when they need to step somewhere humans were not meant to stand. The lights above us flickered in a weak pattern, bright, dim, bright, then settled into a brownish emergency glow. It made everyone's skin look bruised. "Don't touch anything metal unless you have to," the operator called from the platform edge. Keen didn't look back. "I've worked here 22 years. Then act like it." Lena crouched near the edge with the first aid kit open beside her knee. Blood had darkened the cuff around her right hand. She had wrapped gauze around the heel of her palm, but it was rushed and ugly. the kind of bandage you put on yourself while deciding somebody else's bleeding mattered more. I stood behind her, headphones clamped over my ears, phone in one hand, the app glowing like it had any right to be part of this. Voices were gone again. Platform became a silent movie of panic. Passengers moved toward the stairs in waves, some still filming, some covering their mouths, some trying to drag friends who wanted a better look. Inside the train, faces crowded the windows. The operator's lips moved in sharp commands, but I heard none of them. I heard Keen's breath. I heard the cooling ticks under the train. I heard water running somewhere beneath the track bed toward the drainage channel along the wall. And I heard the man under the lead car. 3 meters, maybe less now. His breathing came in wet little pulls, like each inhale had to squeeze past pain. Keen shone the flashlight beneath the front of the car. The beam cut across grime, brackets, hoses, the wheel assembly. The blue nylon strap caught near a black metal arm. For half a second, it caught something pale, a hand. The fingers flexed once. Lena saw it too. "Sir, can you hear me?" With the headphones on, I didn't hear her. I lifted one cup. "Name," she was saying. "Can you tell me your name?" The answer came thin from under the train. Evan, I'm Lena. I'm a paramedic. Where are you hurt?" A pause, then my leg's pinned. I think it bit me." Keen froze. Lena did not. Her voice stayed low. "What bit you?" "I don't know." The growl rolled under the car, not from deep in the tunnel. From somewhere ahead of Evan, toward the train's front right corner, where the track curved out of sight. The sound had less echo now, more throat. Keen backed one step so fast his shoulders struck the platform wall. "Keen," Lena snapped. "You good?" He swallowed. "Yeah," he was not. First attempt, reach Evan from the front. Keen angled himself toward the nose of the train, keeping one hand hovering near the platform wall without touching it. The geography mattered now in a way I could feel in my bones. We were on the southbound platform. The train sat to our left if you were facing central. The platform edge was above and to Keen's right. Evan was under the first car, slightly forward of the first door, tangled near the right side wheel assembly. The tunnel curved ahead, hiding whatever lay beyond the headlights. Behind us, the stairs rose to the fair lobby and street level. Help was coming from there, but not fast enough. Keen crouched and reached the flashlight under the front corner. I can see his shoe. "What else?" Lena asked. "Strap wrapped around the brake rigging. His backpack, maybe." Evan gasped. "Don't pull it." "I'm not pulling it," Keen said. Lena leaned farther over the edge. "Evan, did you fall from the platform or come from the tunnel?" "The tunnel." Keen's head snapped up. "Why, I ran." "From what?" Evan started to answer, but the growl rose again, and his voice cut off like a hand had clamped over his mouth. I lowered the ear cup. "Something moved," I said. Lena glanced back. "Where?" I pointed toward the tunnel beyond the train's front. Ahead, low, near the right wall. Keen swept the flashlight that way. The beam found nothing but rail, wet concrete, cables, and the first few yards of curved tunnel wall. Then something flashed. 2 bright points. Everyone saw them. A woman on the platform screamed. Keen jerked back so hard the flashlight beam jumped to the ceiling. Lena grabbed my sleeve, not to protect me, I think, but because for 1 second she needed to hold onto something solid. The 2 points vanished, then reappeared lower. Eyes, someone whispered behind us. My stomach tightened until it hurt. Keen lifted the flashlight again with both hands. The points glowed from beside a cable box near the wall. Small, steady, reflective. Then the box rattled. A rat shot out from behind it, fat and black and furious, dragging a strip of foil food wrapper that caught the light in 2 shining circles. The whole platform exhaled in pieces. Rat, Keen said, voice rough. Misdirection. Explainable. Still awful. The rat disappeared beneath the train, and Evan made a strangled sound. Get it away. It's gone, Lena said. Evan, listen to me. We need to see your leg. Keen tried to move closer, but the space under the front was tighter than it looked. The train's equipment hung low. The platform overhang cut off the angle. The track bed was littered with ballast and grease slick puddles. He got one knee down, reached, and stopped. I can't get to the strap from here, he said. I need something to cut with. Lena looked at the first aid kit. Scissors, yes, but trauma shears made for clothing, not nylon under tension around metal. She passed them anyway. Keen stretched under the train. The growl sounded again. Closer. Evan screamed, "Don't." Keen recoiled, slipping on wet grime. His boot slid toward the rail, and his hand smacked the side of the train to catch himself. The operator shouted, "Do not touch the car." Keen pulled his hand away as if burned. He hadn't been shocked. The rail was off. The car body should have been fine, but should had become a very thin word. Attempt 1 failed. Keen could see Evan, but not reach him safely. The trapped man's leg was pinned by his own backpack strap or something attached to it, and something beyond the front of the train was close enough to make him stop talking. The partial success was worse than not knowing. Now we knew he was there. We knew he was injured. We knew he had run through the tunnel. And we knew he was afraid of making noise. Lena pressed her fingers to her forehead for 1 second, then dropped her hand. We need a second access point. Keen breathed through his nose. Rear side. No, if he's under the first car, we need to approach from inside the train. Front cab emergency panel. Can the operator open anything that gives a sight down? The operator, whose name patch I could finally read when she stepped near us, Marcia Doyle, 40s, female, probably from Boston by the shape of her vowels, and the way she made fear sound like irritation, shook her head. Cab floors sealed. I can get you the front window view, not underneath. What about moving passengers back and closing doors? Lena asked. Marcia laughed once, no humor in it. Doors aren't listening to me. The doors chose that exact moment to prove her point. They chimed, began closing, struck the caught backpack of the man inside the first car, bounced open, chimed again. The passengers yelled without needing sound to make their meaning clear. Stop forcing them, Marcia shouted. Move back from the doors. Keen keyed his radio. Control, we need transit police status. Static. Kendall to control. Static. Then a broken voice. Heavy pedestrian congestion at station entrance. Units delayed getting down. Maintain position. Maintain position, Keen muttered. And for the first time, I heard the crack in him. Sure, we'll just maintain. Lena turned to me. Can your headphones isolate Evan's voice and the growl at the same time? I can try. Try fast. Second attempt. Use the headphones to map the sounds. I opened the app with shaking fingers. The interface looked clean and smug, sliding bars waiting for a calm user in a coffee shop. I set human voices to 20%, low frequency to 80, mechanical down to 15. The world changed by degrees. A few voices returned as ghosts, not words, mostly breath and vowel shapes. Evan's was clearer than the rest because he was under the train, close to the microphone pickup. "Evan," Lena said, "we need you to stay calm." I repeated what I heard from him because Lena couldn't make it out under the platform noise. "He says he can't feel his foot." Lena's face tightened. "Ask him if he can move his toes." I did, leaning toward the edge but staying back. Evan answered. "He says no," I said. "No, wait. He says he can move them, but it hurts up his shin." "Good," Lena said. "That's something." The growl came again, and this time the app's meter jumped so high the red warning banner appeared. Prolonged low-frequency exposure may cause discomfort. "Where?" Lena asked. I closed my eyes because seeing too much made it harder. The sound bounced around the tunnel, but not randomly. It came ahead of the train, then slid left, then dipped. There was water there, a drainage channel. Something was moving in and out of it. "Front left," I said. Keen frowned. "Left if we're facing the tunnel." "Yes." "No, wait." The sound shifted. Or my brain did. The train itself groaned, metal contracting, and the app confused that with the growl. The low-frequency bar pulsed with the car's mechanical sigh, and for a terrible second, I could not tell the difference. "Front left or front right?" Keen demanded. "I don't know," Lena said. "Don't guess." "I'm not." The growl came again. My headphones clipped it. The sound distorted into a thick electronic buzz. Feedback whined. I flinched and ripped them half off. Then the app crashed. The screen went black, then returned to my home screen. For one stupid second, all I could think was that I should have bought the extended warranty. "Miles," Lena said. "It crashed. Restart it." "I am." My thumb slipped. I opened the camera by mistake. The viewfinder showed my own face reflected in the train window, pale and stretched, with the platform chaos behind me. Then something moved in the reflection over my shoulder, and I spun so fast I nearly dropped the phone. Nothing. Just a passenger lifting a black umbrella near the stairs. My nerves were making monsters out of shapes. I forced the app open again. It loaded slowly, too slowly. Evan cried out under the train, and this time I didn't need technology to hear the pain in it. Keen dropped back to one knee. "He's shifting. Tell him not to shift." Lena shouted, "Evan, stay still." "He's trying to get away from it," I said. "How do you know?" "Because his breathing had changed. Because the growl had moved. Because some animal part of my own brain understood the sound of prey trying not to be prey." "I just do." The app came back. Human voices, 20% mechanical, 15% low frequency, 91%. Then a new icon appeared at the bottom, something I hadn't noticed before. Record sample. I hit it. The headphones listened for 5 seconds. The growl swelled during the recording, deep enough to vibrate my teeth. The app processed. Matching. Then possible sources. Industrial fan failure, large canine vocalization, train brake resonance, unclassified large canine. I showed Lena. She read it, then looked toward the tunnel. "Coyotes don't sound that deep." Large dog might, Keen said. There are service access points. Homeless folks sometimes shelter in sections they can reach. Dogs too. Not often, but, Lena asked. He didn't answer right away. But if someone's been keeping an animal down there, he said finally, that changes things. The idea landed heavily. Not a wild creature, a dog. Maybe more than one. Maybe starved, trapped, territorial, injured, trained badly, abandoned worse. The smell, the growling, Evan running. It all became more plausible, which made it no less frightening. Attempt 2 had revealed something useful, but it also tightened the trap. The headphones could not reliably map the sound because the train's failing systems interfered. The app suggested a large canine or mechanical resonance, but refused certainty. Evan was losing sensation in his foot. Police were delayed. The doors were still faulting. Keen had gone as far as he safely could, and then the station began to empty. At first, that seemed good. Fewer people to manage. Less chance someone fell or shoved or did something heroic for a video. But the way it emptied was wrong. The crowd surged toward the stairs so heavily that the upward flow jammed. People at the top were blocked by people trying to enter from the street, drawn by alerts, confusion, or simple commuter habit. Down on the platform, the first car still held passengers who could not easily move back because the second car was packed and the connecting doors were slow to open. A baby started crying inside the train. Muffin barked from somewhere above. The growl answered. Every dog bark I had ever heard had a pattern. Warning, fear, territory. This was not that. This was lower, intermittent, almost frustrated. It came from under the front of the train, then from beyond it, then from under it again. Lena leaned toward Keen. What if there are two? Keen did not say no. That was answer enough. The radio crackled. Kendall, report of smoke at upper lobby from crowd congestion. Fire being notified. Keen stared at the radio. Smoke, Marcia, the operator, swore and ran toward the nearest open door. Passengers are pulling emergency handles. A shrill alarm began inside the first car, muffled by the train body, but still piercing. With the headphones around my neck now, all the voices and alarms came together. Too much, too many layers. My skin prickled under my shirt. The platform tilted, not literally, but in my head the way it did when sound became weather and I couldn't find the ground inside it. Lena touched my elbow. Breathe. I am. You're not. I can't separate anything. You don't have to separate everything. It's the next thing. That was what she did well. Shrunk disasters into tasks. The next thing was Evan. He made a sound under the train, not a scream this time, but a short, broken grunt. Keen aimed the flashlight again. Evan, no answer. Evan, Lena's mouth tightened. He may be going shocky. We need to pull him, Keen said. How? Keen looked at the blue strap. If we can cut the pack loose, he might crawl. The animal. Animals don't like fire extinguishers, Marcia said from behind us. We turned. She held a red extinguisher from the cab, both hands around it, her face set. There's another in the first car, Lena said. We're not spraying blind under a train with an injured man. I didn't say spray him. I said noise. Blast near the front, scare whatever it is back. Keen nodded slowly. That might work. Or it drives it toward Evan, Lena said. Small disagreement. big consequences. I put the headphones back on and lowered mechanical noise until the alarm became a distant needle. The growl was near Evan, too near. Not toward the front, I said. It's under the car. Keen's eyes narrowed. How far under? I listened. The sound came with wet sniffs now. Snuffling, teeth clicking once, very soft. Near him, I said. Close enough he's holding his breath. Lena went still. Then, from under the train, Evan whispered, "It's smelling me." Nobody moved. Even the doors seemed to pause. Flashlight beam trembled in Keen's hand. Lena took the extinguisher from Marcia. "We need to make noise away from him. Draw it toward the tunnel." Keen said, "That means someone goes to the front." "No," I said immediately. Lena looked at me. "I didn't say you." But there was no one else. Keen was down on the track bed near the platform edge. Lena was injured, but still the only medical person. Marcia had to keep the train from becoming a second disaster. Transit police were delayed upstairs. The passengers were panicked. Evan was under the first car, and I had the headphones. The plan formed in ugly pieces. Keen would move along the platform edge toward the train's nose, staying outside the rails as much as possible. Lena would stay above with the first aid kit and talk Evan through keeping still. Marcia would use the cab horn or extinguisher if the animal came fully into view. I would stand at the platform edge, track the growl, and tell Keen when to stop. It was a bad plan. It was the only plan with verbs. Keen started forward. He took 3 steps along the narrow strip beside the train. The growl stopped. That was worse. "Stop," I said. Keen stopped. Water dripped. The alarm inside the train pulsed. Evan breathed once. Then the blue nylon strap snapped tight beneath the car and dragged 6 inches toward the tunnel. Evan screamed. Lena lunged to the edge. Evan grabbed something. Keen moved without waiting. He dropped to one knee and seized the strap with both hands. The growl exploded under the train. Keen pulled. Something pulled back. For one horrible second, it looked absurdly like a tug of war. A middle-aged transit worker braced in tunnel grime against whatever was in the dark beneath the car. Then Keen lost his footing. His boot slipped. His shoulder hit the rail cover. The flashlight skidded from his hand and spun, throwing wild light under the train. In that spinning beam, I saw it. Not clearly. Not enough. A muzzle. Gray, brown fur matted dark. A thick neck. One torn ear. A collar or chain glinting tight at the throat. Then it vanished behind the wheel assembly. A dog. A big one, real. That should have made it better. It did not. "Pit mix," Marcia shouted. "Maybe," Lena said. "Maybe Mastiff mix, I don't know." The dog growled again, and Evan's scream became a choking sob. Keen still had the strap. "Cut it." Lena threw me the trauma shears. I almost missed. They clattered near my shoes. I grabbed them and crouched at the platform edge. Lena said my name, a warning and a plea. I lowered one leg onto the ladder. Then the station lights failed. Not fully. Emergency strips along the platform floor stayed lit, thin red lines. The train's headlights stayed on. Phone screens glowed everywhere. But the overhead lights went out, and Kendall/MIT became a tunnel of faces lit from below, metal shining in strips, darkness pooling where the ceiling used to be. The crowd upstairs screamed. The train doors finally stopped cycling. A new sound rose from inside the first car, pounding. Passengers trapped behind doors that had now locked shut with the fault. Marcia ran back to the cab. "No, no, no," Keen shouted up at me. "Shears." I climbed down one rung. Lena grabbed the back of my jacket. "Miles, don't. I can reach. You can't come back from halfway brave." There it was. The thing she had once accused me of after our worst fight. That I got involved just enough to feel responsible, then froze when responsibility asked for action. Maybe she was right. Maybe that was why I kept going. My foot found the track bed. The smell hit harder down there. Fur, wet concrete, hot brakes, blood. I crouched beside Keen and handed him the shears. My knees shook so badly I had to press one hand to the ballast. The headphones picked up Evan's breathing from under the train. Too fast. The dogs breathing too. Closer. And sawed at the nylon strap. The trauma shears bit slipped, bit again. "Come on," he muttered. Lena leaned over us with the extinguisher in both hands, injured hand trembling. Marcia shouted from the cab, "I can't release the doors." Systems locked out. The passengers were trapped in the first car. We were on the track bed. The dog was under the train. Evan was pinned between us and it. Then the radio on Keen's vest crackled once and went dead. No static, no voice. Dead. The strap split halfway. Keen pulled. The dog lunged. It did not come all the way out, but its head struck the underside of the car with a heavy metallic bang. Its teeth snapped shut inches from Keen's wrist. Lena discharged the extinguisher. Not at Evan, not at Keen. She aimed toward the train's front, a hard white blast that filled the space ahead with chemical fog and a violent hiss. The dog recoiled. Evan screamed again. The fog rolled back over us, choking and bitter. My eyes watered instantly. Keen coughed so hard he dropped the shears. The growling retreated toward the front of the train. For 3 seconds, maybe 4, it worked. Then, from behind us, from the direction of the tunnel wall and the drainage channel, came another growl. Lower, separate. Lena heard it from the platform. Keen heard it beside me. I heard it through the headphones with horrible clarity. 2 sources. The app displayed 2 pulsing bars, both red. Low frequency source A, 2.8 m low frequency source B, 5.1 m. The point of no return arrived quietly. Not as a scream, not as an attack, as a mechanical thunk from the train above us. The first car shifted, only an inch, maybe less. A settling brake, a release, a fault correcting itself at the worst possible time. But the wheel assembly above Evan moved enough to make him howl. Keen looked up, eyes wide. Marcia shouted from the cab, "Everybody off the track." I'm losing brake hold indication. The platform edge was behind me. Lena reached down with her good hand. The tunnel was ahead. Evan was under the train, strap half cut, leg pinned, 2 growling dogs somewhere in the dark around him. If we climbed out now, he would be left beneath a faulting train with animals closing in. If we stayed, the train itself might become the thing that killed us. Then Evan's hand slid out from under the car, fingers scraping blindly across the greasy concrete. I grabbed it. Skin was cold, slick with sweat and grime. The dog growled behind him. The train shifted again. and by the time I understood I had made the choice, Keen had one arm around Evan's shoulders. Lena was climbing down from the platform with the first aid kit over her shoulder, and the safe way out had become a red-lit ledge above us that might as well have been a mile away. The train shifted a third time, and the sound was small. That was what made it obscene. Not a cinematic lurch, not steel screaming, just a tight metallic click somewhere above Evan's pinned leg, followed by the faintest roll of weight settling through the car. A correction. A system trying to solve itself without knowing there were human bodies underneath it. Evan's fingers spasmed in my hand. "Don't let go," he gasped. "I won't." I had no idea if that was true. The track bed under my knees was slick with old grease and extinguisher powder, and the air had turned white and bitter around the train's front. Red emergency strips along the platform made the fog glow at ankle height. Above us, faces crowded the windows of the first car, mouths open behind glass. I couldn't hear them clearly with the headphones on, but I could feel their panic through the train body. Fists thudding on doors, shoes stamping, the whole car answering with dull, trapped vibrations. Lena dropped down from the platform behind me. She landed hard, hissed through her teeth, and caught herself with her injured hand against the concrete wall. For a second, she just stood there, bent over, breathing through pain. Then she shoved it down somewhere private and came toward us with the first aid kit bumping against her hip. "Where's the bleeding?" she asked. Keen was half on his stomach beside the first wheel assembly, one arm under the car, trying to keep hold of the blue strap. "Leg, lower right, I think. Strap's almost through." "Evan," Lena said, dropping to one knee, "I'm going to touch your ankle if I can reach it. You tell me what hurts sharp, okay?" Evan made a sound that might have been yes. Marcia yelled from above, her voice cutting through even the headphone filtering because she was leaning out of the cab directly over us. "Brake hold is unstable. I'm locked out of manual reset." Keen looked up. "How long?" "I don't know. That's not an answer. It's the answer I have." The growl behind Evan deepened. Everything stopped except that sound. It came from beneath the lead car, close to the far side, between the wheel assembly and the shadowed gap where the front of the train overhung the track. I turned my head slowly. The headphones separated the world into layers. Evan's thin breathing, Lena's quick movements through the first aid kit, Keen's boot grinding against ballast, the cooling metal above us, and two low-frequency sources. One ahead near the curve, one under the car. Source A, 2.1 meters. Source B, 4.8 meters. The close one was moving. "It's coming in," I said. Lena did not look up. "From where?" "Under the car, other side, near Evan's legs." Keen swore and pulled at the strap again. The dog lunged. I saw only pieces, a blocky head thrusting through the dark undercarriage, a torn ear flattened back, foam and dust around its mouth, a chain collar so tight it had rubbed the fur away at the throat. It snapped at the moving strap, not at Keen, and its teeth closed on nylon with a wet clack. Evan screamed. Keen braced both boots and pulled back. The dog pulled too. For one unbearable second, Evan became the rope between them. "Stop," Lena shouted. "You're hurting him." Keen released the strap. The dog jerked backward and disappeared under the car with it. Evan sobbed once, a small, defeated sound. I crawled forward without thinking, trying to see under the steel frame. Lena grabbed the back of my jacket and yanked me so hard I nearly fell sideways. "Do not put your face near it," she snapped. "I need to see. You need both eyes." That brought me back. "Barely," Marcia shouted. "I have another extinguisher in the cab." "No more blind blasts," Lena said. "The first one drove it under him." Keen wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His knuckles were black with grime. "Then what? We can't pull him. We can't cut the strap if the dog has it. We can't wait for the train to decide whether it wants to roll." The second growl answered from the tunnel ahead. Not close. Not far enough. 2 dogs. Maybe more, but 2 we could hear. The terrible logic of it settled over us. The close dog had Evan's backpack or strap and was guarding, tugging, reacting to every movement. The second dog was near the curve, unseen, blocking the forward route and maybe responding to the first. Behind us was the platform, ladder, and safety. But Evan was still under the train, pinned in the narrowest point between steel and concrete. Lena took one slow breath. "We need the strap off him, not out from the dog." Keen stared. "What? If his backpack is what's tangled, we don't win a tug of war with a frightened dog." We cut Evan out of the backpack. Shoulder straps, waist strap, whatever's on him. "He's under the car. I can't reach his torso." "I can." "No," Lena looked at him. "I'm smaller, you're injured. So is everyone who matters right now." I heard myself say, "I can guide you." Lena turned her head just enough to look at me. In the emergency light, her face was pale and streaked with soot-colored powder. No guessing. No guessing. She held my gaze for a half-second, maybe measuring whether I was standing in the moment or hiding behind the equipment again. Then she nodded. We moved into a shape that was not a plan so much as a shared refusal to freeze. Keen took the flashlight and lay flat, angling the beam away from the dog's face so it would not provoke it. Marcia stayed in the cab with one hand on the emergency brake controls and the other holding the second extinguisher. I crouched beside the first wheel assembly, headphones on, one ear cup slightly lifted so I could hear Lena and the app together. Lena lowered herself onto her stomach, injured hand tucked awkwardly under her chest, and slid her good arm beneath the train toward Evan's shoulders. "Evan," she said, voice calm enough to break something in me, "I need you to stay still while I find the straps." "I can feel it," he whispered. "It's right there. I know. It's touching my shoe. I know." The close dog snuffled, wet nose against fabric, teeth scraping nylon. My phone showed source at drifting left, then right. "It's at his feet," I said, not moving toward your hand. Lena slid farther. Her shoulder disappeared under the car. I hated every inch. She found Evan's chest strap first. Plastic buckle, jammed tight from the angle of his body. She tried to pinch it open one-handed and failed. "Scissors," she said. Keen patted around, then froze. Dropped them. I looked down. The trauma shears lay near the rail, half-coated in white extinguisher powder, 3 feet from my knee, and far too close to the shadow under the train. The dog breathed. I reached slowly. "Miles," Lena said, without seeing me. "I've got it." My fingers closed on the shears, just as the dog's head snapped toward the sound. I stopped breathing. Through the headphones, the growl swelled until it filled my skull. Not supernatural, not monster. Worse in a way, because it was pain and hunger and fear made into muscle. A real animal trapped underground, possibly injured, defending whatever territory it thought it still had. Its eyes reflected the train headlights from under the carriage. Low, amber white, fixed on my hand. I eased back by inches. The dog did not lunge. I passed the shears to Lena handle first. She cut the chest strap, then one shoulder strap. The nylon parted with a dry snap. Evan cried out as the backpack shifted behind him. Good, Lena said. That's good. One more. The second dog barked from the tunnel. Not a growl this time. A full, sharp, explosive bark that cracked through the space. The close dog went rigid. Then it lunged toward Lena's arm. Keen moved before any of us spoke. He shoved the flashlight hard into the ballast beside the dog, not hitting it, just slamming metal and light into the narrow space. The dog recoiled and snapped at the flashlight instead. Its teeth broke the lens with a pop. Darkness swallowed the underside of the train. Keen yelled and jerked his hand back. Blood ran across his wrist. Bit, Lena asked. Glass, he said, though he didn't sound sure. The flashlight flickered once, useless. Now our light came from Marcia's cab, the red floor strips, and phones above us shaking in passengers' hands. The train clicked again. Marcia shouted, I've got brake pressure dropping. Block the wheels, Keen yelled. With what? He looked around wildly, as if the MBTA might have left a wheel chock exactly where a nightmare needed one. There was nothing. Then I saw the emergency cabinet above us, still open on the platform. The orange folding caution, which Lena had ignored earlier, sat inside it. Cabinet, I said, orange wedge. Keen looked up. That's plastic. Better than air, Marcia heard. She ran from the cab to the platform cabinet, grabbed the folding wedge, and tossed it down. It hit the track bed, bounced, and landed near my foot. Keen snatched it and jammed it against the closest visible wheel on the platform side. It was not meant for trains. It looked insulting beneath all that steel, but it wedged between wheel and rail with a tight scrape. Other side needs one too, Keen said. No other wedge, Marcia called. The train settled against the plastic with a groan. The wedge held, for now. Lena was still under the car. Last strap, she said. Her voice had changed, strained. It's under his shoulder. I need him rolled 2 inches. No, Evan gasped. No. Evan, listen. If we don't free your torso, your leg takes all the pull. The dog, I know. I checked the app. Source a close. Source be closer now, 3.6 meters, coming from the tunnel mouth. Second dog is moving in, I said. Keen wiped his bleeding wrist against his pants. We need a barrier. Marcia looked around the cab, then down at us. Door panel, what? Interior ad panel, thin plastic. I can pop one out. She vanished inside the first car. Above us, the passengers' pounding got louder. They saw her leave the controls and panicked harder. The whole car trembled with them. Lena spoke to Evan, low and constant. On 3, you roll toward my voice. Not far, just enough. Miles, tell me if the dog moves. I swallowed. Okay. Keen crouched with the broken flashlight in one hand like a club he did not want to use. Lena counted. 1, the close dog breathed. 2, the second dog barked from the fog near the train's front. 3, Evan rolled. He screamed so hard his voice tore. The close dog lunged at the movement. Back, I shouted. Keen slammed the broken flashlight down again. Lena sliced blindly with the shears. Nylon snapped. Evan's backpack came loose all at once, yanked away under the car as the dog seized it and dragged it toward the front. Evan was free from the strap, not free from the train. His leg remained pinned somewhere below the knee, twisted between the wheel assembly housing and a metal bracket along the side. Blood slicked his jeans. His shoe was gone. His sock was dark. Lena backed out enough to see his face for the first time. He was younger than I expected. Early 20s. White male, maybe a college student, though fear had stripped him of any easy category. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His lips looked gray. Legs trapped by compression, Lena said, not just strap. Keen stared at the train hardware. If the car shifts again, I know. Marcia returned with a long rectangular plastic advertising panel ripped from inside the train. It had a smiling dentist on it and jagged corners where she had torn it free. She dropped it down. Keen grabbed it. We can use this between us and the dog. No, Lena said. Use it to slide Evan. He's pinned, not all of him. She was thinking faster than us now. Not cleanly, desperately. If we can pull his upper body out toward the platform and keep his trapped leg aligned, I can get a belt above the wound. If the train shifts and crushes lower, he might still live. But if we leave him flat under there, we can't control anything. Evan heard enough. Crushes. Lena put a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to do everything I can to stop that. It was not reassurance. It was honesty shaped gently. Keen slid the ad panel under Evan's shoulders and back. I helped from the platform side, trying not to look too long at his leg. The skin above his sock was swelling against denim. There was a puncture wound high on his calf, 2 dark holes and torn fabric. Dog bite. Real and ugly. The close dog growled around the stolen backpack near the train's front. The second dog appeared in the headlights. For 1 second, it was fully visible. Larger than the first. Tan, heavy-chested, ribs showing, chain dragging from its collar, and sparking faintly against the rail. One side of its face was scarred or infected, fur clumped around the eye. It stood at the curve of the tunnel head low, blocking the way toward Central. A mastiff mix, maybe. Or something close enough that the difference did not matter. It was not evil. It was starving and trapped, and too big for the space. That did not make its teeth smaller. Marcia lifted the extinguisher from the platform. I can hit it from here. No, Lena said. Wait. The dog took 1 step toward us, then another. The chain dragged, scrape, chink, scrape. My headphones caught the sound sharply. Chain, tight collar. The detail clicked into place. It's tethered, I said. Keen looked at me. What? The second one. Chain's dragging. But listen, the dog stepped again, and the chain went taut somewhere in the darkness behind it. It jerked its head sideways, frustrated, then barked. It can't reach us, I said. The words were barely out before the close dog under the train snarled. That one can, Keen said, but the second dog's limit changed everything. It was terrifying, but fixed. The close dog was the immediate threat. The close dog had the backpack, and the backpack was now away from Evan. Now, Lena said, we pull him to the platform side. Slow. Keep his legs straight. Miles, you hold his hand and tell him to breathe. Keen, shoulders. I'll manage the leg. Marcia, if the dog comes in, spray the ground between us and it, not the dog's face unless you have to. You sure? Marcia asked. No, good enough. We moved. Keen gripped the ad panel beneath Evan's shoulders. I held Evan's forearm. Lena reached under for his trapped leg, not pulling, just guiding so his knee didn't twist further. On my count, she said. 1, 2, pull. Evan slid 3 inches. He screamed. The dog under the train lunged toward the sound. Marcia fired the extinguisher in a short burst. White chemical fog blasted the ballast beside the dog. It recoiled, coughing, nails scraping steel. Again, Lena said. Lena, I started. Again. We pulled. Another 4 inches. Evan's torso cleared the worst of the undercarriage. His face emerged fully into the red light. He grabbed my sleeve with his free hand and held so tight his nails dug through the fabric. The train groaned. The orange wedge cracked. Not broke, cracked. Keen heard it. We all did. Marcia shouted from above, move. Last pull, Lena yelled. The close dog came out from under the train. It moved low and fast, backpack still tangled around its front legs, which slowed it just enough. Keen shoved the ad panel sideways, turning it from sled into shield. The dog hit it with its shoulder. The plastic bent inward. Its jaws snapped through the dentist's smiling face and tore a crescent out of it. I kicked without planning to. My shoe connected with the backpack, not the dog. The nylon twisted under its legs. The dog stumbled. Keen shoved the panel again, driving it back toward the front wheel. Now, he shouted. We pulled Evan hard. Too hard. His trapped leg came free with a wet, grinding shift that I felt through his whole body. Evan's scream collapsed into silence. For one horrifying second, I thought we had killed him. Then he sucked in air. Lena was on him immediately. He's breathing. Miles, pressure here. Keen, belt. Blood spread fast from his calf now that the pressure was gone. Not spurting, but flowing enough to turn the powdery concrete dark. Keen ripped off his belt and passed it over. Lena looped it above the worst of the wound. Not a full tourniquet yet, more controlled pressure. Her hands sure even while one bled through gauze. Evan, stay with me, she said. Look at me. The dog lunged again. This time it did not hit the panel. It got around the edge and clamped onto Keen's forearm. Keen made a sound I will never forget. Not loud, more surprised than anything. A hard, bitten-off grunt. Marcia fired the extinguisher directly at the dog's head. White clouds swallowed them. The dog released and backed away, coughing, shaking its head. Keen stumbled into the platform wall, holding his arm. Blood ran between his fingers. The second dog at the tunnel curve barked and threw itself against its chain. The chain held. The close dog retreated toward that sound, dragging Evan's backpack, half blinded by powder, still growling, but no longer coming forward. The orange wedge cracked again. This time, part of it split off and skittered across the rail. The train shifted against the broken plastic. Up, Marcia screamed. Get him up now. There was no elegant way. Keen was bitten. Lena had one good hand. I had no training, only panic with a job. We shoved Evan toward the platform ladder. Lena climbed first, then turned and reached down. Marcia dropped to her stomach above us, grabbing Evan under one arm. Keen and I lifted from below. Evan screamed whenever his leg moved. We moved it anyway. That is the part people don't put in rescue stories. Sometimes helping means adding pain because the alternative is worse. We got his shoulders onto the platform. Lena and Marcia dragged. Keen pushed with his uninjured arm. I lifted beneath Evan's hips and felt his blood warm through my sleeve. The dog came back. I heard it before I saw it. Source A, 1.4 meters, growl, nails, chainless. I turned. It was coming low, head swinging, one eye squeezed shut from extinguisher powder. I grabbed the only thing near me, the broken flashlight, not a weapon. Not really. I threw it past the dog, hard, toward the tunnel wall. It hit the metal cable tray with a crashing clatter that echoed down the curve. The dog flinched and turned toward the sound. The headphones had taught me one useful thing. Sound mattered. Climb, Lena shouted. Evan cleared the edge. Keen grabbed the ladder. I was last. My foot slipped on the first rung. The dog snapped at my pant leg. Teeth caught fabric and skin at the back of my calf. Pain flashed hot and immediate. I kicked backward, not strong, not heroic, just frantic. My heel struck its muzzle. It let go. I climbed with both hands and one good leg, scraping my shin against metal, lungs burning. Keen grabbed my jacket and hauled me over the platform, edge so hard my shoulder hit tile. For a moment, I lay on my back under the red emergency lighting, staring up at the dark ceiling, listening to the train breathe. Then the brake fault resolved. The first car settled forward against the broken wedge with a heavy, final clunk. Below the platform, something metal bent. The dog barked once, sharp with pain or surprise, then scrambled backward under the train toward the tunnel. The train did not roll farther. Marcia collapsed sitting against the cab door, extinguisher empty in her lap. Keen sat beside me, holding his bleeding arm against his chest, face gray. Lena was already working on Evan. Pressure. Miles, pressure. I crawled to her. My calf screamed with every movement. My headphones hung crooked around my neck, one ear cup cracked from where I must have hit the platform. The app still glowed on the phone beside me. Low frequency source A, 6.7 m low frequency source B, 4.2 m, both moving away. Sirens came from upstairs then. Real ones, human ones. Transit police, fire, EMS. The sudden arrival of systems that had been too slow but were finally here. Evan looked at me with unfocused eyes. "What was it?" he whispered. I looked toward the tunnel. The second dog stood at the curve, held by its chain, watching us from the edge of the headlights. The first dog limped behind it, backpack still caught around one leg. They did not look like monsters now. They looked starved and hurt and dangerous, which was enough. "Dogs," I said. Evan closed his eyes. Lena tightened the belt around his leg and told him to stay awake. The growling receded into the tunnel, not gone, but farther. For the first time since I had put on the headphones at Kendall, human voices came back to me as something I wanted to hear. Orders from firefighters, Marcia telling passengers to move back, Keen cursing through his teeth, Lena saying Evan's name again and again like a rope. The conflict had resolved, if that word could mean anything. Evan was out. The train had held. The dogs had retreated. And all of us had left pieces of ourselves on the track bed. Blood, skin, nerve. The easy belief that danger announces itself in a language people are prepared to understand. By the time the firefighters got us off the platform, the station sounded human again. Too human. Radios cracked. Boots hit tile. Someone kept yelling for passengers to move toward the rear staircase. A child cried in hiccuping bursts inside the second car. The operator, Marcia, repeated the same sentence to 3 different people in 3 different uniforms. I had brake fault warnings before anyone went under. I reported it. Check the logs. She said it calmly the first time, less calmly the second. By the third, her voice had gone flat in a way I recognized from audio work, when a speaker stops performing emotion and starts preserving energy. I sat against a tiled wall with my jeans cut open below the knee, trying not to look at the crescent of punctures in my calf. One tooth had gone deep enough that the blood kept returning after the EMT wiped it away. Not a dramatic amount, just persistent, dark beads gathering through antiseptic shine. Lena crouched beside Evan even after 2 uniformed EMTs had taken over. Her injured hand was wrapped in a cleaner bandage now, but she kept flexing her fingers as if checking whether they still belonged to her. Lena, one of the EMTs said, "You need to get looked at." "I'm fine." "You're not." "I'm useful." "You're bleeding through." That stopped her. Not because she cared about herself, but because the sentence was factual and she respected factual things. She looked down at her palm, watched a red bloom spread through the gauze, then sat back on her heels like someone had cut the strings holding her upright. Evan was awake when they lifted him onto the backboard. He shouldn't have been, maybe. His face had that paper gray look people get when pain has burned through panic and left them somewhere quiet. A firefighter held an oxygen mask near his mouth. Another kept pressure on his calf, where Lena had cinched Keen's belt tight above the worst of it. "Can you feel your foot?" Lena asked. Evan blinked at her. His eyes were unfocused. "Yeah," he whispered. "Kind of. Good," she said. She did not say, "You're going to be fine." None of the medical people did. That scared me more than reassurance would have. Keen sat on the platform edge while another EMT irrigated the bite in his forearm. He had stopped trying to manage the scene once transit police arrived, but his eyes still moved like a man counting failures. Door fault. Radio dead. Emergency phone disconnected. Crowd control. Brake hold. Dogs in the tunnel. He watched each new responder step into the mess and seemed personally offended that none of them had been there earlier. A transit police officer, white, male, late 30s, named Rourke from the badge on his vest, came over and crouched in front of me with a small notebook. "You Miles Henley," I nodded. "You able to answer a few?" "My leg hurts, but I'm not busy." He gave me a look that almost became a smile, then didn't. "You went onto the track bed?" "Yes." "After power was cut?" "Yes." "Who told you power was cut?" Keen heard it on the radio. Rourke wrote that down. "You saw the animals, one clearly. Another at the curve. Dogs." "Yes." What kind? I don't know. Big. One gray-brown with a torn ear, one tan, chained near the tunnel. His pen paused, chained or tethered. I heard it before I saw it. He looked up, heard the chain. I almost explained the headphones. Then I looked at them where they lay beside me, cracked across one ear cup, the expensive matte shell scratched white from the platform. Suddenly, they seemed embarrassing. A gadget dragged into something bloody and real. My headphones filter sound, I said. They let me isolate low frequencies and voices. That's how we knew Evan was under the car, Rourke wrote slowly. Headphones located victim. They didn't locate him like GPS. I got it. He glanced at the headphones. We'll probably need those. Something stupid and possessive tightened in me. They're broken. Still, I handed them over. When he put them in an evidence bag, the station noise rushed at me naked. No filter, no categories, no sliders. Human voices came from everywhere, layered and messy. But I didn't hate them the way I usually did. Not then. I wanted every voice, every ordinary complaint, every irritated commuter asking when the shuttle buses would come. A firefighter climbed up from the track bed near the front of the train and shook his head at Rourke. Animal controls got one visual, but it backed past the curve. Second is chained to a maintenance bracket or something. They're waiting on a catch pole and shields. Any more injured? Rourke asked. Not down there, not that we can see. Any sign of someone living there? The firefighter hesitated. Some stuff in the service alcove. Blankets, food wrappers, water jugs. A chain bolted through a grate. Rourke's mouth tightened. That gave the story a shape nobody liked. Later, much later, we learned pieces of it. A service door near Central had a lock that didn't latch unless you slammed it. People had been slipping into the tunnel area for months, mostly to sleep, sometimes to stash things, sometimes because the city had 1,000 warm corners and not enough safe ones. The dogs belonged, officially, to nobody. Unofficially, according to one transit worker who talked to a Globe reporter 2 days later, there had been a man who fed them behind a maintenance alcove and used them to keep other people away from his spot. No one could find that man after. Maybe he left before the whole thing happened. Maybe he had never existed as cleanly as people made him sound. Evan, whose full name was Evan Markey, 22, male, from Medford, and a student at Bunker Hill Community College, had entered through the bad service door on a dare from 2 friends after drinking in Central Square. That part came out fast because one of the friends panicked and told police everything. They had wanted a video. Urban exploring, they called it, as if a better name made the tunnel less dangerous. The dogs came at them near the alcove. Evan ran the wrong direction, toward Kendall, fell near the front of the stopped train, and rolled under it, trying to hide. His friends got out. He didn't. One of them called 911, but gave the wrong station entrance because he was drunk and terrified, and more worried about being arrested than being useful. That delay became one more ugly little tile in the mosaic. Animal control eventually tranquilized the tan dog by the curve. The gray-brown one with the torn ear took longer. It retreated through the tunnel toward Central, dragging Evan's backpack until it snagged somewhere past the curve. They found it near a drainage grate, shredded and soaked through. The dog was found behind it, alive, injured, half-starved. That fact unsettled me more than if it had vanished. It meant the danger had been exactly what it looked like in the end: neglected animals, broken locks, slow response, bad decisions, a train with faults, a city full of gaps where living things went to disappear. No ghosts, no monster, just teeth, just systems failing in sequence. They took us to Mass General because Lena insisted Evan needed a trauma center, and nobody argued with her, even after she admitted she was off duty and technically also a patient. In the ambulance, she sat on the bench across from me while an EMT cleaned her hand properly. "Dog bites are dirty," he said. "It was a scratch at first," Lena replied. "That is what everyone with a dog bite says." She looked at me then. Her face was pale under the ambulance light. Powder from the extinguisher clung in the crease beside her nose. There was a smear of Evan's blood on her jacket sleeve. "You okay?" she asked. I looked at my bandaged leg. The bite throbbed in time with the ambulance tires crossing seams in the road. "No," I said. She nodded like that was the correct answer. "Me neither." Outside, Cambridge slid by in fragments. Brick buildings, wet pavement, a cyclist waiting under a street lamp, people walking home with tote bags and takeout containers, their heads bent against the evening chill. The city looked almost rude in its normalcy. At the hospital, they separated us. My wound was cleaned, which hurt worse than the bite. A doctor, Indian American, female, maybe early 40s, told me they were starting antibiotics and that I'd need a tetanus booster. "Rabies?" I asked. "Animal control has the dogs, from what police relayed. We'll coordinate. If status changes, you'll be contacted." That was medically reasonable. It was not emotionally satisfying. Keen got stitches in his forearm. Lena needed a deeper cleaning of her palm and 2 small sutures where the terrier's tooth had opened the skin. Evan went into surgery before midnight. I saw him only once before they took him, rolling past on a gurney with his eyes closed, 1 foot bare, his mother walking beside him in a coat thrown over pajamas. She touched Lena's arm as she passed. "Are you the paramedic?" Lena opened her mouth, probably to explain the off-duty part. "Yes," I said. Lena looked at me. Evan's mother squeezed her arm. "Thank you." Lena nodded once. After the woman walked away, she pressed her good hand over her eyes and stayed like that for several seconds. We were discharged around 3 in the morning. Keen refused transport home until he gave one more statement. Marcia stayed too, sitting in the waiting room with a paper cup of coffee she did not drink. She had changed out of her operator jacket, but she still looked like she was bracing against movement. Every time a cart rattled down the hospital corridor, her shoulders tightened. A transit police detective took my statement again, more detailed, less patient. "Why didn't you remain on the platform?" "Because Evan was under the train." "You understood the train was unstable?" "Yes." "You understood dogs were present?" "Yes." "Why proceed?" I looked at Lena. She sat 3 chairs away, her bandaged hand in her lap, staring at the floor. "Because he was close enough to hear," I said. The detective wrote that down. I don't know what he made of it. For a week, the story ran everywhere. The headlines did what headlines do. Red Line rescue horror. Urban explorer mauled beneath train. Faulty door, stray dogs, and delayed response under investigation. My least favorite was a local blog that called me headphone hero, which made me want to throw my phone into the Charles. I was not a hero. I had hesitated until the shape of the emergency left me nowhere to hide. That is different. Evan survived. That was the important part. He lost 2 toes from crush damage and infection risk, according to a message Lena got from one of the EMTs who had followed up. His calf would need grafting. He would walk again, probably with a limp. Keene filed an internal safety report, and then, according to Marcia, was put on administrative leave pending review, which sounded less like punishment than the system clearing its throat before deciding who could be blamed. Marcia went back to work 11 days later. Lena did not call me for 4. When she finally did, I was sitting in my apartment in Somerville with the windows open even though it was too cold. I had discovered I couldn't stand the hum of my refrigerator anymore, or pipes, or the neighbor's dog shifting upstairs. Every low sound asked to be identified. "You sleeping?" she asked. "No, yeah," that was all for a moment. Then she said, "I keep thinking about his friends. Evan S. They ran. They were scared. I know. You hate that you know," she exhaled. Yeah, I wanted to say something wise, but wisdom felt like another kind of performance. So I said, "I keep hearing the chain." She was quiet. "Not the growling," I said, "the chain. That scrape before it went tight." "Because that meant it had a limit," she said. "Yeah. And you could have known where safe was." "Yeah. But you didn't." "No, outside my window, a bus sighed at the curb. Someone laughed on the sidewalk below, loud and loose, probably drunk, probably happy. For once, I let the voice come through. The police returned my headphones after 3 weeks. Evidence had been copied, examined, whatever they needed to do. They came back in a padded envelope with 1 cracked ear cup, a broken hinge, and a property receipt taped to the side. I told myself I would throw them away. Instead, I charged them. That was not smart, I know that. But fear makes rituals, and mine needed proof. I sat at my kitchen table with the headphones in front of me, while the Hushline app recognized them as if nothing had happened. Connected. A firmware update prompt appeared. I laughed once. It sounded bad in the empty apartment. I dismissed it. The old sound profiles were gone, probably wiped during the investigation or corrupted by the crash. Human voices sat at the default, 60%. Mechanical at 50%. Environmental low frequency at 50%. There was no animal category. I put the headphones on. My apartment softened. The refrigerator hum lowered. The traffic outside became a distant wash. A couple arguing on the sidewalk blurred into vowels, then disappeared when I slid human voices to 0. The old relief came back for about 2 seconds. Then, under the building, somewhere below pipes and brick and the settling wood of my 3rd-floor apartment, I heard a low vibration. Not a growl. I need to be clear about that. It was probably a truck idling at the corner, or the boiler kicking on, or bass from a car waiting at the light. Cities are full of low sounds when you stop letting voices cover them. Still, I took the headphones off so fast they hit the table. The vibration vanished under the ordinary noise of Somerville. Traffic, footsteps, a man on the sidewalk saying, "No, I told you Tuesday," a dog barking once from an upstairs unit. Human voices, messy, irritating, alive. I left the headphones on the table after that. I did not throw them away. I did not wear them either. They sit there now, with the cracked cup facing up like an open ear. Most mornings, I pass them on my way to make coffee and think about Evan under the train, whispering not to let it hear him. I think about Keen's hand slipping on grime, Lena counting to 3, Marcia tearing the ad panel out with both hands because procedure had run out of useful sentences. Then I open the window, even in winter, and let the city come in unfiltered. It is louder than I like. I'm learning to prefer it. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.